Mira and Harper Audio present Temptation Ridge, a novel by Robyn Carr, performed by Therese Plummer. Chapter 1. Shelby was within 10 miles of her Uncle Walt's ranch when she had to pull over to the side of Highway 36, the busiest stretch between Virgin River and Fortuna, behind an old pickup truck that looked vaguely familiar. Although 36 was the highway that ran across the mountains from Red Bluff to Fortuna, it was mostly two-lane. She put her cherry red Jeep SUV in park and stepped out of the vehicle. The rain had finally stopped, giving way to a bright summer sun, but the road was wet and splattered with muddy puddles. She peered way up the road to see a man wearing a bright orange vest holding a stop sign toward a long string of cars, closing both lanes. The turnoff to her Uncle Walt's would be on the other side of the next hill. She picked her way around puddles to the truck parked in front of her, intending to ask the driver if he knew what was going on. When she got to the driver's window, she smiled. "Well, hey, Doc." Doc Mullins looked out the open window.
"Hey yourself, little girl. Up here for a weekend of riding?"
he asked with his usual grumpy tone. "Not this time, Doc. I sold my mother's house in Bodega Bay," she said. "Packed up the bare essentials and am moving in with Uncle Walt for a while."
"Permanently?"
"Nah, for a few months, though. I'm still in transition." Doc's grimace melted slightly, but only slightly.
"Once again, condolences on your loss, Shelby," he said. "I hope you're doing all right with that."
"Better all the time. Thanks. My mom was ready to go." She tilted her head up the road. "Have any idea what's holding us up here?"
"Soft shoulder gave out," he said. "I passed it on my way to Valley Hospital. Dumped half this lane down the hill. They're repairing."
"Guardrails would be nice," she observed.
"Only around the tight curves," he said. "On a straightaway like this, we're on our own. Damn lucky a car or truck didn't go with that soft shoulder. It's going to be like this the next few days."
"Once I get to Walt's, I'm not planning to be on this road again. For a while, anyway," she said with a shrug.
"What are you planning, if I might ask?"
Doc said, lifting one of his bushy eyebrows. "Well, while I'm visiting the family, I'll be making applications to schools. Nursing," she said with a smile. "A fairly obvious choice for me after taking care of my mother for years."
"Ugh, just what I need,"
he said with his usual scowl.
"Another nurse. Drive me to drink."
She laughed at him. "At least we won't have to drive you far."
"There's just what I mean. Another impertinent one at that," he clarified.
She laughed again, loving this ornery old guy. Shelby turned. Doc leaned out his window, and both of them watched a man approach from the truck that had stopped behind Shelby's Jeep. He walked toward them. His hair was shaved down in that military fashion she'd been accustomed to all her life. Her uncle was a retired Army general. A black T-shirt was stretched tight over broad, hard shoulders, his waist narrow, his hips slim and legs long. But what fascinated her was the way he came toward them, with an economy of movement. Deliberate, confident, cocky. His thumbs were hooked into front pockets, and he sauntered. When he got closer, she could see his very slight smile as he looked at her, or looked her over, to be more precise, sizing her up with glowing eyes. "In your dreams," she thought, which caused her to smile back. As he passed her Jeep, he glanced inside at all the packed-up boxes, then continued to where she was standing beside Doc's open window.
"That yours?"
he asked, jutting his chin toward the Jeep. "Yep."
"Where you headed?"
he asked. "Virgin River. You?"
"The same." He grinned. "Any idea what's going on up there?" "Collapsed shoulder," Doc said with a grunt. "They have us down to one lane for repairs." What's your business in Virgin River?"
"I have some old cabins along the river there." He glanced between them. "You two live in the town?" he asked. "I have family there," Shelby said. She stuck out her hand. "I'm Shelby." He took her small hand. Luke Reardon." He turned toward Doc, putting out his hand again. "Sir?" Doc didn't extend a hand, but rather gave a nod. His hands were so twisted with arthritis, he never risked a handshake.
"Mullins,"
he said. "Doc Mullins has lived in Virgin River all his life. He's the town doctor," Shelby explained to Luke.
"Nice to meet you, sir," Luke said. "Another jarhead?"
Doc asked, lifting one white, spiking eyebrow. Luke straightened.
"I beg your pardon?"
he said.
"Army, sir."
Then he looked at Shelby.
"Another Marine?"
"A few of our friends who work in town are Marines, retired or discharged. Their friends come around sometimes. Some of them are still active or in the reserves," she explained. "But my uncle, who I'll be living with for a while, was Army. Retired." She grinned. "You won't stand out that much with your hairdo. I don't know what it is with you guys and the buzz cuts." He smiled patiently.
"We've never been checked out on those dryer things."
"Ah, blow dryers." Right. As they waited in their stalled lane, the second lane was opened up to let a big yellow school bus pass by. Judging by the number of vehicles waiting in their lane, they weren't going anywhere anytime soon. So there was no great rush to get back to their cars. They remained standing on the road, which ended up being a big mistake for Luke. As he saw the bus barreling down the other lane, Luke also noted a sizable puddle in front of it. He quickly put himself between Shelby and the bus, pressing her up against Doc's open window. With a hand on each side of her, he covered her with his body, barely in time to feel the splat from the puddle against his back. Shelby stifled a chuckle. "Macho man," she thought with some humor. Luke heard downshifting, then the squeal of brakes.
"Jesus,"
he muttered as he backed off the girl and glared after the bus. As Luke turned and scowled at the bus, the driver leaned out the window. A round-faced woman in her 50s, rosy-cheeked, with a cap of short, dark hair, grinned at him. She grinned. "Sorry, buddy," she said. "Couldn't hardly help that."
"You could if you went a lot slower,"
he yelled back at her. To his astonishment, she laughed. "Aw, I wasn't going too fast. I got a schedule, you know," she yelled. "My advice? Stay out of the way." His scalp felt hot under his short hair, and he really wanted to swear. When he turned back to Shelby and Doc, he found her smiling behind her hand and Doc's eyes twinkling. "You got a little splatter on your back there, Luke," she said, trying to keep control of her lips. Doc's face was the same, cranky and impatient, but for the glittering eyes.
"Molly's been slinging that big yellow tube around these mountains for 30 years now, and ain't nobody knows these roads better. Guess she didn't see a pothole this once." "It's not even September yet," Luke protested. "She drives year-round," Doc said. "Summer school, special programs, athletics. Always something going on. She's a saint. You couldn't pay me enough to do that job. What's a mud puddle here and there?"
Then the old doctor put his truck noisily in gear.
"Our turn coming up."
Shelby jogged back toward her Jeep. Luke started to walk back toward his truck, which pulled a camper. Then he heard Doc shouting at his back.
"Welcome to Virgin River, son. Enjoy yourself."
And it was followed by a cackle. Shelby McIntyre had been fixing up her deceased mother's house for months. But she'd been able to drive up to Virgin River from Bodega Bay nearly every weekend through the summer to ride. And her Uncle Walt had paid many a visit to her to oversee renovation work that he'd personally contracted. By the end of summer, Shelby had roses on her cheeks. She had rolled up her shorts and her legs were tanned. Her thighs and butt had developed firm riding muscles, and her eyes sparkled with health. It had been years since she'd benefited from that type of regular exercise. But when she pulled up in front of Walt's house now, in mid-August, it was a completely different feeling. The house was sold. Her belongings were in the back of her Jeep, and at the age of 25, she was embarking on a brand new life. She gave the horn a toot, got out of her Jeep, and stretched. In just moments, Uncle Walt came out the front door, stood there with his hands on his hips, a big grin on his face.
"Welcome back," he said. "Or should I say, welcome home."
"Hey there," she said, walking into his arms. Walt was 6 feet with thick silver hair, dark bushy brows, and shoulders and arms like a wrestler's. He was a powerfully built man for just over 60. He hugged her tight.
"I was just about to go to the stable and saddle up. You too tired? You hungry or anything?"
"I'm dying to get on a horse, but I think I'll pass after riding in a Jeep for over 4 hours," she said. He laughed.
"Backside pretty well broken in?"
"Oh," she said, rubbing her butt.
"I'm just riding down along the river for an hour or so. Vanny's down at the new construction, getting in Paul's business. But she's going to be back in time to cook you a nice welcome-home dinner."
Shelby looked at her watch. It was only 3:30. "Tell you what, I'm going to run into town while you go for your ride and Vanny inspects her new house. I'll say hi to Mel Sheridan and see if I can talk her into a beer to celebrate my change of residence. I'll be back in time to help with the horses before dinner. Should I get this stuff out of the Jeep first? Take it inside?" she asked.
"Honey, leave it be. No one's going to bother it. Paul and I will unload you before supper."
She grinned at him. "Let's make a date for tomorrow morning. We'll have that ride together."
"Good deal. No trouble closing on the house?"
It was a little more emotional than I expected. "I thought I was ready."
"Regrets?"
She turned her large hazel eyes up to his face. "I cried for the first 50 miles, she said. "And then I started to get excited. I'm sure about this."
"Good,"
he said, giving her a squeeze.
"I'm so glad you're here."
"Just for a few months. Then I'm going to travel a little and get a head start on school. It's been so long since I've been a student."
"Life here is usually pretty laid back. Take advantage of it."
"Yeah," she laughed. "When you're not having shootouts or forest fires."
"Well, hell, girl. We want to keep things interesting."
He walked her to her Jeep. "Wait for me to get back to muck the stalls and feed the horses."
"Enjoy a little girlfriend time," he said. "It's something you haven't had enough of the past few years. You'll have plenty of horse shit to muck while you're here."
"Thanks, Uncle Walt," she said, and laughed. "I won't be too long." He kissed her forehead.
"I said take your time. You took good care of my sister. You've earned piles of it."
"See you in a couple hours," Shelby said, heading for town. Luke Reardon pulled into Virgin River, his Harley strapped into the back of his extended cab truck, pulling a small camper. It had been 7 years since he'd seen this town, and there had been a few changes. The church was now boarded up, but what he remembered as an old abandoned cabin in the center of town was renovated, had cars and trucks parked around the front porch, and an open sign in the window. It looked like some construction was underway behind the cabin. It was framed for an add-on. Since he was considering a renovation project of his own, he wouldn't mind having a look at what had been done to this place. He parked off to the side, out of the way, and got out of the truck. He went into the camper and changed out of his muddy shirt before going inside. The August afternoon was warm, with a cool, refreshing breeze. The night would be chilly in the mountains. He hadn't been out to the house he planned to live in, which had been vacant for a year. If it was uninhabitable, he had his camper. He took a deep breath. The air was so damn clean, it stung the lungs. Such a huge change from the deserts of Iraq and El Paso. Just what he'd been needing. He walked into the renovated cabin and found himself in a good-looking little country bar. He stood just inside the door and looked around appreciatively. The hardwood floors gleamed. Hot embers glowed in the hearth. Hunting and fishing trophies hung mounted on the walls. There were about a dozen tables and a long, shiny bar behind which there were shelves full of liquor and glasses surrounding a stuffed king salmon that must have weighed about 40 pounds at the catch. A television, mounted high in a corner, was tuned to national news, the volume turned down. A couple of fishermen, identifiable by their khaki vests and hats, sat at one end of the bar playing cribbage. A few men in work shirts and jeans were having drinks at a nearby table. Luke looked at his watch. 4 p.m. He walked up to the bar. "What can I get you?" the bartender asked. "A cold draft, thanks. This place wasn't here the last time I was through town. You've been away a while then. I've been open more than 4 years now. I bought it and turned it into this." "Well, you did a hell of a job," he said, accepting the beer. "I'm going to be doing some remodeling myself." He stuck out his hand. "Luke Reardon," he said. "Jack Sheridan. Pleasure. I bought some old cabins along the Virgin that have been sitting empty and going downhill for years now." "Those old Chapman cabins?" Jack asked. "The old man died just last year." "Yeah, I know," Luke said. "I was back here hunting with one of my brothers and a couple of friends when we first saw them. My brother and I thought the location, right on the river, might be worth some money. We noticed the cabins weren't in use and wanted to buy them and fix them up for a quick resale, turn them fast, and make a couple of bucks. But old Chapman wouldn't even listen to an offer." "It would have left him homeless," Jack said, giving the bar a wipe with a cloth. "He wouldn't have had too many options, and he was all alone." Luke took a drink of his icy beer. "Exactly. So we bought the whole property, including his house, and told him he could stay there rent-free for life. It turned out to be 7 years. Jack grinned. "Sweet deal for him. Smart deal for you. Property doesn't come available around here that often. We could see right off the land under those cabins was worth more than the buildings. Right on the river like that. I haven't been able to get back here since, and my brother has only been up here once, just to have a look. He said nothing had changed." "What held you up?" "Well," he said, scratching the stubble on his chin. "Afghanistan, Iraq, Fort Bliss, and a few other places." "Army?" "Yeah, 20. I did 20 in the Marine Corps," Jack said. "I thought I'd come up here and serve up a few drinks, fish, and hunt for the next 20. Yeah, sounds like a good plan." "My plan got derailed by a cute little nurse midwife by the name of Melinda." He grinned. "I would have been fine, but that woman does something to a pair of jeans that ought to be against the law." "That's so?" Luke asked. "Anyone can go fishing," Jack said with a satisfied smile. Luke didn't mind seeing a man happy with his life. He smiled back. Then he asked, "Did you do most of this work yourself?" "Most. I got some help, but I like taking credit where I can. This bar is a custom job, delivered to me finished. I installed the shelves and laid the hardwood floors. I didn't trust myself with the plumbing, and I screwed up the wiring enough to have to hire someone. But I'm good with wood. I managed to add a large one-room apartment onto the back to live in. My cook, Preacher, has it now and is adding on again. His family's growing, but he likes living at the bar." "You gonna work on those cabins?" "I'm gonna look at the house first. Chapman was already pretty old when we bought the whole business. That house probably needs work, and I have no idea what shape the cabins are in. But I don't have anything better to do right now. Worst case, I can fix up the house and live in it for a while. Best case, I can renovate the house and the cabins and put them on the market." "Where's your brother?" Jack asked. "Still active. Sean is stationed at Beale Air Force Base in the U-2. It's just me for now." "What did you do for the Army?" Jack asked him.
Blackhawks.
Shoo, Jack said, shaking his head. They go in some real hot spots.
Tell me about it. I came out the hard way.
You drive one in? Jack asked.
Hell no,
he said indignantly.
I had to be shot down.
Jack laughed.
Man, at least you got your 20. It wasn't even the first time, Luke said. But in a moment of sheer genius, I decided it should be the last.
Something tells me we've been in some of the same places, Jack said.
Maybe even at around the same time. Saw some combat, did you? Afghanistan, Somalia, Bosnia, Iraq, twice.
Mogadishu, Luke confirmed, shaking his head.
Yeah, we left you boys in a mess.
I hated that, Jack said. You lost a lot of brothers.
I'm sorry, man. It was bad,
Luke agreed. What started out as a relief mission sanctioned by the UN ended in a horrible uprising after the Marine Corps was pulled out and the army was left behind. Somalian warlord Aidid launched an attack that left 18 U.S. Army soldiers dead and over 90 wounded in a bloody conflict.
One of these days, Jack, we'll get drunk and talk about the battles.
Jack reached out, grabbed Luke's upper arm, and said,
You bet. Welcome to the neighborhood, brother. Now tell me where to go for a night out that might include women, who to call if I need help with the house or cabins, and what hours I can get a beer here,
Luke said.
Been a long time since I've been looking for women, buddy. The coastal towns have some nice spots. Try Fortuna or Eureka. There's the Brookstone Inn in Ferndale, nice restaurant and bar. Old Town Eureka is always good. Then for something a little closer, there's a little bar in Garberville with a jukebox.
He shrugged.
I remember seeing one or two pretty girls there. And I have just the guy for you if you need help with the remodel. A buddy of mine just moved a part of his family's construction company down here from Oregon, and he's doing Preacher's add-on. He helped me finish my house. He's a hell of a builder. Let me go get one of his cards.
Jack went into the back and hadn't been gone a minute when two women came into the bar and almost gave Luke a heart attack. A couple of pretty blondes, one in her 30s with curly golden hair, and the other, much younger, with an unforgettable thick honey-colored braid that hung down her back to her waist. The girl from the roadside, the one he saved from a muddy bath. Shelby. Both of them were wearing tight jeans and boots. The golden girl had on a loose knit sweater, while Shelby wore the same crisp white shirt from earlier, sleeves rolled, collar open, and tied at the waist. He tried not to stare, but he couldn't help looking at them, though they hadn't noticed him at all. His immediate thought was that he wouldn't have to go as far as Garberville. They jumped up on bar stools just as Jack came from the back.
"Hey, baby,"
he said, leaning across the bar to the older of the two women, kissing her. Ah, Luke thought. Those would be the illegal genes that keep him from fishing. What man wouldn't give up fishing to spend more of his time with a woman like that?
"Meet a new neighbor. Luke Reardon, this is Mel, my wife, and Shelby McIntyre. She has family here." "Pleasure," he said to the women. "Luke here owns those old Chapman cabins on the river, and he's thinking of renovating. He's ex-Army, so we're going to let him stay."
"Welcome," Mel said. Shelby said nothing. She smiled at him, letting her eyelids drop a bit. He judged her to be about 18, just a girl. In fact, if she'd been any older, he might have gotten a phone number out there on the muddy road. Eureka or the Brookstone couldn't beat this. Though both these women were obviously completely off limits. Mel was Jack's woman, and Shelby appeared to be a teenager. A very sexy teenager. He thought, with a slight flush of warmth. But their appearance held promise. If two such beautiful women could be found in a little bar in Virgin River, there had to be a few more scattered around these mountains.
"Here you go,"
Jack said, sliding a business card across the bar.
"My buddy Paul. Right now he's building a house for my younger sister Bree and her husband next door to us, plus one for himself and his wife."
"My cousin," Shelby said. Luke lifted his eyebrows in question. "Well, Paul's married to my cousin Vanessa. They're staying at my Uncle Walt's, and I'm staying with them."
"You want a beer, Mel?" Jack asked his wife. "Shelby?"
"I'll have a quick soda with Shelby, then I'm going home to relieve Bree of the kids so she can have dinner with Mike," Mel said. "I just wanted to swing through and tell you where I'll be. I'll feed the kids and put them to bed. Will you bring us some of Preacher's dinner when you come home later?"
"Be happy to."
"And I'm going home to help with the horses," Shelby said. "But I'll have a beer first." Well, at least she was 21, Luke found himself thinking. Unless Jack had some very relaxed age standards in this little neighborhood bar, which was entirely possible.
"I'd probably better get going,"
Luke said.
"Hang around," Jack said. "If you don't have to go, 5 o'clock usually brings out the regulars. Perfect opportunity to meet your neighbors."
Luke looked at his watch.
"I guess I can hang out a while."
Jack laughed.
"Buddy, the first thing that's gonna go is that watch."
Jack put a beer in front of Shelby, a cola in front of his wife. Luke talked with Jack a while about the renovation of the bar while the women were occupied with their own conversation. Not 10 minutes had passed when Jack said, "Excuse me, I'm going to walk my wife out." And Luke was left at the bar with Shelby. "I see you changed clothes," Shelby said to him.
That was pretty necessary. The schoolmarm got me good."
She laughed softly. "I never thanked you for saving my blouse."
"No thanks necessary," he said, sipping his beer.
"I've seen those cabins," Shelby said. "I like to ride along the river. They look pretty awful." He chuckled.
"I'm not surprised to hear that. With any luck, they're not beyond hope."
"They were built a long time ago when people used quality materials," she said. "I learned these things from my cousin. Some of these old houses are built like brick shit. Well, so do you expect your family to join you here?" she asked him.
He grinned into his beer, and the question, so quick and to the point, surprised him.
He lifted his eyes from his beer and looked at her.
"No," he said. "I have a mother and brothers scattered around."
"No wife?" she asked, one corner of her mouth tilting upward along with the slight lift of one pretty brow.
"No wife,"
he said. "Ah, too bad," she said.
"You don't have to feel sorry for me, Shelby. I happen to like it this way."
"Solitary kind of guy, are ya?"
"No, just an unmarried kind of guy."
He knew this was his cue to ask her if she was attached to someone special. But it was irrelevant. He wasn't going there. And while he knew getting to know her better probably wasn't wise, he put an elbow on the bar, leaned his head on his hand, met her eyes, and said,
"Just visiting, huh?"
She took a drink of her beer, nodding.
"How long are you in town for?"
"That's still kind of up in the air," she said. Jack was back behind the bar, and Shelby put down her glass, still half full, and a couple of dollars on the bar. "I'd better go take care of those horses." "Thanks, Jack." Jack turned toward her.
"Shelby, why don't you just ask for half a beer?" he said.
She shrugged, smiling. She put out her hand to Luke. "Nice seeing you again, Luke. Later."
"Sure,"
he said, taking her hand. As she left, he watched her walk out. He didn't want to do that, but the view was impossible to resist. When he looked back at Jack, Jack grinned, then got busy behind the bar. Before 7 o'clock, Luke had met Preacher, or John to his wife and young stepson. He met Paige, Preacher's wife, and Jack's younger sister, Bree, and her husband, Mike. He saw old Doc Mullins again and passed the time with some of his new neighbors. He feasted on some of the best salmon he'd ever eaten, heard some local lore, and was already feeling like one of the gang. While he was there, others passed through for dinner and drinks, greeting Jack and Preacher like old pals. Another couple entered, and Luke was introduced to Paul Haggerty, the builder, and his wife, Vanessa.
"Jack gave me a call," Paul said. "He tells me we have you as a new neighbor."
"That's optimistic," Luke said.
"I haven't been out to the property yet." "Is that your camper out there?" Paul asked.
"As a precaution," Luke said with a laugh. "If the house isn't habitable, I won't have to sleep in the truck."
"Be sure and let me know if you need me to look at any of it."
"I appreciate that, more than you realize." Luke found himself staying at the bar far later than he had intended. In fact, when Jack's friends were saying goodnight, he was still there, having a cup of coffee with Jack. These seemed like nice people, though he was a little shell-shocked by the women. He could accept the idea that Jack had found himself a young beauty right in Virgin River, but it seemed they were everywhere. Shelby, Paige, Bree, and Vanessa were all damn sweet-looking. He held out great hope of landing himself at least a little diversion in the next town over.
"You're going to want to meet Paul's father-in-law, Walt," Jack said. "He's retired Army."
"Yeah?" Luke asked.
"I think Shelby mentioned that. 3-star. Nice guy."
Luke groaned in spite of himself. He actually dropped his head, and apparently Jack was reading him.
"Yep, Shelby's Uncle Walt," Jack said.
"Shelby, the 18-year-old? Jack chuckled.
"She's a little older than that, but I admit, young. Looker, though, isn't she?"
That was impossible to miss, Luke thought.
"I took one look at her and felt like I was going to get arrested," he said, making Jack laugh. "How much more dangerous could she be, huh? Young, sweet, and living with a 3-star.
Yeah, Jack laughed.
But hell, she's all grown up now. Grew up fine, I'd say."
"Hey, I'm not getting near that," Luke said.
"Whatever you say," Jack said.
Luke stood up, put money on the bar, put out his hand, and said,
"Thanks, Jack. I really didn't expect this kind of welcome. I'm glad I shot through town before going out to the house. Let us know if we can do anything to help. Nice having you with us, soldier. You're gonna like it here."
Chapter 2. It was typical of the Sheridans to have their dinner together at the bar, often with friends and family, and then Jack would load up his little family and send them home, so Mel could put the children to bed while he stayed on, serving until closing. On this particular night, Mel had hurried home to relieve Bree of babysitting. Jack snuck out of the bar a little early and brought their dinner home. It could still amaze him, the satisfaction he felt when he went home to his family. 3 years ago, he was a single man, living in a room built onto his bar, completely disinterested in a domestic tether like this. Now he couldn't imagine any other kind of life. He kept thinking that the strength of his feelings for his wife should settle into a kind of complacency by now. And yet his passion for her, the depth of his love, only grew by the day. She had wound her sweet love around his heart and owned him, body and soul. He didn't know how he'd lived so long without it, didn't know why other men evaded it, and he finally understood his friends who'd lived this life for years. It was nothing fancy. A meal at the kitchen table, some conversation about the building at the bar, the new guy in town, Shelby's return for a nice long visit while she applied to colleges. But for Jack, it was the most important part of his day. That time he had Mel all to himself, the kids tucked in for the night. When the dishes were cleaned up, Mel headed for the shower first. Jack brought in logs and laid a fresh fire in the master bedroom hearth. The nights were already getting brisk. Fall came early in the mountains. When that was done, he went around the house collecting trash to take to the town dumpster in the morning. He pulled off his boots by the back door, and as he passed the laundry room, he tugged off his shirt and socks and left them on the washer. By the time he got back to his bedroom, the shower had stopped running. He hung his belt in the closet and went to the master bath. As he stood in the doorway, he caught Mel in front of the mirror, quickly pulling her towel closed over herself. She had a guilty look on her face as she met his eyes in the mirror. "Melinda, what are you doing?" he asked, unzipping his jeans to take them off and take a shower of his own. "Nothing," she said, averting her eyes. He frowned and stepped toward her. He lifted her chin and looked into her eyes. "Were you covering up? In front of me?" he asked, astonished. "Jack, I'm going to pot," she said, cinching the towel tighter. "What?" he asked, laughter in his voice. "What are you talking about?" She took a deep breath. "My boobs are drooping, my butt fell into my thighs, I have a pot belly. And if that's not bad enough, I'm so covered with stretch marks, I look like a deflated balloon." She put a hand against his rock-hard chest. "You're 8 years older than I am, and you're in perfect shape." He started to laugh. "I thought you were trying to cover a tattoo or something." "Mel, I didn't have 2 children a year apart. Emma's only a few months old. Give yourself a little time, huh?" "I can't help it. I miss my old body." Oh, he said, putting his arms around her. "If you're thinking like that, I'm not doing my job." "But it's true," she said, laying her head against the soft mat of hair on his chest. "Mel, you are more beautiful every day. I love your body." "It's not what it was." But it's better," he said. He tugged at the towel and she hung on. "Come on," he said. She let go and he pulled it away. "Ah," he said, smiling down at her. "This body is amazing to me. Incredible. More lush and irresistible every day." "You can't mean that," she said. "But I do." He leaned down and touched her lips with his, one hand on her breast, the other moving smoothly down her back and over her bottom. "This body has given me so much. I worship this body." He lifted her breast slightly. "Look," he said. "I can't bear it," she complained. "Look, Mel, look in the mirror. Sometimes when I see you like this, uncovered, I can't breathe. Every small change just makes you better, more delicious to me. You can't think I'd have anything but complete admiration for the body that gave me my children. You give me so much pleasure. Sometimes I think I might be losing my mind. Baby, you're perfect." "I'm 20 pounds heavier than when you met me," she said. He laughed at her. "What are you now, a size 4? "You don't know anything. It's much more than a 4. We're headed for double digits." "God above," he said. 20 more pounds for me to gobble up." "What if I just keep getting fatter and fatter?" "Will you still be in there? Because it's you I love. I love your body, Mel, because it's you. You understand that, right? But if I had an accident that blew my legs off, would you stop loving me? Wanting me?" "Of course not. That's not the same thing." "We're not our bodies. We've been lucky with our bodies, but we're more than that." "It was my butt in a pair of jeans that got your attention." "My love for you is a lot deeper than that, and you know it. However," he grinned, "you still knock me out in those jeans. If you've gained 20 pounds, it went to all the right places." "I'm thinking tummy tuck," she said. "What nonsense," he said, leaning down to cover her mouth in a bold and serious kiss. His hands were moving up and down her bare back, and before seconds had passed, she was losing herself in his touch. "The first time we made love, I thought it was the best love I'd ever had. Ever. The best experience of my life. I really didn't think it could get better. But it does. every time, richer and deeper than the time before. "I'm going to stop eating Preacher's fattening food," she said. But she said it a little breathlessly. "I'm going to insist he start making salads." He took her hand in his and put her palm against his belly, sliding it down. "I'm not going to have time for that shower," he said, his voice husky. His lips went to her neck. "Unless you want to get back in with me. Jack, you know how much I wanted you that first night," he whispered against her cheek. "I've wanted you more every night since. Come on," he said, bending and lifting her into his arms. "I'm going to show you how beautiful you are." He carried her to the bed, laid her softly on the sheets, and knelt over her, an arm braced on each side. "Want me to light the fire?" he asked with a chuckle. She ran her hands down over his narrow hips, sliding his jeans lower. "Jack, if you start to find me unattractive, will you tell me, please, while there's still time for me to do something about it?" He covered her mouth, kissing her deeply. "If that ever happens, Melinda, I'll be sure to tell you." He kissed her again. "God, you taste good." "You don't taste bad," she whispered, letting her eyes fall closed. "Any special requests?" he asked her. "Everything you do is special," she whispered. "Fair enough," he said. "We'll just do everything." When Luke pulled up to the house and cabins in the dark of night, he used a big flashlight to illuminate them. The electricity had been shut off last year when old Mr. Chapman passed. All he could really make out was a house black as pitch and a few cabins with peeling shingles and some boarded-up windows. A closer inspection had to wait until morning. But the sound of the rushing river was awesome. What a great locale this was for the time being. He remembered how much he'd liked this place the first time he'd seen it. The sound of the river, the owls, the wind through the pines making that whistling sound, the occasional bark of a goose or quack of a duck. Although it was cold, he pulled out extra blankets and planned to sleep with one of the camper's windows open so he could hear the river and the wildlife. At the first light of morning, he pulled on his jeans and boots and went outside to a morning that was just turning pink, the air crisp and damp. Just down the bank, he could see the river rushing over natural waterfalls where, in fall, the salmon would be jumping upstream to spawn. On the opposite side of the river were 4 deer having a drink. And, unsurprisingly, the house and cabins looked like hell. What a pimple on the face of this beautiful landscape. Exactly what he expected. A lot of work ahead, but great potential. They could sell it right now for the value of the land, or he could improve the structures and get a much better price. And he needed something constructive to do while he plotted his next move. He could scout around for a helicopter flying job. There were news choppers, medical transport, private industry. He took a deep breath. But for right now, this little piece of riverland was perfect. He went first to inspect the house. The porch out front was nice and big, but would have to be reinforced, sanded, and stained or painted. The door was stuck, and he had to force it, splintering some of the rotting wood around the jamb. Of course, the place was filthy. Not only had it not seen a good cleaning in a long while before Mr. Chapman's death, in the years since, a couple of animals had burrowed in and taken roost. He heard the sound of scurrying, saw footprints on the dusty floor, and the countertops suggested a menagerie. The place would be full of mice, raccoons, maybe opossums. Hopefully the bear didn't have a den in here. He'd be sleeping in the camper for a while. It didn't have a good smell either. Everything was left as it was the day Mr. Chapman passed. The bed was even mussed, as though he'd just gotten out of it. Dirty clothes littered the floor. There was rotten and petrified food in the kitchen. All the furniture was still in place. nasty, musty, stained furniture that was on its very last legs. The appliances also seemed to be about 1,000,000 years old, and the refrigerator had never been cleaned out before the electricity was shut off. It was completely destroyed by odors that would have to be blasted out. Right inside the front door was a decent-sized living room with a good-looking stone hearth. To the immediate left was a large empty dining room separated from the kitchen by a breakfast bar that was sagging. The kitchen was big enough for a table and 4 chairs, or, better still, a butcher block island. Straight ahead was a short hall. On one side, a big bathroom with a clawfoot tub. On the other, a utility room. Straight ahead was a bedroom. No walk-in closet here. This was an old-fashioned house. The old man had left large, man-sized bureaus and wardrobes. The bed was a big wooden 4-poster. Luke didn't much like the furniture, but he thought since it was solid, heavy, durable ash, it was probably valuable. He made a U-turn and went back to the living room. There, he found a staircase to the 2nd floor. He went up cautiously, not sure of the reliability of the steps. Plus, it was dark up there. If he remembered, there were 2 good-sized bedrooms and no bath. More scurrying. He ran back down the steps. He could look up there after the exterminator had paid a visit. Standing in the living room, he did a mental inventory. The good news was it didn't appear the place had to be gutted and completely remodeled to make it livable. The bad news was what had to be done was going to be expensive and time-consuming. Everything but the ash bedroom furniture needed to go away. Far away. It wasn't even up to second-hand standards. The floors would have to be sanded, the cupboards torn out and replaced. New countertops would have to be installed, the old wallpapers stripped, windowsills, doors, frames, baseboards sanded and stained. Or maybe just replaced. But first, the amount of trash hauling and pest removal was going to be a giant pain in the butt. At least, this was work he could do. With the help of an exterminator. He'd inspect the roof later. He walked out of the house and pried open the door to the first cabin. More of the same. The furniture was rotting, the floor was covered with debris. The cabins were all one-room efficiencies that hadn't been used in years, so the small stoves and bar-sized refrigerators were outdated and probably didn't work. He was good with wood and paint, but he didn't trust himself with gas and electricity. He was looking at 6 empty cabins, all in need of new hot water heaters, stoves, refrigerators, and furniture. He'd have to get up on the roofs and see how they held up through the years. But from where he stood, it looked as though the shingles were mostly missing or rotting, and the wood on the outside of the cabins, all in need of scraping, sanding, and painting. Every window would have to be replaced. He did a mental calculation. It was nearly September. From January to June, before the summer people came for the camping and hiking, things were slow and wet around this part of the world. If he could get the house and cabins in shape by spring, he could put them on the market or open them up for rent to vacationers. If it turned out he was bored with the mountains by then, he'd lock the whole business up and make tracks to either San Diego, where his brother Aiden was stationed, and there was plenty of beach and swimsuits, or to Phoenix, where his widowed mother lived and would be forever grateful for his presence. He could always chase a flying job if he wanted to. He unhooked the camper from the truck, unloaded his Harley from the truck bed, and parked it up on its stand in front of the house. He grabbed a pair of work gloves, broom and shovel from the bed of the truck, got his toolbox out of the trailer, and began scooping out the house. He could, at least, fill the back of the trunk with trash and, on his way to Eureka to have the utilities turned on, hire an exterminator and rent a big dumpster. He could also dispose of a big load at the dump. By noon, he had a huge pile of trash in front of the porch. He got to work unloading the trash into the back of the pickup. The bright afternoon sun had warmed up the air and he was sweating like a farmhand, so he took off his shirt. He was just hefting a big 3-legged overstuffed chair into the back of the truck when he spotted her. Holding it over his head, he froze. She was sitting in the clearing astride a big American paint. She smiled at him. Pure, innocent honey. Luke couldn't move. The horse was beautiful, at least 15 hands. She was wearing khaki shorts rolled up high on her tan thighs, a pair of what appeared to be laced hiking boots with white socks rolled over the tops, a white short-sleeved t-shirt, and a khaki fishing vest. With that long, pale blonde braid down her back and a Stetson on her head, she could be 15, tiny and built solid. The thought that she looked like a statutory offense came instantly to mind, and he felt every day of his 38 years. The horse danced and pawed at the ground, snorted and reared his head, but this little girl in the saddle didn't even notice. She handled him with ease and finesse. "I just had to see this for myself," she said. "You're doing it. You're at work on this mess. Wow." She laughed. "Looks like you're going to be busy." He tossed the chair in the back of the truck and took a rag out of his pocket to mop his sweating face. "Maybe you can't see the potential here," he said. "I'm going to impress you, in that case." "I'm already impressed," she said. "It looks like a monumental job. Where I grew up, there were a bunch of old cabins just like this out on the beach. I was a teenager. They were almost never in use, and the local kids used to sneak in to smoke pot and other stuff. Then one day, they were gone, razed." "When you were a teenager?" he said, shoving the rag back into his pocket. "Last week?" "Hey," she laughed. "I'm talking 10 years ago." "In which case, you don't age." "Why don't you just ask?" she challenged him. "Okay. How old are you, exactly?" 25. "And you?" 110. She laughed again. When she did, she threw her head back and that braid rippled down her back. "Yeah, I thought you were probably really old. How old?" 38. Pretty well out of your range." "That depends," she said with a shrug. "On?" "On whether I have a range." Oh, God, he thought weakly. She liked him. Not a little teasing, but private flirting, just between the two of them. Luke was a man with few scruples and even less control. It wasn't a good idea for her to do this. She was too alluring for her own good. "You're pretty good with that horse. He's a beautiful paint." "Chico," she told him. "All little boy. Uncle Walt adopted him as a colt. You'd think he'd be better behaved. You know your horses." "I've flown over a lot of horses running wild in the desert. Incredible creatures." "You ride?" she asked. "Haven't been on a horse in years." "You fish?" she asked. "When I get a chance." "You hunt?" "No," she said, shaking her head. "I'd never shoot anything. But I shoot skeet, and I'm good, too. Lately I garden and babysit. And I read a lot." "What are you doing here?" he asked, stepping toward her. "In Virgin River? I came to spend some time with my family for a while before going back to school. Uncle Walt, Vanessa, and Paul, my cousin Tom, he's at basic training, soon to have leave. They're my family." "No," he said, smiling. "Here, checking me out." "Get over yourself. I'm checking out the cabins," she said, returning the smile. "I rode here a few times last summer. I really thought these cabins would disappear someday. Wouldn't it be easier to build new ones?" "It might be easier, but it wouldn't be cheaper. And I was looking for something to do." "Why? You get fired from your job or something?" "I retired from the Army." Her eyebrows shot up. "Like my uncle." "No, not like your uncle.
Like a warrant officer, helicopter pilot. Jack said your uncle is a retired 3-star. A whole different thing, kid.
She grinned at him, but her cheeks took on a little flush. Just remember, he's retired. He really isn't in charge anymore. He took note of the pinkened cheeks. She wanted to do this, obviously. This flirting. But it wasn't natural for her. He could see that. He could make it easier for her. He knew how to calm a woman down, put her at ease. In fact, he enjoyed it. He was having an attack of pure lust, and he told himself to nip it in the bud. She said 25, but he thought there was a good chance in any bar other than Jack's, she'd be carded. He grabbed his shirt off the porch railing to shrug into it. You don't have to do that, she said. Not for me. I'm not staying. Just dropping by to see your project, that's all. I was in the neighborhood. He chuckled and pulled on the shirt, but he left it unbuttoned. Yeah, we're neighbors, he said, smiling up at her. I should be getting back to work. Unless there's something you need? Nah, she said. I'm sure I'll be seeing you at Jack's. Only place in town to get a beer, so I'm sure you will. Well then, good luck here, she said, lifting the reins. Chico reared, ready to be set free. Later, she yelled, leading her gelding away and out of the clearing to the river's edge. Luke watched the sight of her departure. Once she was through the trees, she kicked her horse into a run. She got low in the saddle and made that braid ride out behind her. She went so hard and fast. I'm in for it now, Luke thought. He watched her tiny young butt move with the horse, confident in the saddle. Sweet heaven, what am I thinking? He asked himself. What am I feeling? She couldn't possibly know what a trim little beauty on a big horse did to him. This was almost the hugest mistake he'd ever considered, but he couldn't escape the fact that he'd like to get his hands all over her. He began to pray that he'd have both intelligence and restraint where this one was concerned. But it would be a first. Shelby rode back to her Uncle Walt's, and all the way she was thinking how Luke might think she'd been flirting, but he was absolutely not her type. Shelby was totally focused on her plans. While waiting for acceptance to a school, she'd travel some, alone. She remembered the exhilaration of flying off to the East Coast or Europe to spend a couple of months with her cousins during summer. But she'd never seen the Caribbean islands, Mexico, Italy, France, or Japan. She'd like to take a cruise, then a vacation, maybe in Italy, the south of France, or Cabo San Lucas. After she'd had a nice little break to recharge, she would get herself set up at school, find a part-time job, and take a few classes before her degree program officially began in the fall. Just to get herself back into the study groove. But maybe she'd have herself a little adventure in there somewhere. Maybe on her cruise or one of her trips. Not with this kind of man, of course. He was too mature, for one thing. One look convinced her. He knew everything about men and women, while she knew very little. He looked a little dangerous and very, very physical. Scary. He had that warrior appearance, complete with tattoos. The sight of him bare-chested had rattled her, but the big horse beneath her had given her plenty of confidence. His shoulders were so large, strong, and muscular, and he had a barbed wire armband tattooed on his rippling left biceps. His belly was flat and hard with a trail of chest hair that disappeared into his jeans. The stubble along his jaw made his grin a little taunting and definitely naughty. It had made her shiver. And he had an aura of carelessness. He would take a bite of her, then pitch her out, forgetting her before morning. But while Shelby had looked him over, everything inside her had grown warm. Something about him, a forbidden quality, was absolutely delicious. Even the damn dirt looked good on him. Despite her common sense, She wondered, wouldn't that be interesting? And her very next thought was, no, 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 not him. My adventure will come in a polo shirt, cheeks as smooth as a baby's butt, styled hair, no tattoos, and hopefully an advanced degree. Not some scary Black Hawk pilot who has a PhD in one-night stands. Mel stormed right into the bar's kitchen. Preacher had his hands in the sink, his back to her. "Hey, Preach," she said, but he didn't turn around. "Preach," she asked again. Nothing. "John!" she yelled. He jumped in surprise, turned toward her, and pulled earplugs out of his ears.
"Whoa, Mel," he said. "You snuck up on me."
"Well, not exactly," she said. "I yelled."
"Yeah, well, after a while, all that noise makes my head pound. I'd just go fishing, but I have things to do here."
"Listen," she said, sitting on the stool at his work island. "We have to talk, you and me."
"Sure."
She took a breath. "I've gained 20 pounds since I came here. Almost 10 pounds a year. By the time I'm 40, I'll weigh 200 pounds. He frowned. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. Finally, he smiled a small smile and said,
"Well, good for you."
"This is not good." He almost jumped at the angry tone in her voice. Then he frowned. "Listen," she said. "You have to start doing some cooking that isn't so fattening. Understand?"
"No one's ever complained about the cooking before, Mel. It tastes good."
I know. But you're cooking for men with real physical lives. Except you. You stand in the kitchen all day, and I know you sample everything. I don't know how you keep from getting fat."
"I clean a lot," he said. "I lift weights, but not as much with 2 kids."
"Yeah, well, you have a lot of muscle, and that eats up calories. Women don't have that kind of muscle, John. You have to stop using so much cream and butter, that sort of thing. It's unhealthy anyway. Not good for weight, cholesterol, and blood pressure. Not good for the heart. Make some salads. More vegetables not swimming in butter. I can't be the only person in this town who's getting fat on your food."
"Salads?" he said. "I don't usually make a lot of salads."
"I know this," she said wearily. "But we need to make a couple of changes. Just minor changes. Buy some low-fat whole wheat bread for sandwiches. Don't do pastas, breads, and potatoes at every meal. Make salads. Stock fresh fruit."
"There's plenty of fruit around here," he said.
"Yeah, and it's all in the pies."
"You have pie almost every day," he pointed out. "You love my pies. You more than anyone, I think."
She scowled, then grimaced. "I'm going to stop doing that. Listen, can you make some lighter meals available, please? Or else I'm not going to be able to eat here all the time. I'll have to pack a lunch, make my own dinner at home. This madness has to stop. I can't keep gaining weight like this. I'm not going to be fat." Preacher tilted his head.
"Jack complaining about the way you look?"
he asked, cautiously. "Of course not," she said in frustration. "He thinks I'm perfect."
"Well, there you go."
"John, I don't think you're paying attention here. I have to go on a diet. You want me to write down what I need?"
"No," he said unhappily. "I think I've got it."
"Thanks. That's all I wanted. I need a little help here, that's all."
"We want you happy,"
he said, caution in every word. "It would make me happy." She slipped off the stool. "Thanks. That's all I wanted to talk to you about." After she left, Preacher stood in his kitchen for a long time, thinking. Then he went out back where the men were at work. He spotted Jack standing in what used to be his bedroom, talking with Paul. They both wore hard hats while Preacher's head was bare. He waited. Finally, Paul and Jack turned to look at him, and Paul sighed and shook his head dismally. He took 2 giant steps away, grabbing a hard hat and handing it to Preacher. "I'm not going to tell you again," Paul said. "You don't come out here without protection on your head." "Yeah, right," Preacher said, putting it on. Too small, it sat high on his head. "You have the biggest head out here," Paul said. "We're framing the 2nd story. You're an accident waiting to happen." "Yeah, I get it. Listen," Preacher said, turning his attention to Jack. "Mel was just here. She's complaining about the food." "Huh?" Jack answered. "Mel?" "Yeah, she says my food is making her fat." Jack chuckled. "Oh, that. Yeah, she's making noises about that. Don't worry about it." "She didn't make it sound like I shouldn't worry about it. She was pretty much loaded for bear. She had 2 babies in 14 months, plus a hysterectomy. And, she doesn't like to be reminded about this, she's getting older in spite of herself. Women get a little thicker, you know?" "How do you know that?" "4 sisters," Jack said. "It's all women ever worry about, the size of their butts and boobs, and thighs. Thighs come up a lot." "She yelled at me," he said, still kind of startled. Paul laughed, and Jack just shook his head. "Did you tell her that?" Preacher asked. "About women getting thicker with age?" "Do I look like I have a death wish? Besides, I don't think she's getting fat. But my opinion about that doesn't count for much." "She wants salads and fresh fruit." "How hard is that?" Jack asked. "Not hard," Preacher said with a shrug. "But I don't stuff that pie down her neck every day." A sputter of laughter escaped Paul, and Jack said, "You're gonna want to watch that, Preach." "She wants me to use less butter and cream, take a few calories out of my food. Jack, it isn't gonna taste as good that way. You can't make sauces and gravies without cream, butter, fat, flour. People love that stuff. Salmon and dill sauce, fettuccine alfredo, stuffed trout, brisket and garlic mash, stews with thick gravy. People come a long way for my food." "Yeah, I know, Preach. You don't have to change everything, but make Mel a little something, huh? A salad, a broiled chicken breast, fish without the cream sauce, that kind of thing. You know what to do, right?" "Of course. You don't think she wants everyone in this town on a diet? Because she says it's not healthy, the way I cook." "Nah, this is a phase, I think. But if you don't want to hear any more about it, just give her lettuce." He grinned. "And an apple instead of the pie." Preacher shook his head. "See, I think no matter what she says, that's going to make her pissy." "She said it's what she wants, right?" "Right. May the force be with ya," Jack said with a grin. Chapter 3. The first couple of weeks in Virgin River, Shelby had to make some adjustments she hadn't expected. At the Booth household, she was part of a family. An active, busy, very present family in which she was the 5th member. It was a new experience. When Tom came home from boot camp shortly after her arrival, for 10 days of leave before going to West Point, the family grew again. Vanny and Paul brought the baby into their room, and Shelby took the combination guest room nursery so Tom could have his room back. And if Tom wasn't missing from the household, his girlfriend Brenda was present with him. They were inseparable. The Booth house was spacious, but Shelby felt they were packed in like sardines. She was used to having a lot of space in her tiny Bodega Bay house with just her mother. Periods of solitude, quiet. There was no solitude now unless she went for a ride. And invariably, someone wanted to go with her. There was a new development that took Shelby by complete surprise. She never even smelled it in the wind. Vanny whispered it to Shelby one night when Tommy was with Brenda and Walt was heading out the door. He said he was going for a beer, but Vanny said, "Beer my eye. I'll bet he's going over to see Muriel, and that beer takes a long time to drink. We won't see him for dinner." Then she winked. Daddy's got a woman." "No way," Shelby said. "Believe me." Vanny grinned. "I suspected they were getting to be more than just neighbors. But then you arrived and Tom came home on leave, and he's been sticking around a lot. Do you know her?" Vanny smiled. "Ever see that movie, Never Too Late?" "Yeah," Shelby said, perplexed. "I loved that movie." "Muriel St. Clair. She played the new divorcee." Shelby gasped. "She's here?" "She bought the ranch downriver a little over a mile. She retired to Virgin River, is done making movies, and is restoring the house herself." "I've only seen Muriel and Dad in the same room 3 times. They're playing it real cool. But let me tell you, their eyes twinkle when they're together. I've asked Dad if we can have her to dinner soon, and he says he doesn't mind an evening away from the house now and then. He also says there's plenty of time for that. I think he's trying to keep her to himself. I'd bet my life something hot's going on there, but neither of them will fess up. The second I ask questions, he clams right up." "Uncle Walt has a woman?" Shelby asked in shock. "A famous actress?" "Well, it took him long enough. I don't think it even crossed his mind after my mother died 5 years ago. It's high time. Everyone needs someone. Age certainly has nothing to do with it. But I wish they'd loosen up. I'd like to hear about all the famous people she knows." Now they all had a special someone. Her young cousin, even her Uncle Walt. As a teenager, Shelby had been in most ways a typical girl, if a little on the shy side. She got good grades, had girlfriends, was active in school activities. She'd had a nice little part-time job at the library after school and had even gone through a few boyfriends. She went to games, slumber parties, dances. Her friends tended to run in a pack more often than as dating couples. Some had high school boyfriends who were serious, but most of them, including Shelby, were damn happy if they had dates to the homecoming dance or the prom. She might have been a little more cautious than the average teenage girl. Her mom had been very honest about her accidental pregnancy at the age of 18. Her short marriage that had become a non-event as she was divorced when Shelby was just a baby. No way Shelby was letting something like that happen to her. She knew she'd be a late bloomer. She hadn't thought it would be quite this late. Shelby was only 19 when the life typical of a girl her age halted, and a whole new set of responsibilities took over. Uncle Walt had been more than willing to cover the cost of nursing home care for his sister, but Shelby had said, "This isn't going to be an issue for long. In fact, much sooner than I like to think about. She'll be gone. She gave me her whole adult life, always putting me first. If I don't give her a few years of mine, the rest of my life won't matter a damn." Then it was over, and time to think about what was ahead for her. Before Vanny had even uttered those words about Uncle Walt, Shelby had been thinking, I want to join the ranks of women my age. Women who are my friends, both old and new, and have what they have. The relationship building, romantic and physical love, idealism and passion, and even the struggles. She wanted all of it. She was due. She wanted to be whole. She wanted a man. Walt gave a couple of taps on Muriel's guest house door, then pushed it open. Muriel had fixed up the old bunkhouse to live in while she worked in the larger house. Unlike most of the times he called on her, finding her in her work clothes and waiting for him to arrive before cleaning up, she was not only showered and changed, but had set a small table with plates and utensils and a candle in the middle. He smiled and handed her a sack of takeout from Jack's bar, then bent to scratch behind the ears of 2 excited labs, Luce and Buff. "Looks like a celebration," he said, indicating the table. "It is. I finished the floors upstairs. 1 coat of paint in the bedroom and hall, and I could live there if I wanted to. And yesterday, I bought a pie safe for the dining room. I found it up near Arcata at this little antique shop. It's big. I can't get it out of the truck bed, so I parked it in the barn. Maybe you'll help me tomorrow?"
"Sure."
She looked in the sack. "What is it?"
"Brisket, steamed red potatoes, green and wax beans."
She inhaled. "Pie?"
"Of course, pie."
"Where did you tell your daughter and your niece you were going?" she asked, tilting her head and smiling at him.
"I told them I was going out for a beer,"
he answered, and grinned. "Walt," she admonished, "don't you think you're having a little too much fun with this? I bet you're not fooling anyone. Besides, I'm not sure how I feel about being hidden like this." He got a startled expression on his face.
"Muriel, I'm not hiding you. Not at all. And I did have a beer while I waited for the food."
"Then why haven't you invited me to dinner with the family?"
"You want to come over for dinner?"
"Walt, I'm not going to let you get away with this. Remember, I know what I'm doing. I know about men. You're not moving forward. You're not backing off. I'm more than happy to be your good friend as long as nothing's wrong." He looked down briefly.
"All right,"
he said uneasily.
"You caught me. I'm enjoying the hell out of this, Muriel. The riding, the dinners here with you, even when I'm helping you paint or sand or move furniture. But I'm waiting for you to say something very Hollywood to me, like, I find romantic relationships pedestrian and beneath me. And I'm dreading it."
She laughed at him. "What's this? Isn't this a relationship? And I'm enjoying it too. Besides, that's not what they say in Hollywood."
"What do they say?"
"Well, it's almost always in newsprint, right near the grocery checkout stand, and it usually sounds something like, 'St. Clair caught in sordid affair,' or 'St. Clair's husband seen with swimsuit model,' or 'hooker.'" She shrugged. "Or something equally gauche." But he had such a soft expression on his hard, handsome face, it startled her eyes open wide. She put the takeout sack on the table and her hands on her hips. "Oh, Jesus. You think I'm letting you come over and pester me all the time because you're the only available man in my age group." He lifted one black, bushy brow.
"But am I?"
"That's so irrelevant. Chasing a good-looking 30-year-old was never beneath me." She made him laugh. That was the linchpin. She always made him laugh.
"That doesn't surprise me. Not that there are many of those either."
"Walt, for God's sake. I have my own transportation if Virgin River isn't amusing enough for me." She stalked over to him, put her arms on his shoulders, got up on her toes, and laid a lip lock on him that shocked his eyebrows up high and his eyes round. But she kept at him until he finally put his big arms around her slim body, pulled her hard against him, let his lips opened hers, and experienced, for the first time since they met almost 3 months ago, a wholly passionate, wet, deep kiss. It was fantastic, delicious, and long. When he finally relaxed his arms a bit, she pulled back and gave him a whack in the chest. "Now stop being a fool or you're going to mess this up. I'll come to dinner Friday night. You cook, I'll bring wine."
"Okay, fine,"
he said a little breathlessly.
"Dinner. With the family."
"Not because I'm getting ready to propose, but because I'd like to know your family. And more to the point, they'd like to know me, to be sure you're in no danger." She went to the sack and began removing cartons, placing them on the table.
"Do you suppose we'll be doing that again?" he asked. "That kind of kissing?"
"Beats the hell out of those little pecks and pats, don't you think?" she asked.
"I have to agree with that," Yes, he answered.
Leave it to some aging starlet to bring a tough old general to his knees. In fact, he thought he felt his knees wobbling and a slight vibration under his skin. Given a little more time, he was going to feel something else. Something he didn't feel all that often, but often enough to know it still worked. Maybe after brisket. I'm a little annoyed with you at the moment.
Shame,
he said.
I'm completely happy with you.
I shouldn't have to make the first move, she complained. Jesus, men. They're either too ambitious or not ambitious enough. Her phone rang, and she said, "Excuse me 1 second." He listened to her side of the conversation. Well, much as I appreciate you keeping me in mind, it would take something monumental to pull me back into films. A year from now? We'll see what you have a year from now, Mason. But really, I'm not going back to Los Angeles for some shitty little supporting role in a B movie. I'm having too much fun. And I have horses and dogs. They don't transport all that easily. No, it's not about the horses and dogs. It's about being retired from acting and not convinced you have a worthwhile project where I'm concerned. Fine. Send the script and I'll look at it. But I highly doubt it's going to change my mind. So be prepared for that. Yes, Mason, you too. She hung up. Walt had an unpleasant look on his face.
You mind if I ask?
Mason, my agent.
And ex-husband? 15 years older than you? Isn't he getting close to retirement himself? At 71?
You'd never know it. The man's going to be dancing on my grave.
Trying to get you to come back?
Walt asked. Trying to get me to work. And I'm not inclined to do that. She looked at Walt and, for just a second, frowned at his frown. Then she laughed. Oh, Walt, are you worried? Relax. He calls almost every day. He sends scripts sometimes, nothing but junk. But Mason has always been one to throw everything he has at the wall to see what sticks. She walked up against him and rubbed her hands over his chest. Really, he'd have to come at me with something as good as Cat on a Hot Tin Roof or Gone with the Wind to even get my attention. She smiled at him. Now, can we please have some of Preacher's brisket? You've been a little high maintenance tonight. Not like you. And I'm starving. He ran his big, rough hands through her soft blonde hair.
You're starving? When we met, you didn't eat anything but celery and hummus.
Yeah, I know. And hanging out with you is starting to show on my rump.
Looks damn fine to me, Muriel. Light the candle and load up your plate.
And he smiled. A few days later, Vanessa and Shelby were in a fever of excitement as they tidied the house for their famous dinner guest. They would have her captive to ask all the movie star questions they were kicking around, trying them out on each other. They wanted the scoop, but didn't want to be a tabloid-like invasive. Of course, they wanted to know things like, who was the sexiest man you ever slept with? You can't ask that, Shelby said with a gasp. Of course not, Vanessa agreed. Try to think if there's a way to ask her which big Hollywood hunk turned out to be the biggest dud. Giggles erupted from both of them. Walt listened to a lot of this from the kitchen. He had insisted he was cooking. It was what he had promised Muriel. And he found himself wondering about the answer to those questions himself. Vanessa and Shelby shouldn't ask, but given time, he might. Tom, who had only a couple more days of leave before West Point, brought Brenda. They arrived just minutes before Muriel, and once Brenda got with Vanny and Shelby, the level of excitement rose again. When Muriel stepped into his house, she handed over 2 bottles of wine. Then she turned to find herself being stared down by 3 very expectant, excited, flushed female faces. She laughed. Well now, before you get started, I don't kiss and tell. 3 pair of cheeks flamed, but they also melted into laughter. Things went easy after that. They sat together at the big dining room table and had wine and hors d'oeuvres and Hollywood questions. Vanny, Brenda, and Shelby could give as good as they got. They shared all the Virgin River gossip from as far back as they could remember or had heard. The thing was, if these young women had been true stargazers, they would know that Muriel only told stories that had already been reported and were common knowledge. She was crafty. She'd been down this road before. Her lifestyle was fantasy for the civilians, but she was being completely honest. She didn't kiss and tell. She knew things the Inquirer would pay good money for. It was in the vault of her memory. As far as she could tell, all the Virgin River stories, from hot romances to fights, deaths, despair, and victories, were real. And one of the most talked about romances in town at the moment is between a certain very popular accomplished high school senior and a West Point cadet, Vanny said, lifting an eyebrow.
No, Brenda said in shock. People talk about us?
Everyone laughed that she could be so naive.
Do they say anything bad?
She wanted to know, and they laughed harder. Finally, it was Muriel who said, "Of course not, Brenda. You're the darling couple. Everyone roots for you to make it through West Point and college, staying together. You seem perfect for each other."
Really?
She asked, lifting her head, straightening her neck proudly. It was quite something at 17 to be complimented by someone like Muriel St. Clair. Although they were at it till quite late, through coffee and cheesecake, eventually the evening had to come to a close. Walt and Muriel insisted on doing the dishes together. "It's what Muriel promised, since she'd donate a kidney before she'd actually consider cooking," Walt said. And once they were alone in the kitchen, he came up behind her at the sink and kissed her neck. "You handled the whole interrogation beautifully. Classic recon, evasion, resistance, escape. We could have used you in the army." She turned in his arms. "What I did for a living was much more dangerous. But I agree with you. I am good." "Then let's get this kitchen cleaned up so I can follow you home, spend a little time away from the kids." "I can get into that idea," she said, grinning. At the other end of the house, Tom led Brenda out the front door, pulled her into his arms, making her giggle. He covered her lips in a passionate kiss, and against them asked, "How does it feel to be the pretty half of the darling couple?" "I can't think about it," she said. "It reminds me, we only have 2 more days together before you go." "Then we better get alone. How about that?"
Please, the sooner the better."
And in the family room, in front of the fireplace, Paul sat in a large leather chair with Vanessa on his lap. She ran her fingers around his ear and put little kisses on his temple. They could hear the General and Muriel laughing in the kitchen, the sound of Tom's little truck firing up in the driveway as he took his girlfriend away. "How's the countdown on the house?" she whispered. "I'm working as fast as I can. I can't wait until we have our own place." He kissed her lightly on the lips. "As soon as I get a little caught up on the building, let's sneak up to Grant's Pass and not tell anyone we're there." She giggled. "Paul, all we have to do is park the baby with your mother. No one will bother us if she has her hands full of little Matt. We can do whatever we want." He growled and nuzzled her neck. "Is there any question in your mind about what I want?" She sighed, snuggling closer. Outside the great room on the deck, hearing the laughter in the kitchen, the engine of the little truck, the smooching in front of the fire, Shelby looked up at the cool early fall sky. She tried to imagine her mother's face amidst the stars, the way she looked before she got sick. So energetic, so pretty and full of good humor and sass. As she so often did, she transported her thoughts to her mom. I wish you could have been at the table with us tonight. It was so fun. Everyone was laughing, poking fun, telling jokes, gossiping. They were all so loud. And seeing Walt with a woman, it's so different than the way he was with Aunt Peg. More playful. He's happy, Mom, having fun like I never thought he could. And Muriel, for a famous person, she's so silly, so funny. And you should have seen Vanny and Paul together. There were times I worried so much about Vanny after losing first her mom and then her young husband. I was afraid she'd never be truly happy again. Paul is such a blessing to her, to the whole family. And I know that Tom and Brenda think only about how difficult it's going to be for them to be apart, but just the way they look at each other, it reminds me a little of all those chick flicks we watched together. Man, oh man, there's so much love in the air around here. Really, I didn't think this little town could hold so much life, so much romance. I'm so lucky to have this place, to be here with my family. Sometimes, even with all these people around, I still miss you so much. Sometimes, I'm still so lonely. Do you think my turn will ever come? I wonder that all the time. Mel Sheridan had worked with Doc Mullins for over 2 years, and in that time had married Jack and produced 2 children. The job hadn't been easy, Doc being a cantankerous sort, but they had developed a close working relationship and a very special friendship. They didn't agree on all that much, but they understood each other quite well. She was all about following the legal status to the letter, while he was more concerned with being sure his people, his town, got by as well as they could, regardless of little things like laws. Getting down to it, Doc Mullins would risk anything to see his job was done, and done well. Mel came to realize he'd probably delivered most of the town, at least everyone under 40. He'd been so much more than just a doctor here. He was the backbone of this town, their confessor, friend, and healer. He didn't have any other family. Virgin River was his family. And Mel and Doc, while neither of them was the least sentimental, had come to love each other. There was a grudging mutual respect. He maintained he didn't need some uppity nurse to get the job done, while she chided that he was so stubborn and difficult he could make those asshole surgical residents she'd worked with in Los Angeles look like a bunch of candy asses. It was true love. He didn't see her as a daughter, nor did she see him as a father figure. But he did regard her children as one might grandchildren. He never said as much, but the twinkle in his eyes when he picked one of them up was enough. And it filled her heart with pride and affection. Mel was at the clinic first thing in the morning, leaning up against the kitchen sink, sipping a cup of coffee, when he limped into the room. "Morning," he growled. "Morning, sunshine," she said with a grin. "How's the arthritis today?"
"Worst day of my goddamn life."
He reached into the cupboard over the sink and grabbed a bottle of anti-inflammatory capsules, shaking a couple out. "Worse than yesterday? Which was the worst day of your goddamn life?" she asked. He turned to look at her and lifted one white bushy brow.
"Yes,"
he said, swallowing the pills without water. Sorry then," she said. "Must be awful." "Say, listen. I've worked out a couple of things with Shelby. She's going to do some babysitting. She's a godsend, really. Bree's getting pretty pregnant, and though she loves keeping the kids for me on Wednesdays, I think it's a good idea to spell her, let her contemplate her uterus and her own bundle of joy. Plus, Shelby loves hanging around here, so we'll let her help out here, watching kids, assisting in exams, learning the workings of a country clinic. She'd get to see a side of medicine that's not limited to caring for someone who's terminal. She's so anxious to pitch in. How's that sound to you?"
"Babysitting will help you,"
he said.
"I don't know if we'll ever have enough work here to ask her to pitch in."
I know, but she has time on her hands, and nursing is different than caregiving. I realize it's not the experience she'll get when she's finally in school, but it's something. You can always loosen up and tell her stories of country doctoring. She'd love that. And when I have patients, I'll have her with me. Plus, I enjoy her company. She's sweet and sharp. I think of her as kind of a protégé. I've never had one of those before. I've always been one. She grinned at him.
Melinda, we're going to bore her to death, he said.
You can always teach her to play gin. Maybe you can find a girl you can actually beat.
When I think about one more woman around here, it gives me heartburn, he said.
You shouldn't be having so much heartburn, especially with your gallbladder gone. Maybe it's acid reflux. Are you having pain?
Ugh, he said. I'm 72 with arthritis. What do you think?
She shrugged. I think we should check it out.
Bah, he scoffed. I'm fine. I'm old, that's all. I've been ridden hard and put up wet.
She laughed at him. He hadn't changed much in her 2 years there. He was using his cane a great deal more these days. The arthritis was wearing him down. He was an old 72. His life had not been an easy one. He'd worked his way through college and medical school with no help from family, and spent the next 45 years caring for the needs of a town single-handedly, with only the most rudimentary equipment, and with no liability insurance. When she had lifted her eyebrows at that, shocked, he merely shrugged and said,
We don't sue each other here. At least, not over medical aid.
Doc had never married, had no children, and had told Mel there was no extended family. Mel had a great deal of affection for him, even if he did ruffle her feathers from time to time. He had, indeed, been ridden hard. If it's acid reflux, they have some really good stuff for that now, she said.
I know this, Melinda. I'm a doctor.
And not just any doctor, she said with a smile. The biggest pain-in-the-ass doctor in 3 counties. Suit yourself. And then she thought of something. You know, you could ask Preacher to come up with some meals that don't stir up that heartburn so much.
Why would I do that? He's a dream in the kitchen.
Well, I've asked him for some low-fat meals. He was very agreeable. For Preacher. I've put on some weight since I got here. He lifted his glasses to his forehead and peered at her lower half. He said. You did not just do that.
Did I say a word?
He asked, letting his glasses drop into place. She humphed and crossed her arms over her chest, glaring at him.
Quit complaining about your weight, he said, rubbing a hand over his big belly. At least you have the advantage of giving birth to most of yours.
She lifted a mean little eyebrow. You could give up that whiskey you have at the end of every day. That might help with the heartburn.
Melinda, he said gravely, I'd rather have needles in my eyes.
Chapter 4. It didn't take Luke long to make enough adjustment so he could sleep in a real bed, in a real house, make use of a real shower. First, the exterminator plugged holes and placed traps. Luke did some serious clearing of trash and cleaning. Then there was a new mattress and box spring set and a working refrigerator, both of which he could transport in his truck and move with a dolly. A couple of weeks made all the difference. But every day was long and dirty. His muscles ached. There was an endless amount of work to be done. It wasn't yet 5 when he was showered and headed for a beer and some of that excellent food at Jack's. He'd only been there a minute, waiting for someone to come from the back to serve him, when Mel struggled into the bar, baby against her chest, toddler in hand, diaper bag slung over her shoulder. Right inside the door, the toddler took a tumble down onto his knees and sent up a wail. "Oh, Pumpkin," she said. She spied Luke and said, "Oh, Luke, here." She thrust the baby into his hands so she could stoop to lift up the boy. "Oh, you're okay," she said, brushing off his knees. "Don't cry now. You didn't even break the floor. It's okay." She was just about to stand when she heard her husband's voice. "Mel," he said. She looked up from the floor. Jack was behind the bar. He inclined his head toward Luke with a smile on his face. Luke was holding the baby out in front of him at arm's length, a startled expression on his face while Emma kicked her little legs and squirmed. Mel burst out laughing, then covered her mouth. She rose and went to him, taking the baby. "I'm sorry, Luke," she said. "It's been such a long time since I've been around a man who didn't know exactly what to do with a baby."
"Sorry," he said. I don't have much experience with this."
"It's okay, my mistake." She couldn't help but laugh again. "The first day I met Jack, there was a newborn at the clinic, and he scooped her up like an old pro."
"Because I was an old pro, Mel," Jack said, coming around to the front of the bar. 4 sisters, 8 nieces, and 1 on the way, he told Luke. "Prolific family," Luke observed. "I don't know much about babies."
"If you're looking to learn babies, this is the place," Mel said. "I don't think there are any virgins left in Virgin River. The birth rate around here is on the rise."
"Me and babies, incompatible, and I like it that way." Jack crouched in front of the bar. "Come on, cowboy," he said, holding out his big hands to David. "Come to Dad."
"Dad!" David cried, waving his chubby arms and toddling at high speed toward Jack. Jack hoisted the boy up onto his hip and went back around the bar.
"What's your pleasure?" he asked Luke. "Cold draft?"
"Gotcha," he said, expertly drawing a beer one-handed. He put it on the bar.
"How's the house look?"
Luke picked up the beer, much happier holding that than a baby.
"Like a train wreck. A complete disaster. I should probably have just put a match to it."
He took a long pull.
"But I have the trash out of the house, and I've cleaned it up enough to sleep and shower in there. I've started clearing out the cabins. I'm going to have to ask Paul for some advice." "You may have already gathered Paul is a great guy to work with if you want to do a lot of it yourself. He can step in and get the things done that are outside your expertise. Wish I'd had him around when I was working on the bar."
With precision timing, Paul came in for a beer, still dusty in his work clothes. Right behind him, old Doc Mullins limped in and joined the men at the bar, raising one finger to Jack to set him up a whiskey, and Jack immediately knew exactly what he wanted. A few neighbors arrived, taking tables. The bar had settled into a nice little family watering hole, with everyone knowing their places, relaxing into an end-of-day libation before dinner. Paul inquired about the house and cabins, and Luke said,
"I'm going to ask you to take a look, but first I have to finish clearing the trash out of the cabins. I got a dumpster from Eureka and hired an exterminator. If you saw them now, you'd run for your life." "I don't scare easy," Paul said. "But you go for it. I'm ready when you are."
Luke tried not to watch the door. He had told himself for 2 weeks he wasn't coming here to see her. He came to Jack's because the people and the atmosphere were just what he was looking for in a small, friendly country bar. The men were good-natured and helpful, the women impossibly beautiful. The fact that he kept imagining her in his mind atop that big horse, the braids standing out as she rode, well, that was just that guy thing. He couldn't help it. Jack leaned on the bar and said in a low voice, "Some of my boys are coming in a few weeks to catch a piece of hunting season." "Jack," Mel said from across the room, "not again." He ignored her while Paul chuckled. "She thinks we torture the deer," Jack explained, his voice normal again. "She loves to see the boys, but hates that we hunt. Why don't you buy yourself a deer tag and license? Join us." "Sounds like a plan," Luke said. "Luke, I had high hopes for you, Mel shot across the room.
Run by the bank and make a withdrawal, Paul advised. There will be poker.
Luke grinned.
Deal me in.
An old woman with muddy rubber boots, wiry white hair, and big black-framed glasses came into the bar and jumped onto a stool beside Doc. Jack said,
Luke, meet Hope McCrae, town busybody.
Mrs. McCrae? He said politely.
Another jarhead? She asked Jack. No, Hope. We're letting some army in here, as long as there aren't too many of them. You do anything special? She asked him, point blank.
Special? Luke returned, tilting his head.
I'm looking for a teacher and a preacher for the town, she answered. Bad hours, low pay.
She lifted her finger to Jack, who set up her drink.
Dream jobs.
He laughed at her.
I sure can't fill either of those slots.
Then she came in. The girl. Luke gulped. He felt a shimmer all the way to his knees. She wore her hair unbound, and he saw that it was full and springy, something a man could get his hands all tangled up in. He had a mental image of his large hands on her slim hips. She had a fresh face. Except for something shiny on her lips, she appeared to wear no makeup, but she didn't need any. When she saw him, she lowered her lashes briefly, but smiled. Demure. Vulnerable and in need of a strong man. Oh, crap. Then, stepping into the bar right behind Shelby was a tall, broad-shouldered, silver-haired man of about 60. Not exactly daddy, but close enough. It hit Luke in the pit of his stomach. He came instantly to his feet, force of habit. He knew a general when he saw one, in or out of uniform. With one hand on Shelby's shoulder, Walt extended the other toward Luke.
This must be the new guy. Walt Booth. How you doing, son?
Sir, Luke said, taking the hand.
Luke Reardon. Pleasure to meet you.
At ease, he said with a quick smile.
Welcome. Jack, how about a beer?
Yes, sir, he said, fixing one right up. Shelby gently tugged Paul out of the way so she could have the stool next to Luke, causing Paul to lift his eyebrows curiously. But Luke wasn't sitting. At least, not until the general did. He hadn't been out of the army quite long enough to relax about things like rank. He did glance at her, however, and she smiled at him, her eyes glittering slightly, maybe enjoying his obvious tension around her uncle. What he noticed was how rich and sultry her hazel eyes were, and he thought, oh God, I have to get beyond this. There were 50 things about the stirring he felt every time he saw her that were all wrong. He didn't get into things like protective, high-ranking uncles and innocent young women who were clearly looking for true love. Luke didn't fall in love. He'd been in love once, when he was much, much younger, and it had left a hole in his heart big enough to drive a tank through. The experience left him a man who couldn't form attachments. He was a dabbler. A player, not the kind of man who settled down. He never stayed in one place, nor with one woman, for long. This young Shelby was so transparent, she left little doubt as to what she wanted, needed. She'd like to wrap her emotions around a man and tether him right up against her heart, breaking him in half. Then, in making his getaway, he'd hurt her bad. Annihilate her. Leave her young, tender heart in shreds and spoil everything for the guy who might come along later to do right by her. The general finally sat and made Army small talk. They went over their various commands and combat tours, and all the while he spoke with the general, he could smell Shelby's sweet fragrance. It was swirling around his head, confusing him, addling his mind. When Walt finally turned his attention to Doc and Hope, Luke felt Shelby's breath soft on his cheek as she leaned toward him and asked, "Have you made much progress on the house and cabins?" He wanted to be hardened toward her, oblivious to her. Even cruel and indifferent would work. But when he turned to look at her, his eyes warmed because she melted him into soup. "As much as possible. I have a place to live that's not on wheels. It's going to be a bigger job than I thought. What have you been doing?"
"I've been helping Mel with the kids while she works, sometimes helping her with patients. I ride, babysit Vanny and Paul's little one, keep an eye on Uncle Walt. Hardly anything, really. I should come over and help you haul trash."
"You shouldn't," he said. "It's miserable work, way too dirty for you."
"I could just watch," she said, and smiled so prettily that his heart almost fell out of his chest.
"If you do that, Shelby, I won't get anything done. You're a distraction."
She looked completely surprised. "How nice of you to say that," she said. She briefly covered his hand atop the bar with hers, and a sizzle shot through him at her merest touch. Damn, he thought. I'm in serious trouble. He wasn't sure what he feared most, never having more of her or repercussions from the general if he ever did. "Isn't this the greatest place?" she asked him.
"Virgin River?"
"Sure, that. But Jack's, this little piece of town. I love dropping in here and always seeing a friendly face."
"I've been here a few times over the past couple of weeks and haven't seen your friendly face," he said, then silently cursed himself. "Don't push this," he warned himself.
"Oh," she said, laughing. "My cousin Tom was home on leave. We came in a couple of times, but mostly it was all about family. Quite a crowd at my uncle's, with all of us and then Tom and his girlfriend. He's gone to West Point now, so I imagine I'll be around more often."
"And you like Jack's," he observed.
"I grew up in a small town on the coast, way bigger than this, but still cozy. There was this old dive called the Sea Shack, nets and shells on the walls, lots of locals, but also bikers and tourists. You could always count on some of the same people being there. You never had to worry that you'd be alone."
"Where?"
he asked her. "Bodega Bay, south of here. While this is all redwoods, deer, and bear, Bodega Bay is ocean, fishing boats, some rocky cliffs above the sea, whales and dolphins." He leaned his head on his hand, being hypnotized slowly, thoroughly. He imagined her on the beach. The bathing suit would be very, very small.
"It sounds great," he said. "Is that home for you?"
"Not anymore," she said. "My mother passed away last spring, left me the house, and I sold it." He was momentarily surprised.
"I'm sorry,"
he said. "Thank you. So I won't be staying in Virgin River. I'm going to college, finally. This is just a vacation. While I'm hanging out here, I'm also applying to schools."
"How long is this vacation?" he asked in spite of himself.
"A few months, probably. After the first of the year, I plan to take a couple trips. I'm surfing the net, looking at package deals. Then decide on the college and go find an apartment, get a part-time job, take some classes to get back into the rhythm. But I'm hanging around to see Tom again. He'll have leave over the holidays." Walt interrupted them by getting Luke's attention.
"What's this Jack says? You have a brother in Blackhawks too? Is the whole family crazy?"
Luke turned toward the general and hoped it didn't show in his eyes that he was over the edge in lust.
"Lighten up, sir," he said. "At least it's not tanks. Boy, I happen to like tanks."
When Luke left the bar, he drove straight to Garberville, when what he really wanted was sleep. His body was bone-tired, but his brain was working overtime.
and there was one part of his anatomy that was a little too alert for its own good. He hadn't had a reaction like this in a long, long time, and coincidentally, the last time had also been from a general's daughter. It was years ago, and he'd been unusually smart. He walked away and never looked back. She had been a prison sentence waiting to happen. He was trying to drive the thoughts of that sweet young thing from his mind. He'd like to stop the hot little darts from shooting through his body. He had no trouble finding the local bar, a little hole in the wall that actually made him feel overdressed and totally military with his close-cropped hair and pressed shirt. There were a lot of men in plaid or chambray shirts, long hair, ponytails, mustaches, and beards. It looked packed. Plenty of cars and big trucks parked around outside. The place was full at 9 o'clock. He made his way inside, finding a stool at a very crowded bar in a noisy room. He ordered a shot of whiskey and a beer. Time to settle everything down and stop thinking about the girl. By the time he'd left Jack's, he had started having visions of putting his hands on her and being shot by her uncle. He threw back the shot and nursed the beer. Good move, Reardon, he lectured himself. Move to a new little town where the same dozen or so people meet at the same little watering hole a couple of nights a week, and within 24 hours get the instant hots for the one woman to be avoided at all costs. But lust was a beast in him, and he was impossibly attracted to her. He understood very well that touching her wasn't the problem. They were all grown-ups, not teenagers. He could seduce Shelby, get her in his bed, enjoy her, and be enjoyed by her, and there wouldn't be too much trouble. He got the impression the General and Paul actually liked him. What would come after would create trouble. He would fail to get serious, move on, make her cry. He'd get into her without falling in love when she was a young woman clearly designed for true love, for permanence. And that would have a bad ending. With him, it wasn't just a premonition. It was destiny. He hadn't been able to feel anything like what Walt Booth would want for his niece in over a dozen years. After about 20 minutes passed, another beer was put in front of him, and he looked up at the bartender. "The lady's across the bar," he said. Luke hadn't even noticed anyone else. His mind had been on exactly one sweet thing. He glanced up and felt his lips lift in a slight smile. "Thank them," he said. "I'd like to know if you want to join them for a drink." I'm going to have to leave pretty soon," he said. But he was thinking, that's more my speed. Some good old-fashioned, all-American slutty girls, hanging out in the bar and buying drinks for strange men. "I'd think that over," the bartender said, lifting an eyebrow. "Yeah?" he grinned. "Why not?" he said. He put some money on the bar to pay for his drinks and, lifting the beer, walked to the other side. There were 3 of them, one in each flavor, a redhead, blonde, and brunette. They seemed to be in their late 20s and headed for Sloshed. "Ladies," he said. "Thanks for the beer. Having girls' night out?" Giggles all around. "Well, not anymore," one of them said. They parted seats so he could have the middle stool. "You ladies from town?" he asked. "Yeah, we're from Garberville," one of them said. "How about you?" "I'm just passing through," he lied. "I have some property on the river. I thought about some hunting, fishing." They were named Luann, Tiffany, and Susie. They were secretaries and had been in the bar since happy hour, and there didn't seem to be a designated driver among them. 2 were divorced, and one, Luann, claimed to have never married. They were wearing their out-to-be-seen bar clothes, short denim skirts to show off their long legs, heels, fitted tops that accentuated cleavages. They had high, perky boobs and fluffy hair. In spite of himself, he briefly considered how much sexier Shelby was in her jeans and boots. her white shirts with rolled-up sleeves and fresh face, leaving everything to the imagination. He learned they'd all grown up in the area, so he asked about their favorite night spots. He admitted to being recently discharged from the Army after flying helicopters for a long time, but avoided the topic of any kind of combat. These girls weren't that interested in international events, and after he said he'd been last stationed in Texas, they didn't push him for details. They wanted to know more expedient things. Was he married? Would he be here long? Within 10 minutes, Luann had her hand on his knee under the bar. He almost jumped in surprise. Then she slid it along the inside of his thigh, and he grabbed her wrist. "I'd like to be able to stand up from the bar, Luann," he said. And she thought that was very funny. That's when he knew. If he wanted to unload some tension, it wouldn't be hard to negotiate. Embarrassingly, it wasn't exactly a rare move for him. He briefly considered this alternative, but very briefly. He just couldn't get into the idea. As if a pact had been arranged, the girlfriends, Tiffany and Susie, wandered off, ostensibly headed for the ladies' room. Except Luke noticed they were sidetracked at other tables in the bar and didn't return. They were leaving Luke and Luann alone to proceed. He tried carrying on a conversation with Luann, who seemed only able to talk about her secretarial job, clothes, and girlfriends. She had a very annoying hair-tossing habit. Every few seconds, she flapped that fluffy mane over her shoulder. He had to remove her hand from his thigh another time. He leaned toward her and whispered, "Listen, you don't want me to get stirred up, all right?" And, leaning far too close and brushing her cheek against his, she said, "What if I do?" "It would be a mistake. I'm not exactly available." Then he wondered why the hell he said that. He was worse than available. He was verging on desperate. "I don't exactly care," she whispered. He was not in the best shape for this kind of horseplay. He excused himself and said he'd be right back, leaving her at the bar. Whew, he thought, headed for the men's room. There was no safe place, he realized. He wasn't safe with Shelby, wasn't safe away from her. This Luann was more his type. She looked like lots of mindless sex with no attachments. One small problem. She just didn't do it for him. And the more she came on to him, the less she appealed to him. The guilelessness of the general's niece had already spoiled him for a nice, uncomplicated one-night stand. He decided that rather than go back to the bar, he'd slip out the back way. He came out of the bathroom and found himself in an instant body slam against the wall in the narrow, dim hallway. Luann had him pinned. "Whoa," he said, hands up as though he was being arrested to keep from touching her. She lifted her sultry, half-drunk eyes up to his face, smiled a lopsided smile, and cleverly tucked something into the front pocket of his jeans. From his vantage point, he was looking down at an impressive cleavage and two very healthy breasts pressed against him. It distracted him for a minute. He loved breasts. He often thought that if God had given him breasts, he wouldn't be able to keep his hands off himself. He'd be seen walking around town with his palms pressed over his own chest. She had her arms around him in the dark hallway that led to the restrooms, pressing him against the wall. A man walked past them, glanced at them, smiled slightly, and moved on. Luann stood on her toes and pressed her lips against his. Holy shit, he thought, his groin beginning to tighten. With her arms around him, she pulled him around and into the ladies' room. He found himself pushed up against the sink while she flipped the lock on the door. She accomplished this with such deft skill it was clear she'd done it before. Again, embarrassingly, it wasn't his first time for this either. He couldn't remember ever being appalled, though. Last he could remember, this was about the time he'd pull a condom out of his pocket and just go for it. It had been quite a while since he'd been with a woman. It wouldn't take long. She was willing. She was past willing. She was obnoxious. He slipped his hand down into his pocket to see what she'd put in there. He pulled out something soft and lacy. A very tiny pair of panties, red and black, and off. "You're fucking kidding me," he muttered, stuffing it back in his pocket. "Does it look like I'm kidding?" she said sloppily. He put a hand against her black hair. "Luann, this isn't gonna happen. I'm not doing this here." "You want to go somewhere?" "No, baby. We're not going anywhere. I'm not tapping this tonight," he said, giving her hip a little pat. "I bet I can change your mind." He shook his head. "Nah, not gonna happen. Want to let me out of the ladies' room, please?" "Why not? I don't usually get turned down." Fantastic resume, he thought. He felt a slight chuckle escape. 20 reasons, kid. You're drunk, you're out of control, you don't know me, and I don't know where you've been. But I suspect lots of places. He put his hands on her upper arms and firmly but gently pushed her back. "You shouldn't do this. You could get hurt." He moved past her and unlocked the door. When he opened it, there was a matronly woman waiting to get inside. He nodded. "Ma'am," he said. He brushed past. Luke moved, not slowly, to his truck, hoping to clear the parking lot before he found himself assaulted by a pantyless Luann in the dark of night. Despite his better judgment, if she followed him, he was afraid he'd have a momentary lapse and get under that short skirt. He'd never been afraid of something like that before. When he was on the road, he opened his window and let a little piece of red and black lace fly. Then he stopped at a store on his way home to buy a 6-pack of beer. He was going to have to avoid Jack's for a while, until his brain disengaged from his nether parts. Dinner with the Booths had gone so well while Walt's son Tom was on leave, Muriel was invited back the next week. She had secret hopes it would be a regular event. It was lovely. Muriel pulled her truck up to her little bunkhouse after the next such dinner. She left a light on for the dogs and could hear them barking before she even had her truck door closed. This is the family I come home to, she thought. Buff, only a few months old, had to be kept in the kennel when she was away from the house. He was still full of all that destructive puppy stuff, and for Labs, it was almost an art form. Luce was safe on her own now at almost 2, but she spent most of that time right up against the kennel, watching over Buff. She released the puppy from his kennel in the corner and got down on the floor to scratch and cuddle and play. She had the most wonderful time with Walt and the kids. They were energizing, so full of life and laughter, despite the fact that each one of them had been through some incredibly tough times. Obviously, Walt treasured his family. That was without question. They were fantastic fun. But did he know how remarkable they were? She wondered. They wanted to know how she got into movies. It was a ridiculous accident, she had told them. I was about 14 when I was chosen for my freshman class to appear in a public service commercial. This agent appeared and talked to my parents into letting me try out for a part in a movie. For a 14-year-old with virtually no experience or training, I lucked out and did well. Then there was a slightly larger part, then slightly larger, and I grew. By 17, I was rushing through my senior year to finish all my classes ahead of time so I could be in another movie. "Didn't your parents freak out?" Vanessa asked. I didn't have those kind of parents. They were amazed it was happening for me. I was making money and making film industry waves. Hollywood focus has always been on the new entrant, the incredibly young wannabe. But at 21, I married my agent, who was 36. That almost sent my father to the moon. But he was a tough country rancher. He came around. Life was different back in these hills in my younger years. With common country folk, when a 15-year-old girl was keeping company with a guy over 30, the girl's father got them married. Today, he'd have the guy arrested. "Were you married to him long?" "5 years," Muriel said. "He's still my agent of record and friend." "But why didn't you stay married?" Shelby asked. Muriel shrugged. "He didn't really love me like I wanted to be loved. I wanted a home, a family, a life, roots. He wanted an Oscar." "Forgive me for being completely uninformed," Vanessa said. "But did you get the Oscar?" "I was nominated 3 times," she said. "I was robbed." And never got the family, or the marriage that would have the kind of commitment and devotion that, even in the absence of children and Oscars, could have sustained her. After getting to know Walt's family, she thought that even if she'd had the chance for a family, there was no way she could have produced such strong, independent, well-adjusted adults. Not in her line of work. So she ruffled the ears and necks of her 2 labs, cooing to them, kissing them, telling them she loved them. And then she heard an engine. A truck engine. The vehicle stopped, the door slammed, and booted feet landed on the porch. All these sounds were familiar. There was a knock. Wasn't this unexpected? "Come on in, Walt." He stood in the doorframe in his suede jacket, jeans, hat. He looked at her on the floor with her pups and smiled. The dogs abandoned her to rush to him, weaving in and out of his long legs. Buff jumping on him. She'd have to break him of that before it got out of control, she thought. "Any chance you brought more of that delicious dessert with you?" she asked, getting up. "I'm sorry, I didn't," he said. "Are you looking for coffee?" she asked. "It would keep me up," he said, tossing his hat in the chair and reaching out a hand to pull her to her feet. "Come here." He pulled her against him. He ran a hand down her cheek and along her jaw. "Where do the dogs sleep?" "On the bed with me," she laughed, tilting her head up to him. She wondered if he knew how good-looking he was, and how solid. A man you could hold on to confidently. He didn't waver. Not literally, not figuratively. She liked that in a man. "Think they'd be okay on the floor one night?" "You making that move, Walt?" He kissed her in a way that should have sufficiently answered the question. "Muriel, I'm 62 years old. I didn't see this coming." "Aren't you afraid of us becoming an item?" "Girl, I've been dressed down by a president. You can't scare me with a little gossip. What worries me is that you'll find me old." She laughed at him. "You're just a few years older than I am, and you're almost irresistibly handsome." One black brow shot up. "You find me handsome?" She nodded. "And sexy." "Well now, that's so. Muriel, I want to touch every part of you. And then I want us to watch the sunrise together." The dogs were whirling around their legs, wagging, butting, trying to get someone to play. "You might have to do something about these animals." "They'll settle down in a minute," she promised. "But don't you." Chapter 5. On what had lately become a fairly typical afternoon, Shelby, Mel, and Doc were having a game of gin at the kitchen table in the clinic while the babies napped. Doc wasn't doing much better against Shelby than he had over the last couple years playing Mel. These women were wiping him out. "I think I've gone through my retirement. You're ruthless females." "I think I remember you winning a couple of hands last week," Mel said.
"Ah,"
he said, struggling to his feet. He grabbed his cane and hobbled out of the kitchen. Is there anything I can do around here that would help you two more than being a third hand in a card game? Shelby asked. Need someone to organize charts? Clean up a drug cabinet or treatment room? Inventory? Lab or supply run? Tomorrow is appointment day, and I have 3 prenatals and 4 pap smears. Since you're working here, you can assist. How does that sound? Mel asked. Like a very slow day. The thing about country medicine is that it runs hot and cold, Mel said. This town is so small that days, sometimes weeks go by without anything exciting. Then everyone will pass around a virus and they're all hacking up a lung. And while they're doing that, everyone else is having an accident or going into labor. You have to be ready for everything and nothing. Shelby never tired of Mel's stories drawn from her nursing career, from the wild days of big city emergency medicine to the transition to small-town doctoring. For Shelby, working in a hectic urban ER sounded exciting, though she wondered if she'd really enjoy living in a big city. But being a nurse in a town as little as this didn't seem to have enough jazz for her. More and more, she thought she might end up in an emergency or operating room in a place like Santa Rosa, something between big and small. Or perhaps Eureka or Redding. Having come from a big city hospital, there was one thing about small-town medicine that took me by surprise, Mel said. In no time at all, your patients are your friends. If there's some intervention you can't get to them in time, you feel not only that you failed a patient, but let down a friend. For example, hardly any of the women in this town had been having regular mammograms, and when I finally got a nonprofit foundation to bring a portable X-ray unit to Virgin River to examine the women over 40, one of my best friends was diagnosed with aggressive advanced breast cancer. She died, and I keep kicking myself for not getting the thing done sooner. You must feel you can never do it all. To the contrary, Mel said. I feel I have to think of everything, and I must do it all. To many of these uninsured rural women, Doc and I are all they have. These pap smears, I've cajoled almost every one of them. I call them, I push them, I get them in here and charge only lab costs. It's an easy thing to let slide, I guess, Shelby said. But you wouldn't let it slide, Mel said. Well, that hasn't exactly been a priority the last few years, Shelby said with a laugh. But I've been meaning to talk to you about that. Mel's back stiffened instantly. How long might you have let that go? I haven't had one, Shelby said. What? I'm at extremely low risk, she said. Then she lowered her eyes. I haven't had sex. Mel sat forward. That's kind of unusual, at your age. I haven't had a boyfriend. Oh, I dated a little in high school, but not seriously. I'm the product of an accidental pregnancy, and my mom raised me alone. If we hadn't been lucky enough to have Uncle Walt, life would have been a terrible struggle for us. My mom always felt so guilty about that, about taking all his help. I was scared to death of something like that happening to me. Mostly, I was afraid of disappointing my mom and my Uncle Walt. You were very cautious. Well, yes, and I was shy. And then I became nearly a recluse taking care of my mom. The only men I came into contact with were married doctors, male nurses, or hospice volunteers. And here I am, probably your first 25-year-old virgin. She made a face. Please, I really don't want the whole town to know I'm a helpless, recovering introvert who lived with her mother for 25 years. Shelby, you know everything in this clinic is confidential. You took the oath when you decided to help out here. Besides, what you did for your mom gets nothing but admiration around here, Mel said. It was very selfless. And if you don't mind me saying so, you seem quite sure of yourself. Oh, I got over a lot of that shyness while I was taking care of her. I had to be assertive to be sure she was getting what she needed medically. Once you learn to stand up to a highfalutin neurologist, you can handle the bag boy at the grocery store just fine. I'm not crippled by shyness anymore. Just a newcomer into the big free world, she said. And I don't want to be unprepared. Honestly, I don't want the first thing inside you to be a speculum. But you should be examined. There are other concerns, not just cervical cancer. There's uterine cancer, ovarian cancer, and then you should be protected, ready. When that time comes, you shouldn't have too much to be worried about. I can't imagine you still have a hymen with all that riding, Shelby sighed. I wonder if it will ever happen. It'll happen, Mel smiled. Let me ask you something. How important is it to you that the first time be noticeably the first time? That's not a big issue with me. I think I can get you through an exam without changing the whole landscape too much. Mel took a breath. Let's do it. Now? She asked squeamishly. Mel nodded. Get naked. I'll meet you in the exam room. You know where the gowns are. A few minutes later, Mel let herself into the exam room to find Shelby seated on the table. Take a deep breath, Mel said, smiling. It's going to be fine. She helped ease Shelby into the position, keeping a hand on each thigh so she wouldn't slide too far. The good news is I have really small hands. Thank God for that, huh? Mel chuckled and took her stool, snapping on the gloves. She selected a speculum, then selected a smaller one. Easy does it, she said, slipping it in. Well, here's a surprise. Hymen is still partially intact. After all that riding, I'm amazed. She collected the pap smear and removed the speculum. I was able to slip past it with the swab, but what's left of the hymen might be sacrificed when I palpate the uterus and check your ovaries. It has to go sometime, Shelby said. I was sort of hoping to lose it the way the other girls do. Mel chuckled. This is going to work out better for you. We'll get everything checked out and find you a dependable pill. No shocking surprises for you, Shelby. A 25-year-old virgin? How often do you see that outside of a convent? You're not the first, Mel said, standing. She gently palpated the uterus. Since you don't have any symptoms or problems, I'm not going to stretch my hand in there any farther today. Your periods regular? Extremely. No pain between periods? None. It's all good, Shelby. She pulled off her gloves. I usually do the breast exam first, but under the circumstances, I wanted to get the pelvic out of the way. Let's have a look, she said, pulling the gown to one side, then the other to gently examine her breasts for lumps. I'll take you up on the birth control pills, even though I don't have any use for them at the moment, Shelby said. It would be unethical for Mel to ask Shelby if she had someone in mind for that position. Another handicap of being a small-town practitioner, seeing the hot little glances exchanged in a neighborhood bar. Well, I think it's healthy to have a sex life with a responsible partner, she finally said. I think it's unhealthy to have an unplanned pregnancy. Choose very carefully. Be prepared. Play it smart, she said. There's one more thing. I probably don't have to lecture on this, but condoms, Shelby said. She smiled and a flush reached her cheeks. I should probably have some of my own, in case. Mel patted her hand. I love having beautiful, intelligent women for patients. Get dressed and I'll round you up some supplies. Shelby was leaving the clinic for the day when something caught her eye. She made a U-turn and went right back inside. Mel? Mel said, looking up from the computer. What's up? Is there some old guy living in the boarded-up church? What? Come and look, Shelby said. Mel walked out on the porch and looked across the street. Slumped in the doorway, wearing a ragged coat, baggy men's pants, and boots, Cheryl Creighton. My God. What? Shelby asked. She's back. Who? When I first got to town, I met Cheryl. She's an alcoholic and young, only about 30 years old. I was determined to find a way to get her into some kind of treatment, but she disappeared. We haven't seen her in about a year. I could have asked around more, but, well, I didn't pursue her because she wasn't my patient. And I was pregnant. Then, she sighed. Then had 2 babies and a hysterectomy, she thought. It was hard enough to keep up with the patients and her actual care. Cheryl might not be a patient, but still a resident of the town. And Mel couldn't stand the idea of a 30-year-old woman being the town drunk. It ate at her. She should get a second chance. And she was back. Luke stayed away from Jax for a while, stayed away from Shelby. He hoped he'd forget about her. But lust has a life of its own. He thought about her, then damned himself for being an idiot. But nonetheless, she preoccupied his thoughts. And while she rested in a sweet place in his mind, he made progress on his house and cabins and drank his own beer. The Army delivered his household goods, things that had spent almost as much time in storage while he was in barracks or out of the country as in a home. Luke had owned a duplex in El Paso, renting the other half to another GI, which he sold upon discharge from the Army. He didn't have a lot of furniture, which turned out to be a good thing. But what he had was quality stuff. He had decided to put his big old ash bedroom furniture in one of the upstairs rooms. He had a plush velour L-shaped sectional, an extra-large chair, and an upholstered piece that doubled as a coffee table or bench, a little something to put your feet up on. He kept a tray on the ottoman to rest a glass or cup on. He put everything in the living room and covered the furniture with sheets until the sanding, painting, and staining could be completed. There was a nice Pottery Barn dining set that was perfect in the dining area. A dark square table and 8 chairs. A real good poker table. He could get matching bar stools, but he planned to rebuild the breakfast bar first. The kitchen looked a lot better with new appliances, but it would really shape up when the countertops and cupboards were replaced. He made a trip to Home Depot in Reading to place his order. He could install everything himself. While he was there, he bought the stain, varnish, and large area rugs for the hardwood floors. Among his household goods were kitchenware, linens, stereo, large screen TV, for which he had a satellite dish on order, tons of tapes, DVDs, books, CDs. Not many clothes. He'd been in uniform a long time. His closet had always been pretty lean and functional, which suited him fine. He was ready to venture back to Jax. There was a part of him that hoped she wouldn't be there so he could be at peace with his decision to stay away from her. Another part wanted her there, within reach, because the decision just didn't seem final. She did something to him. At first, he figured the attraction stemmed from being in this little town with so few options. But then he remembered Luann and that bar in another town and realized it wasn't quite that. Even if Luann hadn't appealed, it was very likely a more alluring woman would come along. Usually, if he got the hots for a woman he shouldn't be around, it didn't exactly take an act of Congress for him to move on to someone who didn't jam him up so bad. Whatever it was about Shelby, he was having a damn hard time letting go of it. But he just wasn't done with her. Not hardly. Luke was just coming out of the shower at the end of a long workday when he happened to see a figure pass too closely to the house. The river was far enough away so that people walking, fishing, or jogging there should not come so close. With a towel wrapped around his waist, he looked out the bedroom window. Nothing. He went through the living room to the kitchen and looked out the dining room window. There was a large boy or man digging through his dumpster. He was heavy and slightly humped. He'd heard there were transients living in the forest. He could have yelled at him to get out of there, but what did it hurt, him digging through the trash? He wasn't making a mess or anything. Besides, with the threat of bears, he didn't leave food scraps out there. The man turned, and Luke nearly jumped back in surprise. He couldn't be sure of his age, but two things were glaringly obvious. He had Down syndrome and a big, nasty black eye. Luke stayed out of sight. He didn't want to frighten him. An hour later, he was leaving the house for an early evening beer at Jack's, and as he went down the driveway to the road, he saw the door to cabin 6 slowly swing closed, the farthest cabin from the house. So, he had a tenant. Luke had been putting in some real long solitary days. Nothing was going to fix him up better than a cold beer and a little company. When he walked in, Jack welcomed him like an old friend. "Hey, man, haven't seen much of you lately. How's it going?" "Dirty and ugly," Luke grinned. "But I'm making incredible progress." "Beer?" "Oh, yeah." "What's Preacher got cooking tonight?" Luke asked. "He's got some venison stew going back there," Jack said. "It's about the best I've ever tasted. You staying for dinner?" "I'm gonna have to now," Luke said. By the time Luke was halfway through his beer, Paul walked in, still dirty in his work clothes. He looked down at one upturned boot and walked back outside. The banging that could be heard in the bar was Paul kicking the porch steps, knocking the dried mud off his boots. Then he was back, up on a stool beside Luke. "How you doing, Luke?" Paul asked. "Pretty good. I was planning to give you a call. Can I get you to send someone out to look at a couple of things? I need to have a professional examine the roofing on the house and cabins and check wiring for me." "Be glad to. In fact, I'll do it myself." "Jack," he said, lifting a finger. A cold beer instantly appeared in front of him. "How's tomorrow afternoon? Say around 5, when I'm wrapping it up at the house and we still have light." "Perfect." Luke glanced over his shoulder a couple of times. He hadn't seen her in too long. He hoped she'd stay away, prayed she'd be there soon. "You staying for dinner?" he asked Paul. "Nah," he said, taking a deep drink. "A beautiful redhead's cooking for me tonight. And if there's a God, the general has other plans." The bar filled up. Some neighbors, a few fishermen, and a small gang of young hunters wandered in. Luke had a second beer, opting to wait on the stew a while, and then it happened. She finally came in. He had just about convinced himself he was going to escape temptation tonight. But no, it was going to be worse than usual. Tight jeans, silky blouse under a denim vest, all that hair unbound and flowing free, begging to be crumpled up in his hands. She came right up to the bar. Paul dropped an arm around her shoulders immediately. "What's up, kiddo?" "Not so much," she said. "Hey, Luke." "Hey yourself," Luke said. "Getting any better out at your cabins?" Shelby asked. "Yeah," he said. "A lot better." "I'm heading home," Paul said, draining his beer. "Coming home for dinner?" he asked Shelby. "Uncle Walt's out for the evening," she said. "Why don't I have dinner right here? Luke looks lonely," she said with an impish smile. "I'll be home later." Paul kissed her forehead and said, "God bless you, and God bless Muriel." And he was gone so fast it made Shelby laugh. "Do you think he could be any more obvious?" she asked Luke. "Muriel?" Luke asked. "A beautiful neighbor lady moved in, right across the pasture. Uncle Walt's been tied up a lot of evenings ever since." "Really?" Luke asked, eyes widening slightly. The general was into a woman. She leaned her elbow on the bar, her head against her hand. "You don't mind a little company, do you?" "Actually, I think I'm going to have to shove off." Then Jack was standing in front of them, obviously hearing that last comment. "I thought you were staying for dinner. Beer, Shelby?" "Thanks," she said. When the beer was delivered and Jack gone again, she said, "You were going to stay till I got here?" "That's not very flattering." A little embarrassed, he said, "I guess I could manage dinner." Don't put yourself out, she said. I can find someone to have dinner with.
No, this'll work.
I don't come here every night, so I thought maybe we just missed each other. But I asked Jack. You haven't been around for a beer at all. A couple of weeks, I think.
11 days, he thought miserably.
And you were going to make a break for it once I showed up. I hadn't even considered you were avoiding me. Do I make you nervous or something? She asked.
Whew, he answered, shaking his head. I haven't been out of the army long enough to get over that rank thing. Your uncle?
Isn't anywhere in sight, she said, cutting him off. Is it just my uncle?
You're a pretty girl, Shelby, he said.
And you're just a girl. Puts me on edge, yeah.
Well then, we're even, she said. He gave her a perplexed look, and she said, You're a good-looking guy. Obviously been around a lot more than I have. And you're older. Scary.
He laughed at her candidness. There you go. Like water on a grease fire. Let's play it safe, huh? Now tell me about your day.
Nothing to tell. Besides, this is interesting. I'd like to know what's going on here. So it's pretty much that I'm a lot younger than you are. Or you just don't like me.
And then she blushed, which made him squirm. It obviously took guts for her to push on this issue. But she wanted to know. So he decided to tell her.
You know what it is, Shelby?
He said.
You're young and tender. A sweet young thing. I'm hell on sweet young things.
She laughed at him. I bet anything you usually find a way to get past all that. Well, she didn't scare easy, Luke realized with some admiration. And here was what had him screwed up. It wasn't just that he had taken one look at her and felt that familiar tug of lust. Sounded like maybe the same thing had happened to her, except that she had feelings deep enough to fall into and drown, and his feelings were all superficial, physical. Once his lust had been satisfied, he wouldn't have much left for her. She'd end up sorry. He had always been able to avoid things like this, but this one, she was real tough on the nerves. It was going to be torture, just holding back. And it could be suicide, giving up the fight.
I just wish your Uncle Walt was a retired master sergeant, he said.
Luke usually confined his prowling to a town or two over, so when the affair had run its course, he didn't keep bumping into the woman again and again. Or her uncle. Before crawling between the sheets, he'd always give them the talk. He didn't fall in love, wasn't interested in long-term deals or commitment. He had his reasons, serious and personal reasons, for believing that a serious relationship wasn't possible for him. He wondered how Shelby would take to the talk. Given her age, she would probably cry. He had been attempting to give not touching her a try, but just sitting next to her, having a beer, smelling her sweet scent and looking into those large hazel eyes. It was increasingly apparent he was destined to fail. It was just a matter of time. Maybe a matter of hours. Well, I admit you're not exactly what I have in mind either. I was thinking around 26, more hair, polo shirt, or maybe a sharp, crisp white button-down, she said, and then she grinned at him. He was totally shocked. He'd spent all this time fighting the attraction, and she had something else in mind anyway?
I'm too old for you, plain and simple, he pointed out.
Probably. But there don't seem to be many single men around. You kind of stand out.
You should throw your net wider, he suggested.
Until I do, let's not get ridiculous. It's a beer and some dinner. It doesn't really matter how old we are or who my uncle is. He smiled. Sometimes she seemed a little older than 25. She was awfully bright, quick. Usually the problem with girls her age was they were dimwits. Not this one. She was honest and direct. Luke respected that.
"You've been riding," he said. "Your cheeks are sunburned."
Every day, sometimes twice a day.
"How long have you been riding?"
Since I was real young. I'm Uncle Walt's only sister's only child, and my parents were divorced when I was just a baby, so my uncle kind of took me under his wing. He taught me. He thought it would build my confidence to learn to handle big animals. It turned out I only got more confident around big animals. She shrugged and looked down. I used to be real timid. The memory of seeing her on that big American paint came to mind.
"You're sure not timid on that horse," he said. "And you're not so timid with me."
I know. I've worked through a lot of that. I don't know very much about you, besides that you flew helicopters in the Army. What about your family? All I know is you have a brother in Blackhawks in the Middle East. Luke's dad had been a hard-working teamster, an electrician, and while he was a good provider, there hadn't been a great deal left over for things like college educations. There were 5 boys to raise and educate.
I was the oldest and the first one in. It wasn't a hard decision for me. I always liked the idea of the Army. It was a place for me to show my stuff, and I did fine. Loved the challenge. Colin followed me, into the Army out of high school, into Warrant Officers School and the Blackhawks. Aiden upped it a notch, went into college ROTC and got a Navy scholarship for med school. Don't ask me how, but Sean scored an Air Force Academy slot and got into the U-2. Sean is the brother who went in on the cabins with me. Patrick, got into the Naval Academy and F-18. He smiled because her mouth had dropped open.
Holy crap! There are 5 of you?
Yeah,
he said. He thought he was going to have to sit on his hand to keep from touching her hair.
Prolific Irish family. Sean and Patrick and their jets, they think faster is cooler, but they think that because they've never been in the Blackhawks.
Faster, higher, and maybe safer, she said.
Possibly,
he laughed. How many times have you crashed?
I've never crashed, he said, straightening proudly. But I've been a damn good target 3 times. Mogadishu, Afghanistan, and Iraq. I'm all done getting shot out of the sky. Right now, I want my most dangerous experience to be hammer versus thumb.
They talked about building for a while, about the plans he had for the cabins. He would concentrate on the exteriors while the weather was still nice, and when it cooled off and the Pacific winds brought the wet and cold, he could work inside.
Chapman left the house a wreck, but the structure seems sound. It's going to take some doing to get it right. It's small, but big enough for me. And if a brother or 2 shows up, there's room. But this is temporary for me. By the time the work is done, I'll be looking for a flying job. Rescue or news chopper, or maybe even private industry. But chopper jobs are pretty tight, so it's good I have something to keep me busy while I check out the job market.
Where will you go? She asked.
I'm flexible, he said with a shrug.
She learned the brothers were close. When they were in the same part of the world, they got together. His father was deceased, but his mother was in Phoenix, and they met there regularly. And each of them was willing to travel if there was a chance to meet. When she asked if he had a lot of nieces and nephews, he said, "All single. No kids anywhere." She didn't tell him a whole lot about herself, just that she was finally ready to get on with her education, that she would be applying for degree programs. I have my tuition money set aside from the house sale. I'd like to take a couple of trips first, maybe a cruise, since I can't get back to full-time school till next fall anyway. I'm pretty nervous about that. It's been a long time since I've been a student.
You'll kick ass, he said, taking curious pride in her ambition.
For now, I'm just hanging out.
For how long?
He asked. She answered with a shrug. Till the first of the year, anyway. That's the plan. There's not too much for me to do except help everyone out, and I'm already getting a little bored." He made her laugh, put her at ease. She had a second beer, and he had another.
"You about ready for some dinner?" he finally asked her.
"I'm starving," she said. By the time Jack put stew in front of them, many of the locals were leaving. But there were still a few fishermen, so there was no hurry for Luke and Shelby to clear out. They asked Jack for coffee and talked for another hour before Shelby looked at her watch and said, "Do you think I've given the lovebirds enough time alone?"
"By the look on Paul's face, there isn't enough time."
"Tell me about it." She stood up and slipped a hand into her jeans pocket.
"Nah, Shelby, let me,"
Luke said. He pulled out his wallet and put some bills on the bar. "Careful, Luke," she teased. "If you buy me dinner, I'll think you like me." He put a hand on the small of her back.
"That's the problem,"
he said.
"I do."
He was past the jitters about her age, her uncle. He was moving on with this. And when it was over, he was going to be shot, he was pretty sure. But he was into her. She had him. He hoped his death would be quick and painless. An excited shiver ran through her as she preceded him out the door. When she got outside, she stopped on the porch and looked up at the clear, cool sky, peppered with a million stars. The wind through the pines made a whirring sound. An owl occasionally hooted. Luke moved behind her and, with his arms around her waist, drew her back against him. She let her eyes softly close, enjoying the feel of his sturdy body so close to hers. He nuzzled her hair, and despite the noise of the wind through the pines, she heard his breath as he inhaled. Then she felt him move her hair aside. His lips and tongue were on her neck.
He said. "That's nice. Real nice."
Then she felt him sucking, and she tilted her head to one side to give him more of her neck. That tilt of the head, that was more invitation than Luke usually required. He pulled her away from the bar's front door to the edge of the porch to a dark corner. He'd begun feeling lightheaded just from the sensation of her neck against his lips. Her soft, sweet fragrance swirled around him, and he wanted to take her somewhere, undress her, taste the rest of her body. He faced her and looked down into her eyes.
"I'm sure this is a huge mistake,"
he said in a throaty whisper. She rubbed her hands up and down his upper arms and just smiled, that soft, sweet, beguiling smile.
"You're pretty irresistible, Shelby. And I never did have much willpower."
"I'm kind of new at this flirting with dangerous older men," she said. "Is this where I apologize?"
"New at it?" he asked. "I think you might be a natural. It's working."
"Well, maybe I have more social skills than I thought," she said with a laugh. There was no maybe about it. She had made a sudden and crazy decision. She wasn't going to wait for the younger, more stylish man. The very thing he was warning her to be careful about, she decided, would work to her advantage. He was experienced. He knew what he was doing. She needed that. His arms around her and his lips on her neck felt wonderful. He would do nicely.
"Do you know what it means to get mixed up with someone like me?"
he asked, his voice husky. "Danger? Heartbreak?" She took a breath. "Adventure? You don't scare me as much as I scare you, Luke." He slowly lowered his lips to hover over hers.
"You sure about this?" he asked. "Because I think you know where all this flirting is headed. I'm no kid. This is headed someplace real naked."
"Don't get ahead of yourself," she said with a weak whisper. "I'm not taking my clothes off."
"Not yet?"
he asked, his lips so close to hers she could feel his breath in her mouth, warm and sexy. "Maybe never," she whispered.
"Maybe,"
he whispered back.
I like that word, maybe.
Then he lowered his lips to hers and pressed against them softly. He ran his hands up her sides, catching her under the arms and stretching them out, bringing them around his neck, showing her how to hold him. His arms went around her waist and he pulled her against him, kissing her more deeply. He could feel her firm breasts against his chest, and he'd like nothing so much as to lower his lips to one. But this was not a woman to ravage. This was a woman to lead. Besides, Jack's front porch was not the place. For the things he wanted to do, they needed to be assured of more privacy. He opened his lips, sucking at hers, and she opened hers, letting her tongue make a gentle, silken swipe of his mouth, bringing a deep and passionate groan from him. He ran a hand down over her bum and pulled her hard against him. He was already aroused. She just knocked him out. Something like a whimper came from her as she pressed herself against him, opening her lips more to admit his tongue. His kiss was hot, wet, deep, and long. He had been right about one thing. She could mold her small body against him in a way that made him think he might go completely crazy. The one thing that helped him keep his sanity was the belief that when this was finally consummated, it was going to be sweet. And good. For both of them.
I have a feeling I'm not what you were expecting, she whispered against his lips. I'm not very experienced.
I already know that, he said. I am.
He kissed her again, holding her tight, and he felt a slight trembling in his arms. He pulled away from her lips, still holding her small bottom and pushing her against him, and whispered,
You're right, Shelby. You're pretty much all surprises.
She expelled a small huff of air, smiled, and said, You have no idea. He ran a hand along the hair at her temple.
Shelby, how does a young woman as beautiful and sweet as you not have a man in her life?
She glanced down briefly. There was no time for that. My mom, she was completely dependent on me. She looked up into his eyes. I took care of her. That was my full-time job. Until she died. He was stunned, speechless for a moment.
For how long?
He asked softly. 5 years or so.
Ah, Shelby.
It was my choice. It's what I wanted. He leaned toward her and pressed his lips tenderly against her head.
Not many people would do that.
Oh, probably more than you think. He was surprised at how much that moved him, touched him. He lifted her chin with a finger and brushed his lips across hers again. He threaded his hand under her thick mane of hair at the back of her neck and put soft kisses on her mouth and temples and eyes. Then her lips again. And he said,
No, only a certain kind of person takes on something like that. Your kind of person.
This young woman was every beautiful thing he'd ever imagined, from her body to her spirit. He gave her lips another light kiss.
I'm going to put you in your car now.
Seems like maybe you changed your mind about this flirting.
He shook his head. He wished he could. He knew he should. But he hadn't. When the time was right for her and the tension gave way to need, when there was no more maybe about it, she was going to come to him, soft and willing, and he was going to make long, slow, fabulous love to her. Damn the consequences. And he would be sure she'd have no regrets about the experience. It wouldn't be too fast, and it wouldn't be too soon, and it would be exquisite. It wasn't a good idea, but it was the only idea he had. Nah, he said. I have a one-track mind. She laughed at him.
Big surprise.
Before this goes any further, we're going to talk about some things, he said.
What things?
Expectations. Needs. You have to know what you could be getting yourself into, while there's still time for you to come to your senses.
She put her hand against his cheek. I look forward to that. He gave her a brief kiss and said,
Come on. Time for you to go home.
Chapter 6. Shelby wasn't quite ready to leave Luke. She was in the mood for more of that kissing and touching. But sensing he was right to put a little space between them if she wasn't ready to go further, she let him put her in her Jeep and went home. She let herself into Walt's house and found it dimmed and quiet. A light was left on for her in the great room, and Uncle Walt's big Tahoe was missing from the driveway. It was only 10, but there was no doubt in her mind that Vanny and Paul had turned in the minute the baby was asleep. She was too stirred up for sleep. She pulled off her boots, built a fire, pulled the throw from the couch around her shoulders, and curled up in the big leather chair near the hearth. She hugged herself dreamily. Only about 15 minutes had passed when Vanny came out of her bedroom wearing her robe and furry slippers. She smiled at Shelby, then went to the other chair facing the hearth, kicked off her slippers, and pulled up her bare feet, tucking the robe around her legs. "Did I wake you?" Shelby asked quietly. "I wasn't asleep." Shelby laughed conspiratorially. "Did I disturb you?" "Not at all. In fact, I was thinking about you, wondering when you'd get home." "Are you staying awake for me? To be sure I get in safely?" "No," Vanny said. Then she laughed and said, "Yes. Paul said you stayed at the bar to have dinner with Luke." "Yes. And not only did Paul come home and report on me, every person there glanced at us as they left Jack's. Good thing I'm not trying to get away with anything, huh? Good thing I'm not 15, right?" "I think maybe Luke's a little too old for you." "He is, and he's made it real clear that I'm too young for him." Then she laughed softly. "Oh, brother, he doesn't know the half of it. You know, I grew up around soldiers. Honey, they have some real rough edges. It's the nature of the beast. The life they lead, the things they're required to do. It puts them on the tough side of life. They harden up, you know? They can become insensitive, brash, and, well, they learn how to live in the moment without looking back, if you know what I mean." "Would you say that about Uncle Walt? Jack or Paul?" She shook her head. "They're pretty special men." She was quiet for a moment and then said, "You've been locked in with your mom for so long, you practically missed the real beginning of young womanhood. And now, when you could really use a mom to talk to, she's gone. Maybe you and I should go over a few things. About men. About relationships." "Aw, Vanny, you're worried about me." "I can't help it. I know how old you are, but I also know how inexperienced you are." "But he's experienced enough for both of us," she almost said. "You know, you can't have the kind of talk with me as you would a 13 or 16-year-old girl. True, I haven't been around, but I'm not ignorant. While I was housebound, postponing my life, I still had books and television. I might not have experienced much firsthand, but I've been watching from the sidelines. I've witnessed women's romantic problems from Scarlett O'Hara to Anna Karenina. And that's not even taking into account primetime TV. But you go ahead, Vanny," she said with a smile. "Anything you think I should know, lay it on me." "You like him," Vanny said. "I do. I didn't expect to, but I just can't help it." "And you know exactly what you're doing." She laughed. "No. I know what I'd like to do, but I'm such a clumsy novice, it's amazing he's not bored to death by me." I'm a 25-year-old going through puberty. When I was supposed to be learning these things in high school, I was too shy. I was afraid to flirt, afraid the boys would laugh at me. I could have learned a little later, when I was older and braver, but I was busy. She shrugged. So here I am, trying this out for the first time, with a guy whose first time probably came before I was born. I don't want you to be hurt, Vanny whispered. You're the sweetest, kindest person I know. Vanny, I barely know Luke Reardon, but it's real clear he's not my knight in shining armor. He's done everything he can to think of to discourage me. But let's be honest, this was no frontal attack from him. He admitted he's avoided me because of my age. The coward. Vanny laughed at her. When you get down to it, my first choice was a completely different kind of man. Closer to my age, less seasoned, someone who doesn't come right out and promise to ravage you. Vanny sat up straight, eyes very large. He said that? Not in so many words, but I got the message. A wonderful shiver passed through her. Besides, even if I found myself attracted to a younger man, he'd still be more experienced than me. He might even be divorced with kids. There are a couple of things I know about Luke, though. He might be a little on the rugged side, but he's actually very tender, gentle, patient. Her eyes glistened when she looked at her cousin. He kissed me, she whispered secretively. I've never been kissed like that. It was unbelievable. Ooh, really? Shelby nodded. You just can't imagine how good he is at it. Shoo! But don't worry, I told him I wasn't taking my clothes off. I wanted to, though. Boy, did I. Shelby, Vanny said, stunned. Well, I did, but the porch at Jack's bar didn't seem the place. Plus, it's pretty cold. I mean, I wasn't cold. Luke was wrapped around me like a straitjacket. Vanny giggled in spite of herself. And he likes me. He hates that he likes me. Uncle Walt has him scared to death. And you know what? I love that in spite of that, he can't resist. Do you have any idea what that means to someone like me? Vanny was quiet for a long moment. Finally, she said, What can I do? Let's have that talk. It would be nice to have someone to talk to about this, about where it's going, which I think I'm pretty clear about. Can you do that without telling Paul all my personal business? Sure, Vanny said with a smile. Men don't care about these things anyway. Where should we start? Why don't we start with you telling me about your first experiences with this? Shelby suggested. Well, Vanny said, looking into her lap for a second. First of all, I wasn't shy in high school, or in college, or while I worked with the airline. Shelby giggled. Oh, God, this is going to be delicious. I can't wait. Luke was up early the next morning, as was usual for him. But this morning he had a mission in cabin 6. He got out the bread, mayonnaise and mustard, bologna and cheese, and made a half-dozen sandwiches. He wrapped them, put them in a sack, and grabbed a big bag of chips and 2 canned sodas. The sun was just coming up when he pushed open the cabin door. The man was curled up on a broken-down sofa in the corner, in a big, chubby ball, sleeping, his jacket spread over his body. He rested his head on an arm. Luke crouched down beside him, but the guy didn't move a muscle. He was pretty filthy. Luke wondered how long he'd been homeless. He gave his shoulder a little shake, and the man's small eyes opened slowly. He rolled slightly, rubbed his eyes, and scrambled into a sitting position. How long have you been sleeping in here? Luke asked. He shrugged. He yawned. A couple nights, he said. I'll go. I brought you something to eat, Luke said, handing him the bag. I don't have any more money, he said.
It's free. It's from my kitchen, and I'm sharing with you. What's your name?
Art,
he said, opening the bag and digging out a sandwich. He nearly stuffed the whole thing into his mouth. Slow down, Luke said, and laughed. Who hit you, buddy?
He didn't mean it,
he said, chewing and gulping.
He said he didn't mean it.
The guy was starving.
Who didn't mean it?
Luke asked.
Stan,
he said. He made a final gulp and reached into the bag for another.
My boss at the grocery.
Where are you from?
Eureka,
he said, unwrapping another sandwich.
I came through the big trees. I like 'em, the big trees.
The redwoods. You walked all that way?
He shrugged and swallowed.
I hitched some. You're not supposed to hitch, you know. Then I walked through the big trees.
Through the grove, huh?
Luke said.
Yeah, they're nice. How old are you?
30. My birthday is in November. Then I'm 30.
He dived into another sandwich.
Your parents live in Eureka?
He shook his head.
My mom's gone now. I have a group home, but if I stay there, I have to work at the grocery. For Stan.
Luke was still crouched, sitting on the heel of his boot. He'd only known one kid with Downs while growing up, a neighbor kid. He'd been younger, his brother Sean's age, and Luke and his brothers all looked out for him. No one dared give him any trouble. They'd have to answer to the scrappy Irish Reardon boys. He was the sweetest kid on earth. Luke had learned they had a reputation for being the gentlest-natured people alive. But this guy's boss had slugged him in the face. Now, why would a person do something like that? So Art is on the run from an abuser. Wouldn't his caretaker be onto that? Make that right? Unless the caretaker was also abusive. Luke thought about calling someone, get this guy some help. But he only thought about it for 5 seconds. He couldn't have some agency toss this guy back into a group home where he was mistreated.
You need a job where nobody hits, buddy?
He shrugged and chewed.
I could use some help. Maybe if I let you have a place to sleep while I'm working around here, you could do some chores for food and clothes and stuff. Any interest in that?
Art nodded without making eye contact.
Can you count?
Art looked up, swallowed, and said,
"Course I can count. I'm not stupid."
That made Luke smile.
Course you're not. Okay, I can let you sleep in the trailer a few nights till we get a cabin straight for you. There's some plumbing that works in the trailer. I'll find you a sleeping bag and something clean to wear. How's that?
He gulped down the last of his sandwich.
What's your name?
Luke, he said, standing up.
Okay, Luke.
When you're done eating there, go down to the camper and wash up. The water's not real hot, but I'll get you a bar of soap and a couple of towels. I'll meet you down there in a little while. How's that?
Okay, Luke.
It's a roof and a bed. We'll get a cabin in shape for you so you have a little more room. But the trailer's not so bad. It's better than this.
Thanks, Luke.
You're welcome, Art.
Luke went back to the house and dug around in his things. Luke was a big guy, but his waist was trim, so nothing of his would fit Art. He finally settled on a bathrobe he never wore, and with towels, soap, pillows, and a sleeping bag, he went back down to number 6. It was empty. He hoped Art hadn't panicked and run because the guy needed a little assist. But Art had gone, as he was told, to the trailer. The shower, barely warm and tiny as hell, was running. Luke knocked on the door.
Art? Hey, Art.
Yeah?
Can I hand you over some soap? Leave you a bathrobe and some towels?
Yeah,
he said.
Don't look at me.
I won't. You put on this bathrobe and I think I'll wash these clothes for you. They're nasty, Art.
They're dirty,
Art corrected. They were way past dirty. Luke handed a bar of soap into the shower and left the towels and robe hanging on the hooks right outside. Then he gingerly plucked the clothes off the floor and, leaving the shoes, carried them to his house. But before he entered, he changed his mind. They were so awful and probably infested, he didn't even want them in his washing machine. They were also threadbare, the underwear gray, yet the bruise was new. Suddenly, Luke realized this was how Art had been dressed in the group home. So, Luke dug around in his toolbox for a tape measure and went back to the trailer. He walked in to find Art in his blue terry robe. Art jumped in surprise. "Don't worry," Luke said. "I looked at your clothes and they seem to be in bad shape. I don't have anything that will fit you, but since you're going to work for me, I'm going to buy you something in your size. Any chance you know your size?" 40. "What's 40, Art?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Okay, no problem. Let me measure your waist. I bet it's your waist. But I'll need—" He stopped. He couldn't measure the man's inseam. Art had asked not to be looked at, and Luke had a momentary concern that maybe something uncomfortable, if not horrible, had happened to him. He'd measured the inseam of the discarded pants. That would do. Art stood still for him while he put the tape measure around his waist. 40. The guy was fairly competent. Time would tell how competent, but Luke had made his decision. He was going to give him a chance to not be homeless or beaten. He'd work out the details later. "What size are your shoes?" 10, Art said. "Wide, very wide." "Good. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get you some clothes because yours are ruined. Then I'm going to make sure you have dinner. And tomorrow, we can talk about your chores. Can you stay here inside until I get back? It'll be more than an hour." He looked at the rolled-up sleeping bag on the bed in the trailer. "Can I open that? It's okay?" "Sure. Have a nap if you want to." Luke smiled at him. "You look good all cleaned up. How long you been on the road, buddy?" He shrugged. But it couldn't have been too long. The bruise was still fresh. He must have had some rough experiences in a short time to get so filthy. "I'll be back. Stay inside. I don't want you scaring anybody in your bathrobe." "It's your bathrobe," Art said. He was clearly very literal. "I'm giving it to you, pal. I never once put it on. I think my mother gave it to me. I think she gives me one every Christmas. Maybe she's trying to keep me from walking around naked." "My mother's gone now." Luke reached out and squeezed his upper arm. "Yeah, he told me that. I'm sorry, man. I have a group home, but I don't want to have that job anymore." "I understand, Art. You don't have to do that job. No one on this job will hit you. You clear on that?" He smiled a small smile. A small, tired, hungry, beaten-down smile. "Clear, Luke." 2 hours later, Art had new clothes. Functional clothes. Loose blue jeans and soft denim shirts. New tighty-whities and clean socks. New tennis shoes. Black, because his chores would get him dirty. He also had a toothbrush, paste, comb, disposable razor, and shaving cream. Luke made him a hamburger for dinner. Made sure he knew where everything was in the trailer. Then he observed the shaving to be sure Art handled the razor safely. "You'll be okay here by yourself tonight?" he asked. "I like it," Art said. "I wish it was mine when I first saw it." "That right? You won't run off, will ya?" "I'm helping you now, Luke. I got you some bottled water and a few protein bars in case you get hungry before morning. If you have a problem, you know where I am. I'm in the house, okay?" "Okay," he said, sitting on the small bed and circling his chubby knees with his arms, rocking. "You need anything else, Art?" "No." "See you first thing in the morning, then. We'll have some breakfast together." "Okay. Thanks, Luke." Luke went back to his house. He was staying in tonight in case Art needed anything, even though it meant not running into Shelby. He felt briefly disappointed. Another 15 or 20 minutes of feeling her pressed up against him, kissing him. That wouldn't hurt. But now he had another project, one he hadn't prepared himself for. If Art proved at all competent, it could turn out to be a good decision for both of them. If Art needed more assistance than Luke could provide, he could find him some help. But for now, at least he'd found a home for one of his mother's many bathrobes. A couple of days later, Shelby rode Chico into the clearing that fronted Luke's cabins and stopped before getting too close. She had saddled and pulled Plenty along. The September afternoon was pleasant and sunny, and she could see that Luke was crouched atop one of the cabins tearing off rotting shingles. Although it was cool enough for her to need a jacket, his broad, sunburned bare back was facing her. It was a very enjoyable sight, and she drank it in, silent. Then Plenty whinnied, and Luke glanced over his shoulder. He stood and carefully turned toward her, balancing on the sloping roof. A smile found its way to her lips. What a sight he was, bare-chested, whiskers on his cheeks and chin, wearing jeans and a tool belt. She briefly wondered what it was about a tool belt. What was it she had said about the guy she had had in mind? Clean-shaven, starched and pressed. Polo shirt? Nah. Looks like you lost a rider, he called down to her. I'm looking for a rider, she said. Want to take a break? See if you can sit a horse? Is this a test of some kind? He asked. No, she laughed. I'll still like you if you fall off. He came down the ladder, grabbing his shirt off the lower rung and shrugging into it. It hung open, and her eyes stayed riveted on that tool belt. His hands were on the buckle to remove it, but they didn't move. When she lifted her eyes to his, she found him grinning. Caught. What the hell, she thought, smiling back. What are you doing here? He asked her. I haven't seen you in a couple of days. Are you avoiding me again? I should, but I haven't been. I've had stuff going on. Does the general know you're doing this? He asked. Of course. They're his horses. Aw, Shelby, he said, sounding a little miserable. He took off the tool belt and buttoned up his shirt. What did he say? He said, you be careful of that Black Hawk pilot. They have a reputation for abusing women. He shoved his shirt into his pants. God, he moaned. Why don't you go away and leave me alone before you get me shot? She laughed. He didn't say that. He said, be sure to tell Luke that Plenty nips and bolts. So, Plenty, short for plenty of trouble, nips and bolts. You'll have to pay attention. Bolts? He asked a little nervously. Not usually with a rider, but if you get off, keep the reins. She can be a handful when she acts up, but she's a pretty good ride. Oh, man. I have a feeling this is going to be humiliating. Where are we going? How about upriver a ways to check out the turning leaves? She asked. Think you can handle that? I'll give it a go, he said. Be with you in a minute. He walked down to the first cabin and stuck his head inside. Art was doing exactly as he'd been asked, sweeping debris into a nice, neat pile in the middle of the cabin that had been emptied of furniture. Hey, Art, Luke said. I'm going to be gone a little while. You'll be okay, right? Right, Art said, not looking up from his job. I'll let you know when I'm back. Okay, Luke, he said. Luke went back to Shelby and the horses, cautiously giving Plenty's neck a slow stroke. She pulled her lips back as if she'd like to bite him, but she managed to control herself. You have anything with you? Like a gun? He asked Shelby. What for? Bear. They're still out, fishing. Oh, I have some repellent. Plus, I'm really fast. Yeah, he grinned. I saw that the last time you were here. I'm not. I'm just hoping I can stay in the saddle. He went to his truck and pulled his Remington .338 rifle out of the rack.
I'll feel a little better if I don't have to rely on you to protect me."
"Ninny," she said, smiling.
Hey there. You've been watching for a while now. Let's take a short break and enjoy some relaxing music. This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If it's not your thing, feel free to skip. Thanks for being here.
"That's pretty, but way more gun than you need."
"It makes me feel manly,"
he said. By the time he was tying his rifle onto the saddle straps, Art was standing in the doorway of the cabin, watching them, broom in hand. "Who's that?" Shelby asked.
"I'll tell you in a minute,"
he answered, swinging into the saddle.
"Lead the way."
He followed her to the river, and as they rode away from the cabins, Luke said,
"That guy, his name's Art. I found him camped out in one of the cabins. Filthy, hurt, and on the run. So he's working for me in exchange for food and a decent place to sleep."
"He's staying with you?" she asked.
"No. I put him in the camper while we get one of the cabins fixed up enough for him, which is why I haven't been at the bar in a couple of days. I wanted to make sure he was all right on his own. All he needs is hot water, cereal in the morning, bologna and cheese sandwiches for lunch, dinner, and something soft to lie on. The guy's pretty incredible. He's not fast, but he's careful and he tries real hard. Turns out to be a good helper. But let's keep it quiet that he's here until I figure out what he's up against, okay? I don't know exactly who he's running from, but he doesn't want to go back. Someone gave him a black eye. He doesn't have family anymore."
She looked at him in surprise. "You're protecting him."
"He was digging through my trash like he needed something,"
Luke said with a shrug.
"I didn't go out of my way."
"You could have told him to take off."
"Nah, no reason for that. He has Down syndrome. Just a plain old good-hearted soul. But if some asshole who hits him is looking for him, I don't want word to leak that he's hiding out here. Not till I figure out what to do about his situation."
"You know, you try to hide the fact that you're nice," she said. "I think it's natural for you to be kind."
"Now," he warned, "you'll ruin my reputation."
"You haven't even established one yet," she said. "No one knows quite what to make of you." She lifted her chin, looking up at the tall pines, the enormous sequoia, the clear, bright sky. Interspersed were oak and madrona with leaves turning yellow and orange. "Is this awesome or what?"
"Awesome," he agreed. "How does it compare to living down the coast?"
"So far, a wonderful change." She looked over at him and her eyes glittered. "I see great potential for this place."
"Playing with me again," he teased. "Don't you worry that you're biting off more than you can chew, little girl?"
"Aren't you?" she asked.
He groaned. "I know I am."
And she laughed at him. As they rode up the river into the hills, Luke couldn't help but find the horse a good diversion. A real pleasant experience. As long as Plenty was beside Chico and not behind him, there were no bad manners, like nipping. They talked only a little while they rode, and after about 20 minutes along the river, Shelby stopped Chico at the base of a trail that rose steeply into the hills. It was marked with well-worn trail that led to a plateau. "Think you can do that?" she asked. "The view from up there is pretty awesome."
"I can give it a try," he said. Let me go first so this horse doesn't bite Chico's behind.
Go, she said. The trail was wide enough for an easy ride, made up of switchbacks that went right, then left, then right again, in a zigzag that took the strain out of the climb. It took about 20 minutes to get to the top, and once there, the valley opened up in front of them, the river behind them, and what looked like a vineyard was spread out below. He took a deep breath and admired the scenery. He could see a number of hiking trails and a couple of old abandoned logging roads that had probably been used in years past for the harvesting of lumber. Shelby came up alongside and inhaled in much the same way, experiencing the view. They could see for miles over the tops of the ponderosa and fir. She pulled off her hat and shook out that single braid, letting the fall breeze cool her. They sat for a long time, saying nothing. Minutes passed, and then Luke heard a sound. There was a rustling, and not exactly a growl, but something like a deep whine, a mewling. He looked to his right and saw that at the base of a tree, a large bear cub rolled around playfully. Even though the cub was probably 4 months old and good-sized, he was still just a kid.
Shit, he said. Oh, shit.
Where there was a cub, there was always a mother. And sure enough, coming at them from the left was Mama. They had somehow inadvertently gotten between the cub and the mother. And damn, Mama was big.
Down, 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 he said to Shelby. You go first, he said, backing out of her way.
Shelby took off for the trail that led down the hill, Luke close on her heels, but moving at such a quick pace that Plenty didn't have the opportunity to nip at Chico. Bears have front legs shorter than their back legs, and it was a bad idea to run up a hill or on level ground, or God forbid, up a tree. But if you traveled downhill, they were at a disadvantage. 10 or 20 feet, and they'd trip and roll. But bears could get up a hill with those short front legs faster than any man, or any horse carrying a man. Shelby whacked Chico with the end of her rein, and Luke dug his heels into Plenty. He hoped he could stay astride. He wasn't nearly the horseman Shelby was. And it wasn't a straight shot down. There were all those switchbacks to traverse. Behind them, Mama let go with a huge and frightening growl. If she got close, he hoped he could level the rifle in time. While Shelby and Luke had to make use of the switchback trail, Mama Bear was making a straight line down, through the trees and shrubs. Ahead of him, he saw Shelby managing Chico with one deft hand, her other reaching behind her for the repellent spray. It occurred to him to get back a little, in case she decided to use it and he caught the drift downwind. But getting away was the first priority. He didn't want to have to shoot the mother of a cub. About 20 feet into their descent, it happened. The bear stumbled over her short front legs, curled into a huge furry ball, and began to roll out of control. Both Shelby and Luke pulled back on the reins and watched her roll right by them and down about 20 more feet.
Stay,
Luke said softly. He pulled the rifle off the saddle ties and had it at the ready. Don't shoot her, Shelby pleaded.
Only if I have to, he said.
Easy does it. Mama recovered, shook herself off, stood at full towering height, treated them to her meanest snarl, and scrambled up the hill in the other direction, back to her cub at great speed, avoiding them.
What do you say we get the hell out of here? He suggested.
Shelby whacked Chico on the butt and urged him forward, and to Luke's amazement, he heard her laughter ring out as she descended. He was right on her heels, keeping up with her pretty well for someone who was reluctant to put down a rifle that was longer than his arm. When they got to the bottom, she didn't slow down. She put her heels to her mount and flew down the riverside, laughter echoing through the tall trees as she drove the horse. Even Plenty's Arabian heritage wasn't helping Luke keep up with that paint. There weren't any people along the river, but he couldn't help but wonder what an onlooker might think, him chasing her with a rifle in his hand. But she was laughing wildly. Shelby had hunkered down in the saddle and showed her stuff. She was amazing. Lightweight, skilled, unafraid and fleet. She raced all the way back to the cabins, and once there, her cheeks flushed, eyes aglitter, she grinned victoriously as he came into the clearing. Luke learned something that moment that he hadn't expected. This was a young woman who liked an adventure. She liked speed. A little bear scare lit her up brighter than the sun, that was for sure. Now, he didn't kid himself that he knew everything about women, but he knew when to pay attention. Shelby was suddenly more alive than she'd been all afternoon. It turned him on almost unbearably.
"That was fun," she said. "Yeah, once the bear was gone. You're a show-off."
"There are very few places where I'm able to show off," she said. "I'm good on a horse."
"Yeah, you are,"
he agreed. He brought Plenty up next to her so that he was facing Shelby.
"Come here,"
he said. He moved forward and she met him willingly, leaning toward him. He tilted his head and pressed her lips for a brief, sensuous kiss. Luke moved over her mouth slowly, deeply. Each kiss put him closer to the very thing he thought was the worst idea he'd ever had, and the most fated. He slipped an arm around her waist and held her. She put her arms on his shoulders. When he left her lips, he said, "You're killing me. Come inside with me for a few hours." "No, not yet," she said. Then she shrugged. "Sorry if I'm teasing you." He pulled away and dismounted.
"Shelby, I don't think you're sorry. I think you're in control here, trying to make me sorry,"
he said, but he couldn't help smiling. "See you tonight, for a beer."
"Maybe."
"Come on," she laughed. "It's not possible I'm more brave than you. You've been in combat how many times?"
"This is so different. This is a small town.
You're a general's only niece." "Yeah," she said, taking Plenty's reins with a naughty grin. "Man up." Luke manned up enough to get himself to that little bar 5 nights running. When the general was with his niece, Luke shoved off before dinner to bring Art and himself some of Preacher's fixings, including pie, which Art lived for. When Shelby was alone, he stayed. It had been about 100 years since he'd played kissy face with a girl without groping her, but he was able to do that with Shelby, and even looked forward to it. It wouldn't be much longer before he pressed the suggestion of more, the talk, and finally the event, the thought of which sent sparks shooting through his body. During the days, he worked hard. He always made sure Art was set up for eating reasonably good food. His cereal and fruit for breakfast, his sandwiches for lunch, and at least a microwavable TV dinner that included vegetables for supper, when Luke was absent for the evening. Almost a week had passed since the bear scare. Luke had since pushed all the furniture into the dining room of his house and was now sanding hardwood floors in the living room. He'd just started thinking about a shower and a refreshing beer at Jack's with Shelby, hopefully accompanied by a few meaningful kisses, when he heard the blast of a horn. He turned off the sander and went to the porch. His brother Sean pulled right up to the porch and jumped out of his Jeep SUV, all grins and a bright eyes. Luke frowned. This wasn't at all what he had in mind.
"Hey, buddy,"
Sean called. "What's up?"
"What are you doing here? I snagged a few days out of the squadron and thought I'd pleasure you with my company. Have a look at what you've got going on here."
All Luke could think about was how much longer it would be until he could be alone with Shelby.
"Good,"
he said without enthusiasm.
"That's good. Why didn't you call?"
"Since when do I call? You leaving town or something?"
"Nah, just put in a long day. Get cleaned up. Let's go over to the coast, have a couple, see if we can find a couple."
Code for couple of beers, couple of girls.
"Go ahead, buddy. I'm not into that tonight."
"Since when?"
"Come on. I'm just going into town for a beer. There's a little bar there, nice little family place. You can come with me or go to the coast on your own. Or there's a closer place you can try, a bar in Garberville. I've seen girls there."
"Sounds really exciting."
"What are you, getting old?" Sean asked.
Luke frowned. This was not great timing. He was getting close to closing the deal with a 25-year-old beauty, and who shows up but the younger brother who is all of 32. The hotshot spy plane pilot. Younger, better looking, plenty of money, exciting life. An officer. The general would no doubt prefer that. He looked Sean up and down. He was tan, had dark blonde hair, a dimpled bad boy smile, and no shortage of lines for picking up women. Good lines. Luke had actually borrowed some of them.
"You are not happy to see me," Sean said. "What's going on?"
"You gonna work while you're here?" Luke asked, testily.
"In daylight. When the sun goes down, I'd like to enjoy myself a little. I sense that's gonna be a problem around here."
"Tonight I'm going to Jack's. We'll talk about tomorrow night tomorrow," he said, heading for the house.
"Shoo," Sean said, annoyed.
"This is gonna be wonderful."
Just then, Art stepped into the doorway of cabin number 3 with his broom.
Who is that?" Sean asked Luke.
"Art, come here, buddy,"
Luke called. Art walked down toward the porch.
"Art, this is my brother Sean. Sean, this is Art. He's helping out around here. He's sleeping in one of the cabins."
"Hey," Sean said, putting out a hand.
"Hey, Sean,"
Art said, shaking his hand. Then Art turned and went back to the cabin he was sweeping up.
"Luke, what's going on around here?"
"Just getting the job done, pal. Art turned up looking for a place to stay, and he works hard all day long for room and board. But we're not telling anyone he's here. He's going low profile for now, on the run from a bad group home."
"Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," Sean said.
40 minutes later, Luke and Sean were in Luke's truck, on the way down the river to the town. When Luke pulled up in front of Jack's, he saw General Booth's Tahoe parked there, and hoped Shelby was inside with him. He put the truck in park, but before turning off the ignition, he said to his brother,
"If you get a whiff of anything in there that has my scent on it, back away. If you touch it, you're a dead man."
Sean grinned.
"Okay, now I'm catching on.
Oh man, this is gonna be fun." He jumped out of the truck and bounded up the stairs, clearly dying of curiosity. Luke was right behind him, but almost plowed into him. Sean stopped short right inside the door. Walt and Shelby were sitting up at the bar and both turned at the sound of someone entering. Luke put a firm hand, a reminder, on Sean's shoulder.
"Holy shit,"
Sean whispered. Luke gave his shoulder a little shake and pushed him forward.
"General Booth,"
Luke said.
"Shelby McIntyre, meet my brother Sean."
"Sir?" Sean said. "Miss?" Standing behind him as he was, Luke couldn't see Sean's dimpled grin, but knew it was huge. It made Luke's frown a little deeper. God, he thought, why couldn't I have had sisters? Jack put up a couple of beers, and Sean began to entertain himself at Luke's expense.
"So I invited my brother to go over to the coast to have a beer, check out the women.
And what does he tell me? Not interested in doing that. He wants to go to this little bar in Virgin River, but he doesn't tell me why. What an incredible coincidence that you happen to be here, Miss McIntyre."
She laughed at him, finding him darling and playful. Two things Luke definitely was not. "Please, it's just Shelby. He knew I'd be here. It's almost a standing date."
"Is it now?
Is there another one of you at home?"
"I'm afraid not," she said. "But I understand there are more brothers."
"Aiden, Colin, and Patty. But I'm the richest and most handsome. And the biggest pain in the ass, Luke inserted.
Where do you fall in the pack? Shelby asked.
Number 4. Luke's the oldest.
He looked over his shoulder at Luke.
He's very old, you know. And I think my family and your family were at war for thousands of years, he teased. He sipped his beer. Yeah, the McIntyre-Reardon Wars. Sure, I'm glad that's over.
And none of you married?
At last count, 2 of them tried it and blew it. They insist it wasn't their fault, he said, grinning. Luke was going to take him home and beat the shit out of him.
But Shelby was loving it.
The sly grin on the general's face was unmistakable, and the amused crinkle at the corner of Jack's eyes suggested he was getting too big a kick out of this as well. And right on cue, the others began to file into the bar. Luke dutifully introduced everyone to Sean. After a few minutes, Sean leaned across the bar and said to Jack,
"Look at these women, man. What is this place? Stepford?"
"All taken, buddy, unless you can get this fresh young thing away from your older brother." The general and Sean carried on a lengthy conversation about the Reardon boys.
"How'd you get an entire military family?" Walt asked.
"I don't know, sir," Sean answered. "No imagination, I guess. Luke went first, right out of high school, but he scored a warrant officer promotion, flight school, and made it look fun. Big Irish Catholic family like ours with a da who's an electrician. He wasn't sending the lot of us to college, so we had to come up with alternate plans. ROTC, military scholarship, active duty, whatever. But it turns out, I like the life."
Then Shelby told Sean about merely being here for a visit. And for the first time, Luke had a catastrophic thought. What if he wasn't ready for her to leave when she decided to go? He'd spent so much mental energy on the disaster that would befall him when he was through with her, it hadn't occurred to him it might just go the opposite way. If Luke was quieter than usual, it could be explained by the fact that Sean never shut up. That, and the fear he was losing a major chance with Shelby to this upstart who would be gone in a few days. A few long days. Tables were pushed together as those present collected for dinner, and Sean grabbed the chair next to Shelby's, entertaining her, making her laugh. Luke didn't make her laugh so much. He wasn't the comedian Sean was to start with. Plus, he was sulking. Sean stole the show. So after the plates were picked up, Luke stepped outside into the cool fall night. He wasn't out there long before she joined him. She gave him a little smile and shook her head. "You're so unhappy," she said, humor in her voice.
"I hate him,"
Luke said miserably. "Come on," she said. "You don't have to be so cranky. I like your brother." She got a little closer to him. "You're the jealous type, I guess."
"I guess," he grumbled.
Truthfully, he was feeling old. Feeling 38, soon to be 39. Feeling less educated than Sean, boring, and retired. "Seems a little ridiculous for you to be jealous when you keep telling me I'm making a big mistake flirting with you."
"I was going to stop saying that pretty soon," he told her.
"I wasn't exactly fooled," she said. "You tell me that and then rattle my bones with a kiss that goes all the way to my belly button. You're kind of obvious, Luke." Shelby did something that a year ago, even a month ago, she couldn't envision. But she'd had a couple of glasses of wine, and Sean had made her laugh the night away, even if Luke had not. She walked right up to him and put her arms around his waist. His arms went instantly around her. "It's been a while since you kissed me like that. Couple of days," she reminded him. Finally, after all this time, he smiled.
"Believe me, I know."
"And now you're in a bad mood."
"It has nothing to do with kissing you. Kissing you is good."
"Why not try that again? See if it's still good." His arms tightened around her.
"What about the general?"
she laughed. It would probably thrill him. He's been awful worried about my arrested development. I'm sure he thinks I'm pathetic and manless.
You're not.
Pathetic?
Or manless,
he said, covering her mouth in a powerful and deep kiss, a possessing kiss. He moved over her mouth and her lips opened for him. It briefly ran through his mind that he had to have her this minute. But first, he should remind her. She couldn't count on him for the long haul. At best, it would be a fling. A fabulous, satisfying fling. Instead of talking to her about that, he received her small tongue into his mouth and moaned his pleasure. He didn't want it to ever end, and he concentrated on making it the longest kiss in history, hoping to get caught, hoping everyone would go on notice. This was his girl. His woman. He could feel her firm breasts pressing against his chest and knew nothing would feel quite so good as to have one in his hand. At length, he released her lips, but didn't let them get too far. Your brother is very cute, she said against his lips.
I'm gonna take him home and beat the shit out of him.
It made her giggle to hear that. Would you two like to go for a ride tomorrow? She asked. We have another good riding horse, a beautiful Appaloosa named Shasta, all spotty and gentle.
I don't want him to go anywhere with us.
Luke, she scolded.
Seriously, I want him out of here. I have things to do with you.
He shrugged his shoulders.
Riding and beers and dinner and stuff.
You better be patient, she said.
How patient?
He asked. She gave him a peck on the lips. How long will Sean be here?
Seriously, I'm gonna kill him and hide the body.
How long? She demanded, though she smiled.
He says a few days, but he doesn't know about his impending murder.
How about tomorrow morning, after it warms up a little bit? Come to my house and we'll ride along the river.
Is that what you really want?
I think it would be very neighborly of me. He sighed.
All right, but don't laugh at his jokes. It makes me crazy.
Chapter 7. Walt gave Shelby and Luke a little time alone at the bar's porch. Not too much time, though. He walked outside noisily. He briefly glared at Luke just to see if he could make him tremble in guilt and fear. To Luke's credit, he didn't. But he did pull his arm from around Shelby's shoulders, slowly, reluctantly. So, there it was. Walt had suspected.
I'm headed out, Walt said. Coming now or later, Shelby?
I'll go with you, Uncle Walt.
On the way home, Walt said to Shelby, I bet those Reardon boys were a handful to raise.
Shelby only sighed. Dreamily, Walt thought. When Shelby was dropped off at home, Walt said he'd be going over to Muriel's place for a nightcap. He had a couple of things in the Tahoe already. A surprise for Muriel. He loved that Muriel knew the sound of his Tahoe engine, his boots on the wooden planks of her porch, his knock. Come on in, Walt. It gave him a crazy lift that there couldn't possibly be any other caller. He walked in, shifted his stuff to under one arm so he could greet the pups, who would not leave him alone until they had a piece of him. She was wearing a comfy sweatsuit, sitting on her bed, what looked suspiciously like a script in her lap, and her reading glasses balanced on her nose. What have you got there? She asked.
A little entertainment I didn't want to get into alone.
He put a portable DVD player beside her on the bed, along with 4 DVDs he'd gone to a great deal of trouble to find. Not so many of her films were available on DVD. She fanned through them. Oh, Walt, she exclaimed. What did you do? Then she flipped one aside. Not this one. I'm naked in this one.
Muriel, I've seen you naked. It's a brilliant sight.
I know, but you've only seen me naked in the dark while we're trying to keep the dogs off the bed. In this, I'm naked with an actor, a director, an entire film crew, and I think everyone from janitorial to the roach coach that brings lunch. He sat on the edge of the bed.
Is that hard to do? Get naked like that?
She made a face. You won't get this, but it's easier for me to do that than it was to get naked in front of you. I couldn't care less what those people think of me. It was just work. It was right for the script, or I would have declined. She shrugged and added, plus, my parents were dead. He put a little kiss on her lips.
It was hard to take your clothes off for me?
It was, she admitted. I wanted to live up to your expectations. I'm getting better at it since you decided to be insatiable. Are you sure you're 62? You certainly haven't slowed down much.
I feel 20 years younger with you. And you not only lived up to my expectations, you pretty much blew my mind.
He picked up the rejected DVD.
Let's watch this one first.
It made her laugh.
Is that a script?
He asked, glancing at the sheaf of pages she held. Yeah, don't worry, it's crap.
Good. Muriel, you have to start coming to Jack's for dinner with us. It's getting more interesting by the day. You wouldn't want to miss it.
Really? She asked, sitting up and crossing her legs in front of her.
My innocent little Shelby has picked out a man. I'm sure she's made a rash choice. He's too much for her. A 38-year-old roughneck who flew Blackhawks for almost 20 years. He looks like he could take apart a big gang of Huns with his bare hands. But when he looks at her, sins of many varieties glitter in his eyes, and I scare the hell out of him. A thing of beauty. Well, tonight, he showed up with his younger brother, who was a surprise visitor. Better looking, funnier, a lot more socially acute, more sure of himself around Shelby. He laughed. Almost caused the roughneck to take his own life. You don't want to miss too much more of this stuff.
Shelby picked out this guy? She asked. This older guy?
Oh, there was no question about it. I suspect it was almost the second she saw him.
But he's a roughneck. How do you feel about that? Walt leaned over and took off his boots. He straightened and looked at her with those scary general's eyes.
If he does anything to hurt her, I'm going to kill him.
Muriel shook her head and pulled the DVD out of the sleeve and loaded it in the portable player. Shelby must be very grateful, she said, facetiously. He climbed up next to her, leaning back against the wall, stretching out his long legs, shooing first buff and then loose off the bed.
I think she's secretly enjoying his fear. I can't wait for this movie.
It's a chick flick, she said.
Clint Eastwood's in it, he said, settling back. I like Clint Eastwood.
You won't like him in this. He's romantic. He doesn't blow anyone's brains out or say, "Make my day," even once.
But you took your clothes off in front of him. I want to see the look on his face.
Well, Muriel said, if you look very closely, you might see an expression that approaches oblivion. He's seen a huge number of actresses in the nude and remains very much in control of his emotions. He wasn't tempted in the least.
Poor fool.
Walt pushed play. Are you determined to watch this? She asked.
I can't wait.
This is going to bore me to death, she said tiredly, leaning back against her pillows and yawning.
Want me to wake you up for the naked part?
Walt asked her. Wake me up when you're naked, she said, yawning again. Mel received a very important phone call at the clinic. She hung up, took a deep breath, looked at her watch. 10 a.m. She picked up the phone and called Shelby, but there was no answer at the ranch. They could be out riding. She called Bree. I need a sitter. I can try to find Jack if you're... I just saw him leave the bar in his truck, Bree said. I'll come and get the kids. How's that? Thanks. I have an errand and could be a few hours. After hanging up, she went into Doc Mullins's office. I did it, she said. I got a county rehab placement for Cheryl Creighton.
How'd you manage that?
He asked, impressed in spite of himself. It wasn't easy. I had to make 100 phone calls. It would have been infinitely easier if she had committed a crime and could blame it on booze. She could have gotten treatment and sentencing. This was way harder.
Do you have any idea you did this?
Nope, she said, shaking her head. I didn't want to give her time to think about it. She'd just get drunk and change her mind. But if I blindside her, get her over there, and they dry her out and get her in the program, she has a chance.
Exactly one,
he stressed. Yeah, I'll never be able to pull that off again if she relapses. So, I'm going over there. I'll take your truck and leave you the Hummer for patients.
Jack's truck would be a better ride, he said.
Can't do that, she insisted. Jack and Cheryl had history. There was a time, long before Mel, that Cheryl had a fierce and embarrassing crush on Jack, and Jack had to put her down rather harshly. I can't get Jack or even his truck involved. It might send the wrong message. Besides, I keep reliving that nightmare of riding to the hospital in the back of your pickup with a patient, holding a bag of ringers over my head. I'll take your truck and leave you the Hummer, she said, holding out her hand for the keys.
Good luck,
he said, handing them over. After Bree had taken the kids back to her RV, Mel drove a few short blocks to the house she now knew to be the Creightons. It was in disrepair, which several of the houses on this block seemed to be. People tended to get used to things like peeling paint, sagging roofs. Plus, this was not a family with money. No one worked but Dad, and he only worked when there was work, piecemeal, probably with no benefits. She knocked on the door, and it was a long time before a morbidly obese woman answered. She had never seen Cheryl Creighton's mother before, which, in a town this size, was incredibly strange. But it was apparent why. The woman had probably not been out of the house for many months, perhaps years. She had a cigarette in her yellowed fingers and a frown on her face. She answered the door with a barking hack. Mel gave her time to catch her wheezing breath. Is Cheryl at home? She asked.
Who are you?
My name is Mel Sheridan, she said. I'm the nurse practitioner and midwife. I work with Doc Mullins.
You're the one,
she said, looking Mel up and down.
Jack's woman.
Yeah, that's me. So, she here?
Sleeping it off,
the woman said, turning to waddle back into the house, leaving Mel to follow. Can you get her up for me? Mel asked, letting herself in despite the lack of invitation.
I can try,
she said. Mel followed the woman into the little kitchen, which was obviously where she had set up camp. There was a collection of newspapers and magazines, stained coffee cups and empty Coke cans, an overflowing ashtray, an open box of donuts, a small TV sitting on the counter. Mrs. Creighton went into a room off the kitchen, a crude add-on in the back of the house. The door didn't close, didn't seem to have a mechanism for closing. There was a hole where the doorknob should be. Mel heard her in there, yelling.
Cheryl! 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 There's some woman here to see you. Cheryl!
After a bit of that, there was some muffled protest. Mrs. Creighton came back into the kitchen, went back to her chair, which sagged under her weight. It was a household of addiction, Mel thought. Mom is hooked on food and cigarettes. Cheryl's hooked on alcohol, and Dad's drug of choice was anyone's guess. He was probably hooked on these two women and their problems. Cheryl appeared in the doorway of her bedroom, wearing yesterday's clothes, straggly hair hanging in her face, her eyes swollen and barely open. Mel took a breath. Got a minute? She asked.
What for?
Cheryl asked, Let's step outside and talk, Mel said. She walked out the front door, leaving Cheryl to follow. Mel stood on the sidewalk in front of the house until Cheryl came out and stood on the front step. "How drunk are you right now?" Mel asked her.
"I'm okay," she answered, rubbing her fingers across her scalp, threading fingers through her limp and greasy hair.
"You have any interest in getting sober? Staying sober?"
"I do, sometimes. I don't drink a lot of the time."
"I can get you in treatment, Cheryl. Get you detoxed and cleaned up and in a program. You'd get 28 days of sobriety therapy and a real good chance of going straight, off the booze. But you have to decide right now."
"I don't know."
"This is your one shot, Cheryl. I'll take you, check you in. The county will pick up the tab, but you only get this one chance. If you say no right now, that's it. That's all I can do."
"Who told you to do this?" she asked.
"No one told me. I thought you could use a little help, so I found it for you. All by myself. And no, I haven't even mentioned it to Jack. You could try this. You know you can't do it on your own."
"You ask my mom?"
"I haven't asked anyone. You're over 21, aren't you? You want help? Go shower and pack a bag. You don't need much. They have washers and dryers, clean sheets and towels, healthy food, and a lot of people just like you who are trying to sober up. It's hard for everyone, but they're the experts, and if anyone can help you, they can." She looked at her feet, her dirty, unlaced boots.
"I get the shakes real bad sometimes," she said.
"Just about everyone does. They have medicine to get you through the first days." Mel looked at her watch. "I'm not hanging around while you think about it."
"Where is this place?" she asked.
"Eureka." Cheryl shuffled her feet a little bit. Finally, she lifted her head.
"Okay," she said.
"Fine. Go shower and pack. I'll be back for you in 30 minutes. She came back and picked up Cheryl, who carried her belongings in a brown grocery bag. She had cleaned up. Her hair was washed, but only towel dried. She probably didn't own a blow dryer. She smelled of soap and a touch of liquor. A little nip to help her get into the truck, Mel suspected. "Did you tell your parents where you're going?" Mel asked. Cheryl shrugged.
"My mom. I told my mom."
"And is she glad you're going?" Cheryl shrugged. She looked away from Mel as she answered.
"She said it's probably a waste of time and money."
Mel waited for Cheryl to look back at her. Then she said, "No, it's not." She took a breath. "Come on, let's get going." They didn't talk much on the long drive to Eureka, but Mel did learn that Cheryl had been at a cousin's house in some other mountain town for the past year until her father brought her home. And Cheryl had had some delusional and grandiose aspirations. She'd wanted to join the Peace Corps, travel to foreign lands, be a nurse, a teacher, a veterinarian. Instead, she drank her dreams away. She didn't have any friends in Virgin River anymore, just her mother and father. "You don't have to tell me anything you don't feel like talking about," Mel began. "But I'm curious. I know you don't go to Jack's. How do you manage to get liquor?"
Cheryl started. "There's a liquor store in Garberville, but usually my dad would get me something to keep me from driving his truck."
"Ah, I understand," Mel said.
"I try to stop all the time," Cheryl said. "But if I get shaky and crazy, my dad takes care of it. Just enough to get me straight."
So Dad was the enabler, Mel thought. The aftercare was going to be a huge problem, Mel realized, because Cheryl had nowhere to go but back home to her parents, who seemed unable to support her in getting healthy. That would have to be her sponsor's challenge. Maybe they would find a place for her in Eureka where she could work, live, go to meetings, get a grip on sobriety before landing back in Virgin River, doomed. It was late afternoon by the time Mel got back to town. She went into the clinic to give Doc his keys.
"Mission accomplished?"
he asked. All taken care of.
"Your husband's been looking for you."
"Swell. What did you tell him?"
"That you were on a mission. A medical mission."
I bet that thrilled him. I guess I'll go tap dance around Jack and grab the kids from Bree. I'm gonna call it a day, Doc.
"I'll phone you if anything exciting pops up."
She turned to leave, and he called her back. She turned to him.
"That was a good thing you did. I don't like her chances, but that was a real good thing."
"Thanks, Doc."
All my years here, all my years watching her go downhill, I never gave her that much hope. Glad someone did. Glad you did."
She felt a small smile come to her lips. Over the course of the previous 3 days, Luke had taken Sean over to the booth house for a couple of morning rides. He hadn't done it for Sean, certainly, but for Shelby, because it made her happy to have someone with whom to share the rides. And although it irked Luke, she found Sean amusing. The rest of the time, Luke and his brother worked together. They finished the floors in the house, then concentrated on cabin number 1 for Luke's new tenant.
"We should have this ready for you in a couple of days, Art," Luke told him.
That put Art in a fever of excitement, that he was going to have his own little house.
"Ever have your own house before?"
Luke asked him.
"By myself?"
Art asked.
"Not by myself."
"Think you're ready for your own little house?"
"I am,"
he said with a nod.
"So let me ask you, Art, at the group home, who did the laundry?"
He shrugged and said,
"We had to sign up for it."
Luke was perplexed.
"Sign up? I don't get it."
"On the clipboard,"
Art said impatiently.
"You have to sign up on the clipboard when you want to use the washer and dryer."
"No kidding. So you did your own?"
"We did our own."
"And did you have other chores at the group home?" Sean asked him.
"Make the bed, put away the clothes, keep a neat room, dishes, vacuum, bathroom cleaning."
Luke lifted a brow.
"I think you are ready for your own house, with some OJT on the washer."
Art frowned.
"OJT?"
Sean slapped him on the back. "On-the-job training, buddy. Come with me. I'm going to show you how to scrape the dead paint off the outside of this cabin so we can prime it."
"OJT?"
he asked.
"Exactly."
When Art was settled into his chore outside, Sean went inside and asked Luke,
"What are you going to do with him?" "He just got here, Sean. He just needs to feel safe right now. He's going to get attached to you." "Maybe."
Luke shrugged.
"Look, the guy had a job, and from what he says, he took care of himself. Sounds like all he needs is a little supervision. Since I'm not going anyplace, what's it hurt if he just hangs out here?"
Art stuck his head in the door.
"Sean, can I have some more OJT?"
Luke looked at his brother.
"He's going to get attached to you. I won't be here long enough."
Between the 3 of them, they managed to get a lot done. At the end of the day, Luke fixed Art a grilled cheese and some soup, and then, at Luke's insistence, he took Sean to Jack's for dinner again. Shelby and her uncle, as well as Muriel, the booth's new neighbor, were there. Before leaving, he was briefly and wonderfully in possession of her lips. But Sean, unfortunately, had nothing to do with his lips but talk. The next day, Sean said, "Tonight, we're going to go over to the coast, or at least Fortuna. I'm only here another day, and I'm tired of entertaining your girlfriend for you. She's not my girlfriend.
but I'm tired of you doing that too.
I bet you've already got a girl someplace else. A girl with girlfriends. Do a brother a favor and make a call.
I'm not doing that, man. You go. Knock yourself out.
What is your deal, Luke?
He took a deep breath. They had managed not to talk about this, though it was as obvious as a punch to the gut.
You know what my deal is, Sean, and I don't need you to jam me up right now.
Come on, Luke. You can pick up your threads when I'm gone.
Not interested. I have things on my mind.
Yeah, Shelby things. Since we can't share the girl, let's go find some action. Besides, her uncle is watching her like a hawk.
I'm working that angle,
Luke said.
Brother, you have to get out of my way here. I have things to do with the girl.
You are headed for something not so good, Sean said.
She's young and innocent. Anyone can see that. She's sweet.
And she's got that look, like she'd bruise easily.
You'd better think about this. It's under control,
he said. But it wasn't. He felt about as far from control as he ever had. There was just no way in hell he could stop this now. He was like a runaway train where Shelby was concerned.
She's vulnerable,
maybe needy, Sean stressed. Luke knew this. Ordinarily, 25 wasn't too young, but Shelby, despite everything, seemed much more tender than the average 25-year-old woman. Maybe it was the fact that she'd spent the years from 19 to 24 held hostage, taking care of her mother, and had limited worldly experience. And he was more than a little aware of her vulnerability, that soft underside that a man like Luke, with his careless ways, could damage. And yet, even knowing all that, he wasn't having any success at cooling himself down.
I'm gonna have to pick up some supplies,
Luke said.
I'm gonna get a hot water heater and new sink for Art's cabin. You do whatever you want, and tonight I'll take you out to a nice dinner,
not at Jack's, Luke said, because he wasn't in the mood for any more of Sean's interaction with Shelby.
But I'm not interested in women. We'll take 2 cars.
Sounds like a plan, Sean said. A pathetic plan, but a plan. It was executed in exactly that way. They had a steak dinner at the Brookstone in Ferndale, and while Sean retired to the bar, Luke headed home. Sean returned to Luke's in the early morning. He was smiling privately, and there was no question he was more relaxed than when Luke left the bar the night before. The Reardon men carried the tension of abstinence in their necks and shoulders. Luke was surprised he could still turn his head.
"If you don't mind me saying so, I've never seen you like this," Sean said.
"Like what?"
Sean rolled his eyes.
"Oh, brother. You're going after the baby and you're so tight you're going to grind your molars flat. Not only isn't she good for you, you're poison for her."
It occurred to Luke to try to explain that he hadn't been able to think of anything else for weeks, and he couldn't remember when that had happened to him last. That when he got his arms around her, he was out of his head. But he'd been running with his brothers a long time, and they were all the same with women. Fast and loose. They didn't get like this. Sean put a hand on Luke's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. He shook his head, almost sadly.
"Good luck with this, man. It's not what you think." "Oh, it is what I think. You're so into this woman, you're done for. I can't wait to see how this turns out."
"Yeah, me too."
Chapter 8. The last weekend in September, Jack's bar had to be closed because Jack, Preacher, Paul, Mike, and their wives were all going to Grants Pass, Oregon for the wedding of one of their boys. Joe Benson, Marine and architect who designed all their houses and had worked with Paul for years in Oregon, was getting married. It was no coincidence that Joe was marrying one of Vanny's best friends from flying days. They had met in Virgin River when Nikki was visiting Vanessa. Their wedding brought together a few of the available Marines, but was a small flight attendant reunion as well. For a wedding that was thrown together in just over a month, it was beautiful and classy. Unlike those casual, low-key Virgin River weddings, this one was held in a charming downtown chapel with a fancy reception dinner and dance in the city's prestigious Davenport Hotel's ballroom. It was loaded with tuxedos and limousines, not to mention some amazing floral arrangements and a dinner menu that impressed even Preacher. Nikki had been Vanessa's maid of honor twice, and Vanny was happily returning the favor. Also with them were their other two best friends, Abby and Addison. When the four women started flying together, Abby and Addison had shared an apartment in L.A., while Nikki and Vanny had been roommates in San Francisco. The four of them bid all their trips together so that for 3 or 4 days every week, they had layovers in the same cities, at the same hotels. They had shopped together, partied together, gotten each other through a bunch of rotten boyfriends, kept each other afloat through the rough times, laughed through the good times. Now, with Nikki's marriage, all four would be wed. But Vanessa asked Addison, "Is Abby a little too quiet?" "She won't talk about it, but her husband has been on the road with his band since right after they were married, which has to be about a year ago." "I could tell it was a bad situation," Vanny said. "Does he go home at all? Does she go to him?" Addison shook her head. "I don't think so. It's like pulling teeth to get her to say anything at all about him. And of course, she's here alone." Abby and her husband wed after a very short courtship, and almost immediately, Ross disappeared, along with Abby's flush of romance and happiness. She grew ever more silent and distant. "Abby, are you all right? Is everything okay with Ross?" Addison asked her in a whisper. "Shh," Abby said. "This is Nikki's day. I don't want to talk about that stuff now." Abby held it together pretty well, smiling for the pictures, raising her glass at the toast, but she disappeared from the reception at about the time the dancing started. Addison and Vanessa noticed at once. They talked about going after her, talking her through a bad patch. But in the end, they decided to leave her be. She hadn't wanted to talk about whatever was going on with her marriage, especially not at one of her best friend's wedding. Maybe she just needed a good, strong, cleansing cry without a bunch of girlfriends in her business. The steakhouse in the Davenport Hotel was one of the nicest restaurants in Grants Pass, and a favorite of Dr. Cameron Michaels. Once a month, he had dinner with his partners and their spouses, and quite often they chose this restaurant. He shared a practice with 1 female and 2 male pediatricians, all excellent doctors, all married. As had become typical lately, Cam didn't have a date. He could have found a woman to accompany him. Women liked going out with him, and his partners were always offering fix-ups. There were plenty of pretty nurses signed up to take on that duty. But he was 36 and heartsore. He'd been looking for the right woman for a long time, though it appeared he wasn't going to find her. He had even felt himself beginning to fall in love with the beautiful Vanessa a few months ago, and it had stung pretty bad when she let him know she'd given her heart to another man. She not only loved someone else, she married him immediately. Last spring, not all that long ago. He wasn't carrying a torch. He even admired the man she married, Paul Haggerty. He was a good man, strong and decent. The problem Cam was having wasn't a broken heart so much as a tired one. He was a good-looking guy, dark hair and heavy brows over blue eyes, dimples, a bright smile. He was successful, masculine, but tender-hearted. Women were drawn to him. By now, he should have found a woman he was just as drawn to. He wanted to fall in love. He wanted to love someone deeply enough to make her his wife. He was a family physician and pediatrician. Having a wife and kids would mean a lot to him. The women who fell for him were always the wrong ones. Plenty of the young mothers who brought him their children fixed big, vulnerable doe eyes on him. Young, pretty married women. He was in the market for a wife, not an angry husband coming after him. He'd had a couple of serious relationships that hadn't lasted long. There had been a lot of women to fill the time. Brief, superficial affairs. Frankly, he could have a woman whenever he wanted one. But he was so tired of that long string of meaningless relationships, weary of the nurse's jokes about the playboy pediatrician, and exhausted from looking. So, he remained the solitary seventh wheel, lately refusing his friends' offers of blind dates and introductions. He had grown bored with it all and realized his failure to hook up had put him in a real mood. And sex without any feelings of involvement left him empty inside. He was better off alone. When dinner with his partners was over, he watched them go off together, home to their marriage beds and children, while he would go to his too large, too quiet house. The prospect had him feeling gloomy enough to go to the hotel bar for a nightcap. It was late, and the bar was nearly deserted. It seemed most of the hotel guests were caught up in a loud and annoyingly happy wedding reception in the ballroom. At the bar, he asked for a Chivas neat. He didn't feel like a drink so much as he didn't want to go home yet, so he spent more time staring into it than sipping. 30 minutes passed, and he still had most of the drink in his glass when he started thinking about facing the loneliness of his house. He stood and pulled out his wallet to put a bill on the bar when he noticed her. A woman sitting at a small table in a dark corner, also staring into a drink, also alone. Cam thought about talking to her, but reminded himself how these encounters usually played out. He didn't feel like another empty connection, or worse, finding someone he liked and being let down. But she was pretty and looked a little sad. The bartender wandered over. "Anything else, Doc?" he asked Cam. "No, thanks." "She been here long?" he asked, tipping his head toward the table in the corner. "Longer than you." "Alone?" The bartender shrugged. "Couldn't tell you, I guess." Oh, what the hell? Cameron put down the bill and picked up his drink. He wandered over to her table. As he looked down at her, she lifted soft brown eyes to him. She had that classic, sophisticated look, her shiny ash blonde hair curled under on her shoulders. High cheekbones, oval face, arched brows the identical shade as her hair, and a sweet pink mouth. But she didn't smile. "Can I buy you a drink?" he asked her. "I'm just having seltzer," she said. "I don't think I'd be very good company." "I'm no prize tonight either, which is why I was killing time in the bar. I bet we'll be able to tell in 5 minutes if we're just two miserable people." Her shoulders gave a little lift with a silent huff of laughter. "May I sit down?" he asked. "Really, I think I'd rather be alone," she said. He sat down across from her anyway and said, "You sure I can't get you something a little stronger? Something tells me you could use it." "No. You should really go." He chuckled lightly. "Man, I thought I was in a bad mood," he said. "You're working up a good funk. What's wrong, kiddo? What happened?" She sighed. "Could we please not do this? I'm not in the mood to be picked up or talk about my troubles, all right?" "Okay," he said. "I won't pick you up or ask you about your troubles." He finished the last swallow of his drink and got up. Cameron went to the bar and ordered another Chivas and a champagne cocktail, returning to her table. He put the cocktail in front of her and took his seat again. "What's this?" she asked. "Champagne cocktail. I figured you for something sweet and sexy. Her smile was mocking. "Great line," she said facetiously. "Thank you," he smiled. "You obviously need a few lessons in how to feel sorry for yourself. You don't do it with seltzer, for one thing." She lifted the glass and took a sip. "There you go," he said, smiling again. He reached across the small table and placed his hand over hers. "Sure you don't want to talk about it?" "I'm sure," she said, removing her hand. "You want to talk? Let's talk about you. You said you're in a bad mood." "Fair enough. I was out to dinner with friends, and when they left the restaurant, I decided I wasn't ready to go home. See, I screwed up. I bought this house, nice house, but way too big, way too quiet and empty." "Buy furniture," she said. He grinned at her. "It's full of furniture." What's your name?" Abby thought for a second, trying to decide if it was a good idea to get that familiar. She glanced away from him, toward the bar, and then back. Finally, she said, "Brandy." "Nice to meet you, Brandy. I'm Cameron. Friends call me Cam. I have plenty of furniture. That's not what's missing." "I get it. You're looking for a woman." "There must be something in the yellow pages." That made him laugh. He picked up his drink and had a sip. "No, Brandy. In fact, that's about the last thing I'm after tonight." He leaned back in his chair. "Well, I take that back. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. But it's not what you think. I'm not looking for a date. I've had more than enough dates. I'm kind of amazed to find myself 36 and still single." "Never married?" "Not even close," he said. She tilted her head to one side, looking at his face. "What's wrong with you?" "Couldn't tell ya. I have a good job, good friends, nice big house. I brush and floss." "You're not that bad looking," she said. "You shouldn't have any trouble finding a woman who'd want to marry you. Spend your money." The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "Amazing. You don't look like my mother, but you sure just sounded like her." "You're an escaped convict, serial killer or something." "In Grants Pass?" he asked, laughing. "You can hardly get away with unpaid parking tickets in this town." "Nah, I'm boringly law-abiding. I don't even speed." Abby lifted her drink to her lips. "I think you were right about the seltzer," she said. "Not a great pity drink." She took another sip. "How long has it been since you were, involved?" He slipped over into the chair next to her, instead of across. Long," he said. "I was working up a pretty good crush a few months ago, but before I could close the deal, she married someone else, real fast. He'd been on her mind the whole time I was staging my seduction." "Oh," she said. "Broken heart." "No, not at all. We weren't involved. I was hoping to get involved, but once it was over, I could see that it never really got started. She wasn't into it at all." "How about you? How long?" "God," she said, lowering her eyes and shaking her head. "That's pretty hard to say. I think maybe we have that in common. I was involved. He wasn't." He touched her hand again, and this time she allowed it. "Just break up?" he asked. "No, it was over quite a while ago. He's been with someone else for at least 6 months." "Yet you're hurting?" Cameron asked her. She took a deep breath. "I was just at a wedding. Weddings are awful places for women alone. It works great in the plot of chick flicks because it's tragically funny. You look like you might have just escaped from a wedding," he observed. Just the thought of the bride throwing that bouquet and Knowing I was qualified to line up with the single women to catch it sent me running for the bar. To lick your wounds with a seltzer? Thank God I came along. He turned around, caught the bartender's eye, and lifted a couple of fingers. Tell me about the wedding, he said. Oh, God, she said, lowering her head to rest it wearily in her hand. Don't ask. Why? Because there was enough true love in that room to make a person throw up. He laughed. That right? You represent the bride's side or the nauseating groom's side? Bride's, she said, laughing in spite of herself. The bartender brought them 2 more drinks. Trying to get me drunk? She asked him. No, trying to get you over the hump. You're sad, and a woman as beautiful as you has no business being sad. Drink it. It's going to make you feel better. He grinned. Or, at least, stupider. She laughed at him. Yeah, like that's possible. These bad nights, I've had a ton of them, he said. When it just feels like things work out for everyone else. But if I was trying to get you drunk, you'd be drinking the Chivas and I'd be drinking the champagne. That's Kool-Aid. You'll be fine. I, however, am slowly becoming pain-free. Tell me about it. The wedding. Come on, make me laugh. She took another sip, getting to the bottom of her first drink and sliding the glass away from her. Well, let's see. They met 5 months ago when they had this passionate first date or something, then didn't see each other for 2 months, then got back together. They've been a couple for 2 or 3 whole months. Both of them claim it was love at first sight. They can hardly keep their hands off each other. There was enough steam in that room to make my hair go straight. If that wasn't disgusting enough, she told him the whole reception was loaded with longtime girlfriends of hers who were madly in love with wonderful, loving, sexy men, whom they'd found in the most unexpected places. She, however, had had lousy luck with the opposite sex, since about the 4th grade. That got them started, talking and laughing about the worst dates and relationships imaginable. They went over the disastrous dates, hookups that looked like they might turn into stalkers, their most embarrassing setups. For a while, it was like horror dating one-upmanship, but it began to put them both in a better mood. Someone to find the humor in all of it helped. It seemed they were 2 people who just never scored good partners at all. He was 36, and she was 31, and neither had found the right one. While they talked, he occasionally held her hand, the hand that rested on the table. With either of them hardly aware, more than an hour had passed, and it had passed with some laughter and pleasure, surprising her more than him. He lifted 2 fingers. 2 more drinks were delivered. What kind of odds do you give them? He asked. The bride and groom. I'm the last person you should ask about that, she said. Turns out I'm not much of a judge. Join the club, he said. Well, I wish them the best. He grinned at her. And I wish you the best, Brandy. This thing you're going through, it's gonna pass. Just looking at you, talking with you through a couple of drinks, you're gonna land on your feet. Find the right guy. Tell me something. What's a woman like you looking for in a guy? Are we talking about a date or something more than that? How about both? He said. Start with the date. Okay. In a date, good manners. That's my only requirement for an evening out, as long as the guy is likable and I have an attraction. For the rest, I have this list. There are 10 things ranked. He burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? I am not, she said indignantly. My Aunt Kate told me a long time ago, make a list. She's always right about everything, so I made a list. It's a great list. There's one problem. Sometimes I lie to myself about whether he's got list qualities. When I do that, I pay big. I gotta know. Brandy, give me the list. I can't. It's very private. Listen, Cam said. I might need a list. Maybe that's my problem. No list. Tell me about it. I promise I won't tell a soul. Well, she said reluctantly, I might get some of the order mixed up. 4 through 7 are kind of interchangeable, and I can't talk about number 1. You'll just have to let that go. Okay, he said. Go. Number 2 is humor, then honesty. He has to be committed, trusting, tidy, not anal and fussy, just not an unbearable slob. Good looking. I mean, to me. Not necessarily a hottie hardbody, but a man I find attractive, you know? And bear in mind, I think Liam Neeson is hot, she added, making Cam laugh. He has to like children. I know it's the kiss of death to say that to a new boyfriend, so I try to keep it to myself, but I want children. At 31, I don't have all that much time left. He should make a decent living and find me irresistible. He sat back in some surprise. That's a very good list. A well-thought-out list. Thank you. I put a lot of time into it. He shook his head. If he were to make a list, that one would suffice. In fact, he couldn't think of a thing on that list he couldn't fulfill. If the woman found him attractive, that is. And yet, he was still alone. A perfect list. I consider those things the basics. Okay, so where were the men in your life falling short? She took a thoughtful sip of her drink. She hummed. Frankly, in the children and finding me irresistible departments. A little bit in the tidy area, and so far the men I thought were trusting simply didn't give a crap. And that commitment thing, I've run through a long line of cheaters, which I guess implies they were also dishonest. She smiled at him. This isn't Kool-Aid. I'm a little lightheaded. Good. That'll get your mind off the wedding. So, Brandy, have you compared your counter list to your list of requirements? You're falling for handsome, funny men who make plenty of money and are good at number 1. He smiled at her shocked expression. His deduction was completely accurate. I'm way smarter than I look. You're not at all drunk. That was sharp. His smile vanished, and he looked into her eyes. I'm really glad you didn't wait for the bouquet. I think I am too, she said. You're beautiful when you laugh. You're coming on to me, she said. It was subtle before. I've had at least 3 drinks, he said. My subtlety is out the window. At least? There was wine with dinner. He lifted her hand, turned it over, and pressed a small kiss onto her wrist. The look on her face was one of surprise, maybe apprehension. She started to pull her hand away, but he held it. He slipped his other hand up her arm to cup her elbow and put his lips softly against the inside of her elbow. When he lifted his head and connected with her gaze, he found those warm brown eyes had grown darker. He put a hand on her waist and pressed his lips softly to her bare shoulder. He heard her inhale slowly. He leaned closer, his lips hovering just above hers. He could feel her breath on his mouth. Brandy, he whispered. She made a small sound as her eyelids slowly fell, and he pressed his lips gently against hers. Her lips trembled beneath his, so he pressed a bit more firmly, but he didn't hold them long. When he pulled back, he said, I have excellent manners. You seem to, she agreed. I must be drunk. I'm kissing a stranger in a bar. I think we've gotten to be pretty good friends, he said. We know each other's darkest, most embarrassing secrets. We don't know each other well enough to be kissing in a bar. Listen, he said. Did I mention I'm staying here tonight? I probably shouldn't be driving. I'm going to check in and then come back here. We could have a drink or seltzer together, or I could take you upstairs if you want to. We could watch a movie or something, talk, have drinks, and not worry about anything. Whatever you like. Be less alone. That would be completely nuts, she said. You do this sort of thing a lot? He shook his head. Not in years. When I was younger, I was game for a lot of stupid things, but then eventually you grow up a little. Something like this didn't occur to me when I came over here, bought you a drink. What do you think? I think you're lying, she said. And it's not a good idea. I'm telling the truth. I'm not drunk, but I shouldn't be driving. I'm getting a room. And when you come back here and I'm not here, you'd be playing it smart, I guess. But don't go. Wait for me. And if you'd rather not go upstairs, let's stay here a while longer. Close the place down. Then I'll get you a cab, just to be safe. I like you. We'll just sit here, talk, laugh, maybe kiss. In a bar? She asked, but she smiled. He laughed. Look around. There's no one here, he said. He gave her hand a squeeze and stood from the table. He leaned toward her and let his lips graze her cheek. I'll be right back. Wait for me. I'm not going to force you to go upstairs. You're completely safe. He jerked his head over his shoulder toward the bartender. He's watching, and he knows me. I'm certainly not going to drag you out of here. He smiled. Like I said, I have very good manners. He left the bar and did exactly as he said he would, checking into the hotel. It was late. There was no one else around the registration desk, and it took just minutes. They gave him a king-size bed in a no-smoking room with a jacuzzi tub and a wet bar. He asked for a shaving kit, and when he popped the lid off the little cardboard box, he found the essentials: disposable razor, shaving cream, toothpaste, brush, comb, condoms. Then he walked back to the bar and looked in. Of course, she was gone. As any woman with an ounce of sense would be. He was thoroughly disappointed. He shouldn't have left the bar so soon, alone. But he should have expected this. He knew in 5 minutes she was intelligent and classy. Such a woman wouldn't go to a stranger's hotel room. But he had hoped she'd stay in the bar a while longer. Cam could have canceled the room and gone home once he saw that his lame attempt at getting a funny, sexy, beautiful stranger into his hotel room had been rebuffed. But he wasn't on call and didn't have to work in the morning. He decided to take the room anyway. Maybe turn on a movie and fall asleep here, rather than listen to the deafening silence in his too-big house. He walked toward the elevators, and there, standing right in front of them, beautiful in a soft gold silk cocktail dress, was the perfect stranger. Brandy. His eyes glowed with warmth. He could feel his smile reaching all the way into his chest. Cameron walked toward her and took her hand in his. He leaned down and put a soft kiss on her forehead. The elevator doors opened and he pulled her inside, taking her gently into his arms. "You're trembling," he whispered. "Are you scared?" "To death," she said. "I never intended to do this." "You don't have to be scared. I'd love it if you came with me, but you certainly don't have to," he said. This could be the biggest, stupidest mistake of my life. Then she laughed. Or at least the second biggest, she added softly. "You'll see. It's all right. I don't want a woman who doesn't want me. We already know we have plenty to talk about." He lifted her chin and gently touched her lips with his in a very soft, brief kiss. He kissed her once more, lightly, playing against her lips. You can change your mind and leave any time. You won't get any trouble from me. What if it's the biggest mistake of your life? She asked him. I'm not worried. You're beautiful and sweet, and I like you. I don't care. He kissed her again, a little more deeply. Then the doors opened and he led her to the room. Once inside, he tossed aside the shaving kit and put his hands on her face, threading his fingers into her hair, pulling her gently to his mouth. He moved over her lips sensuously, tugging at them with his, running his tongue around them. When her tongue joined his in play, he groaned his pleasure and pushed his tongue in to taste the inside of her mouth. She tasted like champagne and strawberries. Then he felt her tongue enter his mouth, slipping around. Heaven. He couldn't breathe. Scotch, she said. I can change that taste to Crest if you'd like me to, he offered. I like Scotch, she said, leaning in to kiss again. You taste good. He wrapped his arms around her. God, he whispered against her lips. I feel better already. How do you feel? Crazy? Completely crazy, she said. Yeah, he agreed, laughing. This is pretty crazy, but I like it so far. She molded herself against him, her arms going around his neck to hold him. She felt his hand glide down her back, over her butt to rest there and pull her closer still. His arms were strong, firm, but not confining. She could have wriggled out of his grasp without the slightest struggle. Instead of feeling frightened, she began to feel secure, loved. Of course, she knew it wasn't love. It was nothing more than human contact. But while her life was spiraling out of control, this handsome stranger felt like an anchor. The one thought that came to mind should have brought her to her senses, catapulting her out of these arms, this room. But the opposite happened. She remembered she had a husband, and a prenuptial agreement in which she promised fidelity. In the event of divorce, she would not receive alimony if she had been unfaithful during the marriage. Of course, he had made no such promise and had been living with another woman for 6 months. He'd asked for the divorce 9 months ago, but she hadn't signed the papers or told any of her friends. She didn't care about alimony. Her heart was in shreds. No amount of money would put it back together again. She pushed against Cam. This is wrong, she said. It's a lot of things, honey, but it's not wrong, he said. We're single, consenting adults, and I'm not, she said. He was frozen for a second. Okay, this sure feels consensual, so I'm guessing you mean you're not single. She nodded, and her eyes glistened. Oh boy, he said, backing up a little bit, though he couldn't seem to let go of her completely. I hope he's not standing outside that door with a big gun. He's been living with another woman for 6 months. He served me 9 months ago. I've been putting off the inevitable. Not because I want him back, but because... She looked down. I should have known better than to marry him in the first place, and I never saw myself as divorced just after months of marriage. Abandoned. After a few weeks of marriage. He looked down at her, sympathetic. Ah, Jesus. No wonder you're feeling all broken up inside. I'm sorry, honey. That's a little worse than some lousy fix-ups. That shouldn't happen to anyone. I noticed you're not wearing a wedding ring. I had it on at the wedding in front of my friends. By the time I got to the bar, I had decided enough is enough. I can't stand this anymore, this pretending. It's in my purse. I'm sorry I misled you. It's not your problem.
I should be going now. Relax.
Ordinarily, I'd run like hell from a married woman. But I'm not exactly cuckolding the son of a bitch. Stay. Put the whole thing out of your mind for a while. And then he pulled her to him and kissed her again, deeply. She swayed in his embrace, letting her hands run over his back while losing herself in his mouth, in his deep kiss. His hands on her were large, tender, and confident, his chest hard against her breasts. She felt a tingling pull between her legs and knew she was going to cross the line. Let it happen. She needed to feel something. She'd been in pain or numb for too long. And before morning, she'd be gone. She'd go home and sign the papers and get to work on putting her life back together. It was time to move on. She met his kiss with hunger that was so real, so hot and bold, she almost forgot everything that had landed her in that bar, feeling sorry for herself. They consumed each other for a minute, then 2, then 4, completely lost in kisses so strong and penetrating, her knees grew weak. She was beginning to feel again. Feel something good. Then she kicked off her shoes. She was staying. Taking her hand, he led her to the bed where he sat on the edge, looking up at her. He gave her hand a gentle tug, bringing her down on his lap. His arms around her waist, hers around his neck. They were lost in deep, wet kisses that lasted forever. She felt his hand brush against her breast, and it sent shivers rippling through her. He held her there, his hands on her waist, while her hands moved behind her neck to the zipper of her dress, slowly inching it down. He lifted his hands to meet hers, pulling the zipper the rest of the way. She pulled the soft gold silk forward, off her shoulders, and down until it fell to her waist, leaving her only in her small, lacy bra. "God, you're beautiful," he whispered, burying his face in satin and lace, kissing her through the undergarment. She held his face against her, resting her cheek against his soft hair. "I've lost my mind," she said against his ear. She slipped her hands down and began to work the buttons on his shirt, opening it, sliding her hands across his hard, hairless chest. "I've completely lost my mind." "I can stop," he said. "If this isn't what you want, all you have to do is say so. As a courtesy, you might want to say so pretty soon." "Don't stop," she said. Beneath her, through the sheer fabric of a silk dress and small, thin panties, she could feel him growing hard against her, and pleasure shot through her as she moved against him. With his hands on her bottom, he pulled her against him, his erection still tucked into his pants. She pressed herself harder into his lap, causing him to growl deep in his throat. He claimed her mouth once more as he made the bra disappear, crushing her breasts against his bare chest. Her breasts felt heavy and needy, and she was already starting to ache in the place that had gone empty and unsatisfied for so long. All she could think about was feeling good, feeling loved, feeling full. Cameron reclined on the bed, lowering her carefully beside him. He kissed her as he filled his hands with her breasts. He lowered his lips to her nipples to kiss, then run a tongue over each one, then gently suck, drawing a low, wonderful moan of pleasure from her. Back on her lips, feeling her tongue come into his mouth, it was his turn to moan. She was so delicious. Her mouth was slick velvet, and he made a long, slow sweep of the inside. He ran a hand over her hip and down, slipping it under her dress. Then he pulled the dress down, and she lifted her hips to help. It went down over her knees, and she kicked it off into a pile of golden silk on the floor. There was just the tiniest pair of panties underneath, and he placed a gentle hand over her soft mound. "I want to get past these panties. Tell me it's okay," he said, his voice raspy. "Yes," she whispered.
He slipped his hand inside the fabric.
"You've been hurting for a while, haven't you, baby?" he asked.
"Don't spoil this."
"Let's talk about what I can do to help," he said, tugging off her panties and parting her legs with his hand.
His long, gentle fingers reached until he found the place that was dark and wet, and it made him groan softly, deeply. He slipped lower. He found the hard, sensitive knot with his fingers, and she gasped. He covered her open mouth with his and went to work on that vulnerable little spot. Instant response. He loved it. He pulled her tongue into his mouth as he slid a finger inside her, letting his thumb make slow circles around her clitoris. "God," she said, pushing against his hand. "You're perfect," he whispered against her lips. "Go ahead, sweetheart. Take it. It's free. Feel better." Her hips began to rock against his hand, and he sank his finger deeper while his thumb pressed harder against her. He moved over that tender little knot, and in no time at all, her hips rose, her breath caught, and her entire bottom clenched, bathing his hand in the most wonderful spasms. Instant orgasm. And a powerful one that held her in its possession for a long, shuddering moment, until she fell back into his embrace. He stilled his hand, but didn't remove it. He just kissed her little gasping lips, soft and sweet and slow, sensuously sucking on them while she caught her breath. And finally, as her breathing normalized, he slowly pulled his hand away. "I think you needed that," he said. "Oh," she answered. He chuckled. "Better? You have no idea." "Oh, I have a pretty good idea," he said with a soft laugh. "Why did you do that?" she asked him. "That was what you needed. Anything more has to be what you want. I'm not going to take advantage of you." "You haven't," she said. "You about ready to let me out of my pants?" She ran her hands down his chest to his belly. Her hands went to his belt, unbuckled it, undid the button on his pants, and slid down the zipper. "God bless you," he said in a grateful breath. She took him in her hand, and he trembled involuntarily. It felt so good. "Brandy, I have to get protection for us. Give me a second." He went quickly for the shaving kit, kicking off his shoes as he returned. He grabbed a condom out of the box, let his shirt fall from his shoulders, and dropped his pants, getting rid of them. Sheathed and ready, he knelt on the bed. He leaned over to press his lips against hers and said, "Anything you want, any way you say. It's still your turn." She answered by opening up to him. He knelt between her legs and gently filled her with his aching erection, pushing inside slowly. She moved with him, arching against him, and he groaned with the effort it took to hold back. It had been a very long time for him, which had the disadvantage of making him a less than astonishing lover. He struggled and welcomed the struggle. Making this a night of no regrets for her was all that mattered. He was in some kind of trance, amazed by how pure and right she felt, how familiar, like he'd been in this place before. The way she met him, thrust for thrust, was natural and felt as though they'd practiced this coupling for years. He couldn't remember feeling like this before, and he wondered if he'd just lost his mind. Then he thought, is it possible there really is one true mate for every man? For every woman? Do you search for years and then stumble onto the right one? The one who smells, tastes, and feels perfect? He pushed deeply, moving in long, slow strokes, listening to the little purrs and sighs that told him he was on the right spot. Her hips began to move in rhythm with his, and then, as her pace picked up, he pushed harder, faster, deeper. He was hanging on for dear life, giving her a chance to grab onto another orgasm before he'd let himself cash in. It didn't take her long. She was sexually charged. She lifted her hips against him, her breath caught, and he felt her clothes around him, pulsing. "Oh, yeah," he whispered. With a shudder, he let go, joining her in a thundering climax. As she collapsed beneath him, he held her, running his hands over her soft body in a tender caress while she recovered. He was reluctant to let go of her, reluctant to leave her body. He stayed there for a long time, holding his weight off her slender frame, and finally he slipped out. But he kept his arms around her for a while longer. "You okay, honey?" he asked.
Okay."
"How'd I score on number 1?" he asked her. She chuckled softly in spite of herself. "If there's one thing I've learned, it's a mistake to praise a man's performance in bed." "You were wonderful," he said. "Phenomenal. Like a furnace, a blast furnace. Hot and strong. God, I thought I was gonna faint," he said. She laughed. "You weren't too bad." "Thanks." "Just out of curiosity, why is it number 1? She shrugged. "I guess I couldn't think of a compromise. This is an awful important part of being a couple." "It is," he agreed. He kissed her cheek and said, "Excuse me for just a minute." He withdrew to the bathroom. When he came back, he was wearing a frown and a towel around his hips. He sat on the bed beside her. "Brandy, I have to tell you something. The condom, it broke."
"Jesus,"
she said in a weak breath. "It's okay. I'll tell you exactly what to do. I'm a doctor. There's emergency birth control for exactly this kind of problem. If you'll see your doctor on Monday, he or she can prescribe something to prevent a pregnancy. If you can't get an appointment, you can come to my office Monday and I'll write you a script." "I'm on the pill," she said. "Well, that's a relief," he said. "Damn, I'm sorry, honey. We should sue the hotel." "It'll be all right, won't it?" "You should be fine. I take real cautious care of myself. You haven't been exposed to anything." He brushed the hair back from her brow. "I'm so sorry. The last thing I wanted was for you to be worried about anything, especially now that I know everything you've been through." She smiled at him. "Aren't you worried that you've been exposed to something? You don't know me." "I can take care of my concerns." He smiled. "I get a real good deal on lab tests, if I feel they're in order." "No reason you should believe me, but it was necessary for me to be completely checked over after he moved out. Quite a while ago. Thanks for telling me that, Brandy." He lowered himself to the bed and gathered her up in his arms. "As long as you're all right, that's all that concerns me right now. As far as I'm concerned, you have everything on the list covered. Very nicely." "This should never end," she said. "It doesn't have to," he said, kissing her neck. "God knows I don't want it to." "But it will," she said, a hint of sadness in her tone. "That's up to you. I'd like to know more of you." "I'll have to think about that," she said. "You think," he said. "I'll try to offer incentives." His hands began to move and she moaned, instantly responsive to his touch. He was on the rise again, and it was obvious against her thigh. She said, "Do you think the next condom will hold?" "I don't think it much matters. Now." It was a very long time before they slept. He made love to her again and again, each time sweeter, more satisfying than the time before. It shouldn't have been so effortless, so right, but it was. For someone who had been tense and frightened, she had shed her inhibitions quickly and unfolded at his touch, responding to him with a heat and passion that surprised and thrilled him. The level of physical intimacy was greater than he expected, more profound than he'd imagined. He'd had his share of one-night stands, but he couldn't remember one that felt like this. He wanted more of this woman, and not just more of her in bed. In the morning, early, when the sun was barely up, she was awake and touching him. "I have to go now," she whispered. "Not yet," he said, reaching for her. "Not yet." She ran a hand along the hair at his temple. "It was a beautiful night, but I have to go." "I want to see you again," he said. "Tell me how to get in touch with you." "My life is so messed up right now," she said. "You have to understand that much, or last night couldn't have happened. I'm not afraid of a little mess. Let me go and do the things I have to do, straighten things out a little, then get in touch with you. Can you do that?" He kissed her deeply. "I think if we spent more time together, we could fall in love. I want to know if that could happen. I have a real good feeling about us." She couldn't help but laugh at him. "Cameron, you picked me up in a bar." "I know. What a piece of luck. When does something that great happen? I don't want to let you go. You're not going to try to keep me from leaving, are you?" "Of course not. But I'd like to call for breakfast. If you won't stay, I at least want to see you again. Take you out, talk to you. Write down your number, or give me a business card," she said. "Tell me your last name. Give me a number, if not an address. You know you don't have to be afraid of me." She sighed and put a soft hand against his cheek. "It's really important that I feel in control right now. Please understand." He thought briefly, then smiled at her. He gave her a little kiss and got out of bed. He found her bra and panties on the floor and picked them up to hand to her. His trousers were flung across a chair, and he slipped into them, sans underwear, while she put on her dainties. Then he held her soft gold dress for her and helped her into it, turning her around to zip up the back. Next, he pulled his wallet from his back pocket, flipped it open, and produced a business card. "I want you to feel safe and in control, just like you were last night. All night. Go ahead, have me checked out." He pressed it into her hand. "Maybe you'll want to have me checked out," she said with a soft smile. "No," he said, shaking his head. "I'm going to let you tell me everything you want me to know. That's a better place to start." "Thank you," she whispered. "Don't make me wait too long, Brandy," he said. "Even if I can't see you until you get your affairs in order, I'd like to talk to you. Just touch base, that's all. Let me know you're okay. I promise I'll be patient for the rest." She smiled and said, "Sure. How could I not?" Chapter 9. October flew into the mountains and in the first couple of weeks provided a rainbow of color around Virgin River. Mel, Jack, and their friends had been back from Joe's wedding in Grants Pass for 2 weeks, and fall was crisp in the air. The nights cold, and the hillsides in full autumn bloom, fiery-colored leaves scattered amid towering green pines. Doc was at the computer behind the reception desk when Mel came in from the kitchen. "Kids are settled into naps," she said. "What are you doing?"
"Playing around," he said. "I've been meaning to ask you. Any word on Cheryl Creighton?"
Mel shook her head. "It's confidential treatment." If Cheryl didn't put us on the list to call her, we can't get through, can't get information. I called to ask how she was doing and was told I wasn't on her list, which tells me she's probably still there. I could go speak to her mother, but I don't know about that. Her mother is...
She's not well, and she's not the least neighborly, Doc said. Mean as a snake, if you ask me. If I were Cheryl, the mother wouldn't be on my list.
I was going to say exactly that, but much more nicely. Mel said, smiling. Doc seldom minced words. Are you going to be around for an hour or two? He looked at her over the top of his specs.
Looking to get out of here for a while?
I don't want to put you out, but they're asleep in the kitchen. Doc looked back at the computer.
I've never been put off by the children. That's some of your best work.
She laughed at him. If I didn't agree, I'd get a little pissy that you don't give me half that much credit for my actual practitioner work.
Your head is big enough, he barked. Go, take a break. I'll holler when they wake up.
Are you sure? Because if your arthritis or acid reflux is bothering you at all...
Not much bothers me besides you, he said. Tell Jack it's getting time to get on that river.
He's on the porch at the bar tying off flies. I think he's way ahead of you. When it was an appointment day at the clinic, Mel took the kids with her to work. Because David was getting around much faster and fussier, he spent a lot more time with his father than her. Jack would take his son with him on errands to buy supplies for the bar or even keep him in the backpack while he served. But he would have his early afternoon bottle with his mom at the clinic. Then a nap in the playpen kept in Doc's kitchen. Emma, after nursing, would have her nap at the same time as her brother in the little porta-crib, also in the kitchen. Of course, Doc was more than happy to comfort, change, and jiggle Mel's kids. He adored them. He grumbled a little about babysitting, but he never once refused. In fact, if she tried to get someone else to stand in, he seemed disappointed. Maybe offended, as if he'd been considered too old. This was just such a typical day, a beautiful mid-October afternoon. Mel left the sleeping kids in Doc's charge at about 1:30 and found Jack on the porch of his bar, tying off beautiful feathery flies. Fishing season was starting to get good. The fall was excellent for salmon, sturgeon, and trout. Jack was an amazing angler. Things have been really interesting in your little bar, Mel said. A little tense and steamy, he laughed. Think someone should take Luke aside and warn him about this place? I thought you'd finally learned your lesson, she teased him. You've been in the business of almost every romantic relationship in this town. Yeah, but this one's different. The second Shelby saw him, it was a target lock-on. She wants him. Can you see the struggle on his face? He's getting lines. Yeah? What's that about? Mel asked. She's adorable. You'd think he'd be thrilled. Well, the first night he met her, he said he took one look at her and thought he was going to be arrested. He might be having a little trouble with her age. Phooey, Mel said. There's quite a nice difference in our ages. She grabbed his thigh. I'm catching up with you, however. Then there's the general, Jack said. Kind of intimidating. Oh, Walt's a pussycat, she said. And I think he likes Luke. They have the army in common. Luke's either going to have to give in or explode, Jack said. How do you know he hasn't given in? Have you taken a good look at him? At his posture, his eyes? Believe me, he'd be a lot looser. He hasn't unloaded in a long time. Jack, she said. And the funny thing is, Shelby's downright serene, Jack said, completely ignoring his wife's scold. She's a very unusual woman. What do you mean? Have you looked at yourself in the mirror when it's been a long time for us? He asked. It's all over your face when you need to be taken care of. He grinned at her. It is not, she said. giving him a whack on the arm. But she laughed at him and secretly knew he was right. She also knew why Shelby didn't look that way. Shelby, virginal, hadn't been satisfied by a man yet. She didn't ache with longing for her lover. "It's hardly ever been a long time for us," she pointed out. "Which is how I like it," he said. "Then take the general," he said. "Talk about a satisfied man." "You can't possibly know that. Walt neither looks nor acts any differently than he ever did," she insisted. "The general looks like a beautiful woman moved in next door, and he's doing his best to be a good neighbor. He's got a twinkle in his eye and a very sly grin." Mel turned toward him and narrowed her eyes. "Do you really think you know what facial expressions correspond exactly to a man's getting laid?" "I do," he said with a smile. "In fact, I consider myself something of an expert." She sat with him for an hour, talking mostly about the new budding romances. In fact, a lot of people were preoccupied with that. No one knew what was going on outside the bar, but Shelby and Luke were there frequently for a beer, sometimes dinner as well, and they were inseparable. They tended to look at each other as though they'd been waiting days to be together just for that little while. By contrast, the general was seen around town a little less, leaving people to wonder if he wasn't spending that time with the movie star down the road. It was 3:00 when the empty school bus barreled through town. Molly headed for her pickups. Like all little towns in the area, she had kids at elementary, middle, and high schools to gather up at the end of the school day and bring back to town. It was a long day for the farm and ranch kids whose parents drove them into town to meet the bus in the morning, picking them up in the afternoon. As she passed the bar, she gave the bus horn a blast and waved at Mel and Jack on the porch. "That woman is going to heaven," Mel said. "My idea of hell is being trapped in a school bus full of noisy, bratty kids twice a day. I don't know how she does it." Mel glanced at her watch. You could set it by Molly's bus run. Her kids were due to wake up from their naps, and she ambled across the street to the clinic. Her pace was leisurely. It was a perfect autumn day. When she neared the porch, she heard her children crying. In itself, that wasn't a bad sign. They could be just waking up. But Doc would usually alert them if he knew they were nearby. Absent that, he would comfort the little ones. Something was wrong. She knew it at once, felt it in her gut. And 10 steps before Doc's porch, she broke into a dead run. Up the steps, through the door, and what she saw threw her into a panic. Doc was sprawled, face down on the floor. Little Emma, only 5 months old, was right beside him, lying on her back, her face red with pain or fear or both. David, still in his playpen in the kitchen, was screaming loudly. She honestly didn't know who to reach for first, Doc or Emma. Emma was crying, so she was at least conscious, while Doc was motionless. She did what her instinct seemed to always urge her to do. She turned at the open front door and screamed, "Jack!" He had seen her break into a run up to the porch and inside. He was already on his way. By the time she screamed for him, he was there, totally in tune with her, sensing her. When she saw him coming, she lifted Emma right into his arms. Then she went to Doc, tucking his left arm to his side so she could roll him onto his back and into a supine position. "See if Emma's all right," she shouted to Jack. "He might have dropped her as he fell." When she got Doc on his back, his eyes were open and sightless. She checked him quickly. No pulse, no breath. "Oh, God damn," she said right before starting cardiopulmonary resuscitation. She began by tilting his head back, made sure his airway was clear, and blew into his lungs twice, 2 long breaths. Next, she pressed the crossed palms of her hands onto his sternum to try to get his heart started, and asked Jack, "Is she okay?" "I think so," Jack said, helplessly. "She's pissed off, but not bruised or bleeding." Mel covered Doc's mouth with hers and blew into his lungs again. Then, during 30 more cardiac compressions, she asked, "Any lumps on the head?" Jack ran a hand over Emma's smooth, bald head. "Don't see anything." Mel finished pumping and went for the respiratory inflations again. Then, breathless, she said, "Check David. If he's okay, call someone. Mercier," she said. "I need the defibrillator. I need my bag." Jack bolted for the kitchen. David was standing in his playpen, screaming. The second he saw Jack, his cries turned to little gasps, and he reached a hand toward him. "Dad!" he yelled. "Dad!" "Hang in there, buddy," Jack said, laying Emma in her crib. He ran back to the front of the clinic, found Mel's bag behind the reception desk, and placed it beside her, open. Then he ran to the treatment room, grabbed the case that held the defibrillator, and took it to her. By the time he got back, she had ripped Doc's shirt open. "Oh, Jesus, Doc," she groaned, breathing into him again. Jack was picking up the phone when he heard the sound of heavy running footfalls, and Preacher stopped short in the open doorway. He took a quick look, assessed, and ran into the clinic, kneeling opposite Mel. She was counting. "I can help," he said, brushing her hands away to take over the chest compressions. Mel immediately flipped open the defibrillator case and turned on the switch. The portable defibrillator was the same as the type carried on commercial air carriers with patches as opposed to paddles. She put the patches on Doc's chest and said, "Pay attention for the shock, Preach." The machine purred, and a mechanical voice came from it. "Assessing patient. Stand by. Clear for shock." "Clear," Mel said. Preacher pulled back his hands, and Mel pressed the button, delivering the jolt. She felt for a pulse. No response. "Damn it, Doc," she muttered. Mel dug around in her bag while Preacher pushed air into the old man's lungs, then resumed compressions. She started an IV quickly and attached a bag of ringers, holding it high. It was taken out of her hands by Jack, automatically assisting. She then examined the labels of 2 vials and drew 2 syringes. She added epinephrine to the IV. Next, the atropine. Jack was beside her, crouched, holding the ringers over his head. "Airlift's on the way. I called Shelby to help, and June Hudson in Grace Valley." "That's all you can do," Mel said, taking the bag of ringers. "Bring me an IV stand from the treatment room so you can take care of the kids." When he returned and hung up the bag, she switched on the machine again. "Shocking, Preach." The mechanical voice alerted them. "Assessing patient. Stand by. Clear for shock. Clear!" Preacher pulled back his hands and Mel pressed the button again. Doc's body arched with the jolt. Mel put the stethoscope in her ears, listening to his chest. "Jesus, Doc, don't do this," she said. "God, I need you." She brushed Preacher's hands away and began her own chest compressions. "Breathe for him on 30. 2 big breaths," she told Preacher. 10, 11, 12. Mel wasn't even aware that the kids had stopped crying. Jack stood behind her, holding them both against him. Mel tried another epi, shocked him twice more, listened to his chest. He was completely unresponsive. By the time she could hear the sound of rotor blades, tears were running down her cheeks, falling onto Doc's chest, and she wouldn't stop compressing. Preacher sat back on his heels. "Don't stop!" she barked at him. Slowly, the big man leaned forward and put 2 more useless breaths into the old man. "How can you do this?" Mel cried to the lifeless form beneath her hands. Paramedics ran into the clinic and took their places on either side of Doc, scooting Preacher and Mel out of the way. They rushed through a quick assessment while Mel rattled off what drugs had been administered, how many times she'd used the defibrillator. The electrodes for a portable electrocardiogram were attached to his chest as compressions were continued. Mel backed away and came up against Jack and the kids. He held one on each hip. She turned against his chest. He can't just die like that, she thought in despair. David had been crying so hard that his breath came in jagged little hiccups of emotion, and he buried his wet face in his father's shoulder. Mel took Emma into her arms, looked her over briefly to be sure she was all right, then her attention was again focused on the paramedic's resuscitation. Minutes passed as they worked on him. Shelby arrived, running up the porch steps and into the clinic.
"Take the baby," Jack said. "We found her on the floor beside Doc. I think he might have dropped her as he fell. Neither one of us has had a chance to undress her and look her over closely, but she seems okay."
Shelby took the baby out of the reception area, and a few minutes later she was back, holding a now quiet baby against her shoulder. "I took all her clothes off, and she seems to be fine. No bumps or marks or anything."
"He might have felt it coming and laid her on the floor," Mel said. "He wasn't on top of her."
She turned her watery eyes up to Jack.
"Which could have killed her?"
Jack squeezed her shoulder. After 20 minutes, one of the paramedics sat back on his heels and looked at Mel over his shoulder.
"Any idea if he has a DNR?"
Which stood for Do Not Resuscitate.
"We never talked about it," she said. "He's flat, Mel. We're gonna have to pronounce," he said.
"No!" Mel shouted, taking a step forward. Jack hung onto her shoulder, preventing her from going any farther.
"Mel, he's gone. He's been gone."
"No," she said, more quietly, shaking her head.
"You didn't have any response. We haven't had any," the man said. "Who's your coroner?"
"You're working on him," she sniffed. "If it's not a homicide, Doc handles it, signs a death certificate."
"He's pumped full of drugs and electricity, ma'am," the other paramedic said. "Would you like us to transport?"
She sucked in a breath.
"Take him to Reading for an autopsy. I have to know what happened to him." "Yes, ma'am. But I bet we know."
She was shaking her head.
"He didn't have heart problems."
The paramedic stood up.
"Yeah, that's the thing. You can treat heart problems. You just can't make it through a massive coronary, fatal stroke, or aneurysm if you don't know the problem exists. I have some paperwork. Stay right here."
The first paramedic went back to the chopper while the second began packing up their things. Mel went to Doc, knelt beside him, and gently closed his eyes. She pulled the electrodes from the defibrillator off his chest, and then, absently, affectionately, flattened out his sparse white chest hair. She ran her fingertips across his wild white eyebrows, smoothing them. She leaned down to him and put her lips against his forehead, her tears dropping there.
"You are such a pain in the ass," she whispered. "How dare you leave me like this?"
She rested her cheek briefly against his head. He was already growing cold. When the paramedics took his body out, she followed. A small crowd had gathered outside, waiting. Some of her friends, Paige and Bree, Connie and Ron, Liddy Sutter and others. She looked at them and a large tear ran down her cheek.
"I'm sorry," she said. "I'm so sorry. I tried. I really tried."
And then Jack was beside her, pulling her in close. The night of Doc's death, after Jack had helped settle the kids into bed, he went to the kitchen and poured himself and his wife each a short snifter of brandy. He went back to the great room where Mel was curled into the corner of the couch in front of the fire. He put the drinks on the side table and sat in the big leather chair opposite her.
"Come here, baby,"
he said, holding up an arm. She unfolded from the sofa and went to him, settling onto his lap. He handed her a brandy. Then, with one arm around her back, he picked up the second for himself.
"He was ready," Jack said. "We're going to let him go gracefully, so he can watch over the town from a higher place."
"I'm having a real hard time," she said.
"I know. That's why we have each other." He sipped from his glass. "We have to remember who Doc was and what he'd expect of us. He'd want to be toasted, thanked kindly for his good work, and sent off with a minimum of sentiment. He was a tough old codger. He never liked mush.
I wish I told him I loved him, she said, misting up.
Jack chuckled. He knew you loved him, but if you'd tried that sop on him, he would have barked your head off.
It's going to be hard for the town to say goodbye, she said.
Even so, he's moved on, and so will we. He pressed his lips to her temple. Call the hospital tomorrow, Mel. Tell them an autopsy isn't necessary. Let's not carve him up. There isn't anything more we need to know.
I need to know if I could have saved him, she said softly.
What would he say about that? Jack asked her quietly.
He'd say,
"Don't waste your breath." She turned her head, looking at Jack, and a large tear spilled down her cheek. Jack pressed his lips against it.
"Okay," she said. "There's a lot to do, to go through his things."
Then, very softly, she asked,
"What are we going to do without a doctor?"
"You'll have Shelby to help out for a while, and we'll get looking. Tomorrow morning I'll go to the clinic with you, and we'll have a look at his personal effects, see if he left any kind of journal or last wishes. We'll make arrangements and let this town say goodbye to an old friend as soon as possible, so we can all heal."
"You're right," she said. "He wouldn't want us to carry on."
"He wouldn't," Jack said.
"I don't know what I'd do without you," she told him.
He smiled sweetly. "You'd be miserable."
He touched his glass to hers.
"To Doc," he said.
"To Doc, the biggest pain-in-the-ass country doctor in 3 counties," she hiccuped. "God, I'm gonna miss him." Although Mel and Doc had never discussed what would become of the clinic should something happen to him, he had no intention of leaving the town or his nurse midwife in dire straits. In documents dated shortly after Mel had married Jack 2 years before, Doc had willed the clinic free and clear to her in a living trust that would bypass probate. It was funny to think of him doing something so savvy, so modern. Impossible to think of him hiring a lawyer. Also in the top desk drawer, in plain sight if she'd ever bothered to look, was an old, worn bank book. Doc had been squirreling away little bits of money over 45 years, and about a year before his death, he had put Mel's name on the account. While she thought she had signed documents so that he could payroll her, she unknowingly provided her signature to the account. He should have taken a big Alaskan fishing trip instead, because Mel had plenty of money. But Doc wouldn't indulge himself any more than he'd leave town for more than a day or two. Still, she was incredibly touched. Without ever saying a word, and in fact being somewhat stingy with his praise, he had seen her as a partner within 6 months of her arrival in Virgin River. He left a request, not even a letter, but a few sentences in his cramped old hand, tucked into the bank book, that he be cremated and his ashes sprinkled in the Virgin River. Mel called Harry Shipton, the preacher from Grace Valley, and arranged to have him say a few words when they scattered the ashes at the widest curve in the Virgin. Notices were posted in the bar and at Valley Hospital. 4 days after his death, Mel and Jack closed the bar and the clinic and drove to the river, where, it should not have surprised them, they could hardly get down the road. Hundreds of people from Virgin River, neighboring towns, and medical staff who worked at Valley Hospital had gathered on both sides of the river. As they walked toward the river, there was a pickup parked in their path, the bed of the truck filled with flowers: gladiolas, carnations, baby roses, daisies, and mums. A man handed Mel and Jack long stalks of flowers to hold. June Hudson from the Grace Valley Clinic, her husband Jim Post, and her father, the Grace Valley doctor before June took over, Elmer Hudson, stood at the river's edge beside John Stone, June's business partner, and Susan, his wife. Mel went to stand by them, accepting and giving hugs and condolences. "If you need any help in the clinic, Mel, John and I can probably lend a hand," June said. Thanks. I might have to send patients your way for a while. I don't know what we're going to do for a doctor. Lots of little towns around here make do without one. Patients just drive a little farther. Meanwhile, they still have you. Look at these people, she said, tearing up a little. You'd think a man as crotchety as Doc wouldn't be able to draw a crowd like this.
He's always been cranky, too, Elmer Hudson said. In my case, it came with age. But Mullins was in a piss-poor mood since I met him 40 years ago.
Mel felt a huff of laughter escape through tears. My first night in Virgin River, he pulled my car out of a ditch, my brand new BMW convertible. His first tender words to me were,
"That piece of crap isn't going to do you much good around here."
She shook her head. Damn, I'm going to miss that old man. He was like a grandfather to the kids.
When I go, I want at least this many people at my funeral, plus 20, just to show him up, Elmer Hudson said. He looked at his daughter. Hire him if you have to, June.
Sure, Dad, she said. Harry Shipton walked to the edge of the river. The crowd parted so that he could pass. Dressed in a simple light blue chambray shirt and khaki pants, holding his Bible, he said, "We're gathered here today to say goodbye to a good friend. Doc Mullins served the medical needs of Virgin River and beyond for more than 40 years. And from what I'm told by people who knew him longest, he never worried about whether he'd get thanked or paid. All that mattered to him was that his town, his family, have whatever medical attention he could provide. He saved lives, nurtured the sick, brought new life into the world, and gently closed the eyes of the ones who passed. Let us pray." Heads bowed as he recited the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi, then the 23rd Psalm, and finally the Lord's Prayer.
There's quite a bit more that could be said about our friend Doc, but I'm a little afraid a lightning bolt might strike us down if we get too fussy. Doc appreciated a few things in life. He liked some honest, direct words, hard work, good friends, and a shot of decent whiskey at the end of the day. He accepted the urn that contained Doc's ashes and sprinkled them over the water. The ashes were followed by a shot glass of amber liquid, a little Jack Daniels. Go with God, old friend. Peace and love. When the ashes began to float downstream, flowers were tossed from the banks to escort his final passage. Slowly, perhaps reluctantly, people began to turn away from the river. And then Jack opened up the bar for anyone who wanted to raise a glass to their departed friend. With the people in town saddened by the passing of their old doctor, it was a welcome diversion for everyone to look forward to Jack's marine friend's arrival a couple of weeks later. They always caught the end of deer hunting season. It wasn't a complete squad, especially since the full throng had just been to Virgin River in late July, lending a hand when a forest fire threatened the town. Josh and Tom from Reno arrived. Joe Benson and his new wife Nikki came down from Grants Pass and stayed at the General's house with Vanny and Paul. With Mike Valenzuela, Preacher, and Jack, that left only Corny and Zeke missing. One person who was anticipating their visit, but still a bit too preoccupied to take her usual full pleasure, was Mel. With Shelby's help, she had been simultaneously running the clinic, making house calls, and sorting through Doc's papers and personal effects. More than 40 years of accumulation was taxing and emotional. She was clearing out his room, giving away his clothes, books, and furniture, and preparing his bedroom as either a guest room or quarters for a new doctor, if one could ever be found. She missed him so much. Once she and Doc had their little kinks ironed out, she had begun to cherish his grumpy frowns and had found humor in his cantankerous behavior. Finally,
She heard the honking of a horn and lifted her head from her chore of reading through Doc's old calendars. "They're here," she said to Shelby. "Who?" the younger woman asked. "The boys, Jack's squad. We're done for today. We need their laughter, trust me." And with that command, Mel snatched up the baby and Shelby grabbed David. They made their way across the street to the bar. They were barely in the door when Mel found herself instantly whirled around by Tom Stevens, while Josh immediately grabbed David out of Shelby's arms and hefted him into the air to check his weight. "Shelby, meet Josh Phillips," Mel said a little breathlessly. "He's a paramedic from Reno. And this wild man is Tom Stevens, a news chopper pilot from the same place." With an arm around her shoulders, Tom said to Mel, "I know you've had a bad couple of weeks, sweetheart. Anything I can do to make it better?" She patted his chest and said, "Just miss him with me, Tom. That's all we're left with right now." "Aw, baby. You know, no one wanted to see the old boy go. I bet wherever he is, the fishin's good." Given his surly behavior, the fish might be fried where he is, she joked. "I'm glad you're here. We need some of what you boys have. This bar has been really quiet. Well, except for the pounding." "Well, we don't exactly specialize in quiet," he laughed and took Emma out of her arms. "Let's have a look at our girl. Whoa, she's putting on some weight. Thank God she looks like you, Mel. I'd hate to have her have a face like the ugly mug you married." "I think he's very handsome," she said. The alarm of their arrival had somehow been sounded, probably by Jack from the phone in the kitchen. It brought out Mike, Preacher, and from the General's house, Walt, Joe, and Paul. By 5 o'clock, the men had all gathered and the neighbors were starting to show their faces. The Carpenters, Connie and Ron of the corner store, Joy and Bruce, Harv, the county lineman, Hope McCrae, and finally, Muriel St. Clair. Mel's delight wasn't as pure as it might have been ordinarily, but her mood was lifted by their presence. At a little after 5, Luke Reardon made his appearance, and Mel noticed that Shelby's eyes took on a very familiar glow. The early evening gatherings at the bar had been extremely subdued since Doc's passing. Even Shelby grieved. But with the presence of the Marines, everything seemed just a little bit better. Luke was welcomed by the brothers and drawn in with friendly approval. The conversation quickly turned to missions and commands as they compared notes, trying to figure out if they had mutual friends or had served in common battle arenas at the same time. Then more women began to arrive, and Luke watched curiously as the men greeted each one as if she could be a sister or girlfriend. When Paige came out of her quarters with the new baby, the tot was passed around from man to man, each of whom took her close and affectionately, praised her beauty, and snuggled her like any fond uncle might. Her son, Christopher, was soon riding on various shoulders while Paige was being embraced. Bree came in from the RV behind the bar, her home until her house was finished, and damned if each one of those men didn't have his hands all over her belly like he'd been the one to put that baby in there. After a quick feel, they'd compliment Mike on his excellent potency. "You got her cooking a good one here, brother," Josh said. "Baby, you are more gorgeous than ever," said Tom. Then came Vanessa and Nikki, and the whole process was repeated again, with bone-rattling hugs and sloppy kisses. It was a whole new experience for Luke. Even in his own family of biological brothers, he hadn't seen anything like it. But it interested him, the way these men behaved toward each other's women, as though it was expected, as if they idolized each other's wives as much as their own, treating them with a fondness that was hardly superficial, an intimacy that was at once deep and completely respectful. The trust was implicit. The affection appeared genuine. The security they felt in their relationships was obvious. Luke had never lived in this kind of world. Preacher was poaching fish, steaming rice and vegetables, putting out snacks. The man's typically serious expression had turned happy, and his grin was bigger than Luke had ever seen. Drinks and food were served. The noise grew louder as the evening grew later. Then, slowly, the women began to disappear to take care of their children. Luke had gratefully allowed himself to be pulled into the Brotherhood. It scratched an itch he'd had for a while. He'd been missing his own military brothers. But when he noticed that the women had begun to depart, he stole a glance at Shelby. Mel had put on her jacket, and with Jack's help with the children, she made her way out of the bar, leaving Shelby momentarily alone. Their relationship had just started heating up when Doc died. In the couple of weeks since, he'd had his arms around her now and then, but she'd only laid her head on his chest and sighed heavily, tired and sad. The load of Doc's passing had been heavy, both emotionally and work-wise. It derailed what would have been a serious seduction from him. Luke went to her before she could leave or get caught up in conversation with someone else. When he approached her, it gave him a lift to see her smile.
"I haven't seen as much of you as I'd like," he said.
"It's been a difficult time. Are you doing okay?" she asked.
"Busy. I've gotten a lot done without you to distract me. Tell me about you."
She shrugged. "We've been going through Doc's things. It hasn't been easy for Mel. I think her heart is breaking. But she's so strong."
"How about your heart?"
he heard himself ask. "I wasn't as close to him as Mel was. I gather their relationship was intense, humorous, conflicted, but trusting. They gave each other so much crap it wouldn't be obvious at first sight, but they loved each other. She's been telling me stories about him for days on end, about him going into the backwoods to camps full of transients who could be dangerous, trying to help them without worrying about his own neck. About the way he used to bend the rules to be sure everything would work out for his town, his people. Really, he was an icon. I'm learning a lot."
"You're tired," he said, running a finger along her soft cheek.
"It's hard work. I don't know what Mel would do without me right now. Lucky I happen to be here." "How's the house coming?"
"The roof leaks. Paul's going to be coming back out to help," he said, smiling. "But I've sanded and varnished the floors, textured and painted the walls, put in new doors, windows, and baseboards in the house, installed new cupboards and countertops. The porch is solid, and the cabins all have new roofs, thanks to crews Paul could give me."
His grin became wider.
"I can have a fire at night, and the bathroom is functional, though I have to do a lot in there to make it nice. Art has a good little home next door. He's real proud of that. It's the first time he's ever had his own house."
"When we get through Doc's things, I'll come check it out."
"We need some time, you and me."
"That would feel good. But there's hunting."
"There's hunting," he confirmed. "Then hunting will be done, and we'll think of something."
"I've committed to Mel and the clinic every weekday," she said.
"I'm sorry for your loss."
"Thanks," she said. "But I'm going to be fine."
"Then follow me out on the porch," he said. "Let me get my arms around you for a minute before you go."
"That's the best part of my day," she said, walking out the door with him, arm in arm. When all the women had gone, the cards and cigars came out. The tables were pushed together and hands were dealt. Luke pulled up a chair and eagerly accepted a fat cigar. Everyone sat down except Jack.
"I'm going home, guys," he said. "Mel told me to stay, but she's going through a hard time since Doc."
"Yeah," someone said.
"The girl's hurting,"
said someone else.
"Tell her we love her,"
a third chimed in.
"This crap's hard on the hard." "I'll tell her,"
Jack said.
"She's real tough, but there are times that me being around helps."
4 a.m.? he asked.
4 a.m. loaded,
Preacher said.
"Listen, if I'm not here," Jack said. "No need to explain, buddy," Paul said. "Mel comes first. She hates it when I shoot at animals. and ordinarily I'd shoot at them anyway." "No explanation necessary, Sarge," Joe said. "This is one of those times." "Don't burn the place down," Jack said, going for his jacket.
A few tense and disappointing weeks passed for Cameron with no word from Brandy after their night together. Story of my life, he thought. It seemed that every time he found a woman who came to life in his arms, a woman he could fall in love with, she disappeared before he could grab hold of her. He went back to the Davenport when the same bartender was on duty. Cameron didn't know the bartender's name, but the latter addressed him personally.
"How you doing, Doc? Get you something?"
"Yeah, I sure hope so.
You remember the woman I met here a few weeks ago? I haven't been in here since then."
"Vaguely," he said with a shrug that was very telling. Cameron was sure he remembered exactly, as the bar had been nearly empty. But it was his job not to see things. "I'm trying to find her. I didn't get her name."
"Sorry, Doc. Neither did I."
"Well, how'd she pay for her drink before I got here?"
"Signed for it. She was a guest."
"Thank God. Can you go through your receipts? Anything?"
"That," he said gravely,
"would get me fired." "She said she was at a wedding. What are the chances I can find out what wedding?"
"The manager might give you the names on the billing. There was a marquee up in the lobby. Last names won't tell you anything much, but I bet if you called the newspaper, you could find out if they published an announcement."
That was Cameron's next quest, and it proved easy enough. Of course, it didn't turn up any information about the woman to end his search. But he managed to learn it was the Jorgensen-Benson wedding, Joe Benson being an architect in Grants Pass. He went to Joe's firm, handed him a business card, and said, "I met one of your wedding guests in the bar at the Davenport the night of your wedding. Her name was Brandy, and I didn't get a last name. I'd like to ask her out. Can you help me?"
"Brandy? I don't know anyone by that name."
"You sure? Beautiful woman, about 5'3", dark blonde or real light brown hair, and large dark eyes. 31, wearing a gold dress."
"Buddy," he laughed, "you just described half the women at the wedding. The bridesmaids wore gold. My wife was a flight attendant, and the place was crawling with gorgeous women about that age. How'd you lose track of her?"
"You don't want to know," Cameron said, looking down briefly. "Turns out I'm not real slick with women anymore."
"Doc, I'm sorry. I'll keep your card and ask my wife. Will that help?"
"Not enough, but I'll take it." "Did most of the people at your wedding come from Grants Pass?"
"No. As a matter of fact, most came from out of town. My family is here, but Nikki's family is from San Francisco. And her girlfriends are from everywhere, literally."
Cameron was quiet for a minute. "She and I really hit it off."
"Yet you didn't get her name and number?" Joe asked.
Cameron laughed without humor. "She asked that I let her get in touch with me, and she hasn't.
I have no idea why."
"Really, it was—" he gulped. "I have no idea why," he repeated. Joe put his hands in his pockets, looked down, and shook his head.
"Believe me, pal, I feel your pain.
I'm just not sure I can help."
"But you'll ask your wife?"
"Sure." "I'll be in touch," Cameron said. A few days later, he called Joe, only to be told that Mrs. Benson had no friends at the party named Brandy. The description of the woman he was looking for could match 3 of her girlfriends, all married. The possibilities were endless. She made up her name. Maybe she'd had a fight with the husband. It could be a real complicated divorce. Or maybe she was rethinking the divorce. Or he was. If he had a brain, that SOB wouldn't let her go. Whatever the truth was, she didn't intend to get in touch, or she would have. "That's it," Cameron said to himself. "I'm through. I'm done. No more talking to pretty, lonely girls in bars." He realized this did nothing to put him in a carefree mood. One of his partners remarked that he'd seemed depressed lately. He brushed him off, saying it was nothing. But he knew what it was. She had disappeared into thin air. He kept asking himself why. Everything he remembered about that night told him they had a chance together. He had concentrated on treating her as though she was the most special human being alive. And in fact, it hadn't taken any effort. She had been. One evening, when he was the last to leave the medical practice, he took it upon himself to tidy up the waiting room. Toys and magazines were scattered everywhere, and their current receptionist didn't do a very good job of straightening up at the end of the day. With just another 15 minutes, he could have it cleared out so the housekeeping staff could do a thorough cleaning. After stowing away the toys, he began to stack the children's books and magazines for the parents. And there she was. Her face stared back at him from a little corner photo on the cover of People magazine. He sat heavily in a child-sized chair in the waiting room, staring. If it wasn't her, it sure looked like her. Kid Crawford divorces third wife. He read the story. Oh, it was her. Kid Crawford, a notorious rock star, had chosen for his third wife a flight attendant he'd met while traveling. They'd been married less than a year. He did some math. She had said she'd been served divorce papers 9 months before, which made their actual marriage somewhere less than 3 months. Ouch. Given the source of his current sulk, he could well imagine how tough that would be on the ego. No wonder she was depressed. There were more pictures in the body of the story, plus pictures of his first and second wives and the new girlfriend, who he had reportedly lived with for 6 months prior to his divorce. Perhaps the hardest thing to accept was that this classy young woman, so squeaky clean and sweet, had been married to this awful, bearded, greasy guy in torn jeans, dark glasses, gaudy tattoos, and chains. This would explain her pain and loneliness. He took the magazine with him to Joe Benson's architectural firm. Joe stood, stretching out a hand. Hey, Doc. Sorry. I don't know anything more to tell you about the mysterious wedding guest. Cameron flashed the magazine. Do you know her? He asked. The look on Joe's face said it all. He couldn't reel in the expression to cover it. Abby, he finally said. I'm sorry, Doc. I had a feeling it might be her. But you wouldn't have told me. Joe shrugged. I couldn't do that, Doc. To tell the truth, I sympathize with you. I really do. But you have to be careful about making women vulnerable to men you don't know. And even though I'm sure you're sterling, I don't know you. I understand, he said. According to my wife, Abby's had a real bad year. I'd hate to complicate it further. Joe tapped the magazine. It's been just awful. Cameron frowned and shook his head. How'd she end up with a loser like this? Oh, he's a loser. But this is all theatrics. He doesn't look like this. I'm sure half his fans wouldn't even recognize him. His name is Ross, and I've never met him, but my wife was at their little secret wedding, and she says he's a good-looking, clean-cut, charming kind of guy. Except not for long, I guess. Cameron hung his head for a second, taking it in. Gotcha. You still have my card? He asked, digging in his back pocket for his wallet. Joe held up a hand. I've got it, he said. If you could just get word to her that I'd like to hear from her sometime, I could try that. If I don't hear from you, I'll consider the matter closed. Sure. I'll ask my wife to get in touch with her. A couple of days went by with no phone call, and he knew there wouldn't be one. If she had any interest, this was a good time for her to reach out to someone who cared about her, wanted to begin a relationship that wasn't like this loony rock star thing. He forced himself to accept the facts. It was a one-night stand. It was over. Chapter 10. Abby McCall Crawford, a.k.a. Brandy one time only, had had a very simple plan when she returned to L.A. from the wedding in Grants Pass. She was going to sign the divorce papers, be free in 2 shakes, and work on rebuilding her life. After all, her marriage to Ross Crawford had been over almost as soon as it began. And while technically she'd been Mrs. Crawford for 9 months, he'd lived with another woman for over 6, and she hadn't seen him or talked to him in 10. This should be a mere formality. Long overdue. It wasn't going to be that easy for Abby. First of all, she had to hire a lawyer because there were terms in Ross's settlement offer. Her husband had run up some impressive bills on credit cards, most of them during their separation, and she was stuck for her half, even though her income wasn't a tenth of his. Just negotiating the amount down to a third of what Ross demanded cost her huge attorney fees and still left her with a bill she could never pay. And she was asking herself for the millionth time how she'd gotten herself in this mess. Ross Crawford had swept her off her feet with his practiced flirtations, and she had fallen hard and fast. He was a musician, the bass guitarist in a band that had several popular albums out. She had met him on the airplane. His appearance in first class was so different from the one he presented while on stage. He was clean-cut in his khakis and crisp white shirt, his hair neatly cropped, face clean-shaven, smile dazzling. He had such charisma, such humor. On stage, he wore ripped jeans, chains, and affected a scruffy 3-day growth of beard that he only let grow out before he performed. And long, shaggy hair that wasn't his. She knew the band. It made her laugh to think it was the same man. Abby fell in love with a semi-famous rock star and even saw her own face on the cover of a tabloid more than once. When she met him, Ross had been returning to Los Angeles after being in drug treatment, a secret carefully guarded from the public. But the secret wasn't that Ross had used drugs, but rather that he'd stopped. There was a certain druggy mystique about rock stars that made them seem more edgy and dangerous, more popular. The fact he was in recovery didn't deter her from seeing him. She was proud of him. He went to meetings every day and couldn't talk about anything but his program. His sincerity was riveting. The other guys in the band didn't use, he said. In fact, they were the ones that did the intervention, demanded the life change if he was going to stay with them. He spoke the gospel. He was clean as a whistle, proven by regular urine tests. He wanted a stable life, a wife, a family, something genuine to come home to. Abby had married him too quickly because she was with him every day and night anyway. After only a few weeks of marital bliss, Ross was back on tour with the band. The daily phone calls lasted only a couple of weeks, and though she could arrange her flying schedule around his tour pretty easily, he told her he was just too busy with the band, rehearsals, travel, and grueling performances. But she knew. He started using again right away. She could hear it in his voice. First, the slur of alcohol, then the sharp euphoria of cocaine as well. Then he stopped picking up her calls. She went straight to voicemail. Her own naivete had so embarrassed her that for weeks that turned into months, she tried pretending everything was all right, that it was simply difficult being separated while he was on tour with the band. Then his picture started appearing in the media with other women. Then his lawyer called her. She was served papers. Ross had never bothered calling himself. By the time she gathered with some of her girlfriends at Nikki's wedding in Grants Pass, everyone knew it had fallen apart long ago, and she was faced with their pity. So she had slipped away from the reception before it was over. Then, out of town first thing in the morning. A turning point for her had been a night of wonderful love in the arms of a stranger. It had been a complete accident. When he left her in the bar to book a room, she had no intention of spending the night with him. She got up from her table and went to the elevators to go to her own room. But when he saw her there, thinking she was waiting for him, The look on his face was so sweet and sexy, she melted. When he took her hand and pulled her carefully into his arms, the need to be held and treated with love surpassed any common sense she might have possessed. At the time, she was glad to have had that night. Something about it showed her that life wasn't over, that after the divorce was final, she might actually find happiness someday. It had been her intention to just go back to work, careful not to allow herself to get close to any flirtatious passengers, and go about the business of recovering from the shattered expectations she had had of love. Then she would start anew. When the divorce and her recovery were complete, she thought she might get in touch with that beautiful stranger and maybe get to know him better. But in the chilly days of late October, her divorce still not final, she was sitting in her doctor's office, tears pouring down her cheeks.
I just don't see how this could have happened. I've been on the pill forever and never before.
Dr. Pollack took her hand in both of his. I can tell you exactly how, he said. You were taking antibiotics for an ear infection, and it rendered your oral contraceptives ineffective. Didn't they warn you about that at the clinic, when they prescribed the antibiotic?
They might have,
she said with a sniff. In fact, who knows what they said? There were many colliding facts. One, she had to have something to heal her ears. She was flying after all. When she realized she couldn't clear her ears without pain and would be on duty in 3 days, she went to the airline's outpatient clinic right away. If they'd said anything about her birth control being useless to her, she wouldn't have given it a thought. She wasn't making use of her birth control. Her husband was gone. His lawyers had called her every week about that divorce. And then, a handsome young doctor had found her sad and lonely in a hotel bar. Bought her a couple of champagne cocktails, led her upstairs, and made incredible,
Hi there. Need a quick breather? Here's a moment of chill music just for you. This audiobook is free. No sign-ups, no strings. Hope you're enjoying it.
unforgettable love to her. A complete stranger. She had become pregnant by a complete stranger. "Dear God," she whispered. "What am I gonna do?" she wept. "You have a few options," her doctor said. "But you should make a decision about whether to continue the pregnancy as soon as possible. The longer you put it off, the more complicated it gets." It briefly crossed her mind to get in touch with Cameron Michaels. Nikki had called her to ask her if she'd met the man. He'd gone to Joe's office looking for a way to get in touch with a woman who fit her description. Abby played dumb. She wasn't about to tell even her closest friends what had happened before she had a plan. "Gee," she'd said to her friend, "I ran into a couple of real nice guys in the hotel bar, but that name doesn't ring a bell." Now it was too late. Now if she saw him again, he'd know he had fathered her child and she'd be stuck with him for life, if only as the baby's father. And what if she learned she didn't want a permanent relationship with him? She couldn't take the risk. That he had been perfect that one night didn't mean anything. Even Ross had been perfect longer than that. Then everything had become a horrible mess, as if the divorce wasn't enough. Being followed constantly by people with cameras, hungry for the ugly details, made it so much worse. Ross had made himself excellent tabloid fodder. And then there was that other sticky thing, the prenup. Ross's attorney would begin sending her a settlement every month, $10,000, predicated on her fidelity during their marriage. When she signed the agreement, it seemed almost silly. If she promised to be completely faithful during her marriage, he would pay her that amount in the event of divorce up to the date of her remarriage. Rich guys had to make deals like that, so short-term wives didn't walk away with millions. She hadn't expected to be a short-term wife. If her pregnancy became obvious, it was possible Ross or his legal beagles would be able to prove she'd had sex with another man more than a month before the divorce was final. To give up the alimony was nothing to her. She didn't care about that. But the bills Ross had left her with were huge. Cheating him out of alimony wasn't on her mind, but those bills that claimed more than $40,000 owing were his, not hers. She could have this baby if she could find a way to conceal her pregnancy, or at least the time of conception. She had left Grants Pass, returned to Los Angeles, called a lawyer, and signed the papers within a couple of weeks. But it was another month before she was a single woman, and a good OB could determine the due date extremely closely with the use of an ultrasound. Any doubt would send her to court, which would cost even more. Abby wasn't a millionaire rock star. She was a flight attendant whose income was completely eaten up by her living expenses, her savings and equity in her small townhouse zapped by legal fees. She'd have to go into deep cover. She couldn't even return to her family in Seattle to wait out the delivery. She decided quickly. She was going to give birth, but no one would know about it until it was over and the baby, hopefully, a few months old at least. When Paul Haggerty decided to relocate part of his construction company to Virgin River from Grants Pass, his mother's only requirement was that he bring the grandchildren back to visit once a month. The only child since his union with Vanessa so far was little Matt, her son from her previous marriage. But to Marianne Haggerty, little Matt was as much her grandson as if he was Paul's very own. And for Vanessa, these little trips to Paul's family were a delightful respite. In fact, she used the trip to make sure Maddie had at least an afternoon with his biological grandparents, Carol and Lance Rutledge, as well. On this particular early November weekend, Matt wasn't finding the visit quite as enjoyable as usual. He'd been teething and had developed diarrhea and a bad cold. When, on Saturday morning, a scary-sounding cough settled into his chest, Vanny and Paul were strongly considering a trip to the emergency room. But Paul wanted the baby treated by a doctor he knew he could trust. On impulse, he picked up the phone and called Cam. "It's Paul Haggerty, Cameron. Hey, man, I'm real sorry to bother you at home, but we're visiting my folks here in town, and the baby's sick. He's got a fever, diarrhea, and an awful thick cough. Any chance you're on call, or maybe you could recommend someone for us to take him to?" "I'm not busy, Paul. Bring the baby over to the office and let's have a look," Cameron said. "I'll be there in half an hour to unlock the door." "Hey, man, you don't know how much I appreciate this. I think Vanny's getting herself worked up. Hell, what am I saying? I'm getting worked up." Cameron beat them to the peds office, and when Vanny and Paul arrived with the baby, Vanny was tearing up from worry. "Hey, now," Cameron said, dropping an arm around her shoulders. "Let's not get all upset until we know what to get upset about, huh?" "Hey, big fella," he said, taking the baby out of her arms. "Wow, you've just about doubled in size." "Cameron, I don't know how to thank you," she said. "I was doing fine until he started coughing." Right on cue, Maddie let go with a large, deep, gravelly cough that turned him red in the face. Cameron put the baby on the exam table and listened to his chest first. He took his temperature, looked in his ears and throat, and palpated his chubby little body. "Is he still on the breast?" Cameron asked. "A couple of times a day, maybe 3, morning, afternoon nap, bedtime." "Okay, here's what we're going to do. He's not going to love this. This could be croup, At least bronchitis. His color is still good and he isn't having trouble breathing, but that crow-like barking cough is a dead giveaway. I'll need an x-ray, but I'll call ahead for you. I don't want him sitting around a room full of sick people, or infecting a room full of people with sprained ankles. I'm going to give him antibiotics and a little oxygen before you leave here, and a nice big dose of baby Tylenol for the fever. You're going to have to keep him on clear liquids. Pedialyte works. No breast milk, no formula, no juice, no food. Antibiotics tend to cause diarrhea, and you've already got some of that going on. We don't want to aggravate it. When you get home, I want you to spend a lot of time in a steamy shower to loosen up his chest. Do that as often as you can stand it.
Okay,
she said. Watch him closely. If he has trouble breathing at all, or if his color takes on a bluish tint, call me to meet you in the ER. I'll give you my cell number. But I think we caught it in time. Lots of clear liquids, Vanny. Tylenol every 4 hours. Do you know what to do if he spikes a high fever?
Cool bath?
She asked. Not cold, not warm, tepid, he said. Don't leave him in there long. Just give him a nice dunk, run a cloth over his little body and dry him off. He's only 101.4 now. Before the Tylenol, not scary high for his age. If he gets close to 103, call me immediately. You should be able to keep it under control with regular Tylenol. Cameron dosed the baby from his drug cabinet. Then he hooked up the oxygen and, holding the baby on his lap, managed to get the cannulas in the baby's nostrils despite his squirming. He held him while the oxygen drifted in and the baby calmed in his experienced hands. When are you planning to head back to Virgin River? We were going to go tomorrow afternoon, Paul said. I'd like you to stick close until it's clear he's recovering. You don't want to be out on the road and have this thing rear its ugly head. I can't think of anything more likely to bring that on than hours on his back in a car seat. Attacks of croup tend to come in the night. You might not get much rest tonight or tomorrow night. Can you shoot for Tuesday for going back? We'll do whatever you say, Paul said, slipping an arm around Vanny's waist. Okay, if you don't have to bring him back to me before, let me take a look at him, listen to his chest, on Tuesday morning. If it sounds good, you can hit the road. You should probably have Doc Mullins take a look when you get back to Virgin River. He's probably treated a bucket full of croup in his years there. Paul and Vanny exchanged shocked looks, then turned those very expressions back to Cameron. Jesus, Cameron, I'm sorry, Paul said. I guess you'd have no way of knowing. Doc Mullins died a little over a month ago. What? Cameron asked, surprised. What happened? Paul shrugged. Not entirely sure. Mel found him face down on the clinic floor and tried to revive him with CPR, but he never came around. The new baby, little Emma, was lying on the floor right next to him, like maybe he'd been holding her when he had a heart attack or something. Ah, Jesus, Cameron said. That's awful. Emma? Fine, thank God. How's the town holding up? Kinda shaky, Paul said. Mel's doing her best at the clinic. Vanny's cousin Shelby has been visiting for a while now, and she's going into the clinic every day to help out with the kids, patients, and paperwork. Docs Stone and Hudson from Grace Valley are taking the patients Mel can't cover. But just going through Doc's stuff, over 40 years' worth, has really taken its toll on Mel. She's grieving and overworked, and little Emma is barely 6 months. At least she's got Shelby, for now, Vanessa said. But Shelby is just visiting. She was planning to leave after the holidays. God, Cameron, I'm sorry, we didn't think to call you. Why would you, Vanny? Cameron said. I met the man once, talked with him for less than an hour. I got a big kick out of him in that short time, and it was obvious he was a crackerjack small-town doc who cared about his people. Besides you two, we didn't have any mutual friends. But damn, that's a great loss for Virgin River. Matt had drifted off in his arms and was breathing well, coughing less with the oxygen. I'm so sorry to hear about it. Mel has advertised for a new doctor for the town, but who'd want to come to a town that size? I have no idea what the pay is. I guess it's whatever you get. I know Mel and Jack put a lot of produce, wine, and meat in the bar from patients paying with what they get off the land. Cameron chuckled. Sounds kind of nice, actually. It's got to beat wrangling with the insurance companies. Paul laughed. That's not a problem in Virgin River. Not many folks have medical coverage. Cameron put the stethoscope in his ears and listened briefly to Matt's chest. That's a little better, he said. He held the baby a while longer. Please give my condolences to Mel, he said. His eyes focused on the baby. He said, Doc was a little snarly, but I bet he had a heart of gold. Then he looked up at Vanessa and Paul and gave a little smile. How are you two getting along? Good, Paul said. I'm building in Virgin River. I've got a house under construction for Vanny in addition to a couple of other properties. He kissed her temple. I think Vanny can convince you she didn't make a big mistake on me. She smiled at Paul, confirming that she was happy. We're still living with Dad, she said. But the house will be ready before Christmas. And it's on Dad's land, so we'll be close, but not too close. Sounds perfect. We're starting to think about the next baby, she said. You should. Get him while you can, Cameron said. Paige delivered last summer, a little girl. Bree's due around Christmas. They just keep coming, Cameron said, shaking his head with a chuckle. I've heard Virgin River is a fertile place, Vanny said, laughing. You fish, Cameron? Paul asked. I haven't done much but doctor in a long time, he said. Come on down and fish, Paul invited. Take a couple of days. I'll take you out to the Virgin. The salmon are starting to run. The sturgeon's fat. Sounds nice. You fishing a lot? Cameron asked. Nah, I've got houses going. But if you come down, I'll knock off for a couple mornings. I have good supervisors now. Or I'll send Jack out there with you. Jack loves any excuse to get out on the river. I'll think about that, he said. He pulled the cannulas out of the baby's nose. Okay, now hear me on this, Vanessa. No matter how much he fusses, only clear liquids. If we don't treat the diarrhea along with the upper respiratory problems, he'll dehydrate. And get in the steam, okay? Okay, she said, taking the baby from him. What do we owe you? Come on. Cameron laughed. How about a day out on the river? Deal, Paul said, smiling. He stuck out his hand. You came in real handy, buddy. I can't tell you how much we appreciate this. I'm glad you called me. This little guy needs to feel better. Cameron Michaels didn't call anyone in Virgin River. He had 3 days off and just drove down. He went first to the clinic, walked in and found Mel at the computer. Hey, he said. Hey, she returned, standing up from the desk. What brings you down here? I don't know if Paul or Vanny mentioned. I just heard about Doc. I had a few days off and wanted to deliver my condolences in person. Thanks. He's a hard one to lose. How's your search for a new doctor coming? He asked. No response, she said with a shrug. But that's not a surprise. We barely started looking. Plus, Hope's been looking for a doctor to help Doc for years, and no one ever responded. I was the closest thing, and honestly, if I hadn't had special circumstances, I might not have considered Virgin River either. Can I ask about the special circumstances? Sure, she said. How about a cup of coffee? That'd be great, he said with a smile. Sit tight. I'll be right back. Shelby was in the kitchen, sitting at the table sorting some paperwork while the kids slept. One in a playpen, one in a portable crib. Mel poured coffee and invited Shelby to join them in Doc's office so as not to wake the children. Once there, she introduced them, and Cameron expressed his condolences again. I've been boring Shelby with stories from my years in L.A., Mel said. I was widowed when I met Jack. My husband was an ER doctor. We worked together for years before he was killed. I was looking for a new start out of LA. I found Virgin River at the nurse's registry where I'd placed my resume. I came here, sight unseen. And found it perfect for you? Cameron asked. Far from it, she said. The town was misrepresented, the pay miserable. The cabin that was to be my rent-free home was a falling-down hovel. But just as I was running for my life, a baby was abandoned on Doc's porch, and I stayed a while. She shrugged. I became attached in no time. Then I fell in love with Jack. Now I'm committed. Medicine here is a whole new scene from what I was used to in the city. It's like taking care of family. These people are my friends. And of course, if Jack is here, I'm here. But what's it like doctoring here? Cameron asked. We have to be inventive and flexible. Boy, she said, laughing. We could sure use a pediatrician, couldn't we, Shelby? Boy, howdy, as Mel would say. The babies are flowing into this town. I don't like our chances of getting a new doctor, and I'll be honest, I lose a lot of sleep over that. I don't want to be their only resource if something big happens, like a bad MVA, Mel said. Sorry, Shelby, she said. That's a motor vehicle accident. Looking back at Cameron, she said, or some hunting accident. But this is no place for a doctor to prosper financially. A lot of our patient fees come from services and produce from ranches, farms, and vineyards. More food than I could ever eat, less cash than it takes to get by. I've written a grant proposal to cover malpractice insurance. The county is covering mine. They see the merits of having a certified midwife around here. And if you can believe it, Doc was never covered. Never sued. Never covered. He always figured if someone got pissed off and put him out of business, so be it. She shrugged. I'm hopeful that if a physician can be found, the county will step up. I've been contacting medical schools, offering a place for a brand new family practice resident to practice rural medicine. He or she could intern here under John Stone or June Hudson. If you know anyone, I might, he said. I'll talk it around. I don't know what I'm going to do when I lose Shelby. Cameron looked at the younger woman. I'm here temporarily, Shelby said. I cared for my mother who suffered from ALS for a long time, and now, before I move on to my own nursing college, I'm staying with my Uncle Walt. Walt Booth? He asked. Uh-huh. I'm Vanny's cousin. From Bodega Bay, he said. Yeah, your name was mentioned. No kidding. You know them? I was introduced, he said simply. Nice people. I can help Mel for a while longer, but I've been sending out my applications. Nursing is kind of a natural progression for me, given my years as a caregiver. It's going to be hard, she said. I've been out of school and work for years. But what you have done is extraordinary, Mel said, grabbing her hand. Good luck with that, Cam said. So, Mel, how are you getting by now, with the patients? Right now, I send a lot of them to Grace Valley, and sometimes either June Hudson or John Stone will spend a half day up here, taking patients, Mel said. This is a hell of a nice place to live, he said. Yeah, it's gorgeous, but a person has to make a living. What are you doing here, besides offering condolences? Oh, Paul and Vanny had a sick baby while they were in Grants Pass, and Paul offered me a day on the river as payment for my services. Problem is, I didn't tell them I was coming, so I'm not going to hold them to it. I thought I'd see how you're doing and make a house call. I heard about Maddie's croup, she said. Fortunately, he did well on antibiotics, snapped right out of it. Any chance I could get a tour of your clinic? He asked. You bet. It's a pretty functional little place, Mel said with a touch of pride. She stood up. Right this way, Doctor. The first thing she did was open the refrigerator and show him that they kept as much blood and plasma on hand as food, something he seemed to get a kick out of. Shelby returned to her paperwork in the kitchen while Mel showed Cameron the exam room and the treatment room. In Doc's old office, there were some boxes stacked in the corner. "Personal items of Doc's," she said. "I'm sending that stuff back to his college library. Come on upstairs." She showed him the only hospital room in town, the roomy bathroom and Doc's old bedroom, completely vacant and freshly painted. "Doc's furniture was almost as old as he was," she said. "I gave it away and we'll buy new. If we don't get a doctor, it'll make a decent place for me to sleep when we have a delivery here." "Nice little operation," Cameron said. "But how do you make ends meet?" "Oh, it's not too hard for me. Jack has income. He's retired military, and the bar won't make us rich, but it brings in money. I have savings and no longer draw a salary. The clinic is mine now, thanks to Doc's generosity and his trust. It's free and clear. The uninsured patients are almost always able to cover the cost of lab work, x-rays, and drugs. And then we get a $20 bill here and there. Patients on subsistence, welfare, or Medicaid, their fees are paid. People around here are very grateful, and they do their best. There's often cash in the Christmas card. The most important thing is we never lose money, and all the equipment is paid for. In fact, once Jack had the bar open, he gave Doc almost all his meals. Jack does that. The forest firefighters, the police, the game warden or rangers. Jack serves them for free when they've been working here. The sheriff's deputy and his boys drop by for a gratis meal now and then. We have a highway patrolman who visits. Anyone who serves the needs of the town gets served by Jack and Preacher." Cameron laughed and shook his head. "How can they afford to do that?" Mel grinned. "When the patients bring in produce as patient fees, it goes straight to Preacher's kitchen where we eat it later. The people in town don't just bring stuff when they're sick. They bring what they can spare continually, sort of like keeping us on retainer. A bushel of apples, several quarts of berries, huge sack of tomatoes, bushel of green beans. Preacher bakes and cans and freezes and loves every second of it. A big patient fee could be as much as a half calf, or a few months of cream. And besides, Jack has everything he needs, Cameron." Then she got a little more serious. "The first night I landed in this town, I saw Jack as the owner of a bar and restaurant. It didn't take me long to learn he's so much more than that. He does a little of everything from car and truck repair to building. He never goes for supplies without checking with a half a dozen little old ladies or postpartum mothers to see what they need. And if I'm delivering a baby, Jack is up all night in case I need something. I hate that he hunts, but when he hunts, we enjoy some of the best venison dishes you can imagine. And most of the fish served in the bar he and Preacher and maybe even Mike catch in the river. It all evens out." She shrugged. "This is a very simple place, Cameron. Sometimes it feels more like a commune than a town. But Jack, ask anyone. Jack is at the center of this town, taking care of the people here." He smiled. "I bet if I ask, they'll say you are too. I do my best. The women, they're my specialty." "Didn't take you long to fall in love with the place." "It's rewarding," she said. "I took home a pretty nice paycheck from the hospital in L.A., and I had some very challenging work there. But L.A. is a damn expensive place to live. I'm not sure I was further ahead with that big salary. As long as the clinic can feed me and cover the cost of my gas, it doesn't need to provide me with much else. And I feel a lot better about what I'm doing here. These people really need me." He just looked at her for a moment, silent. "You found your niche," he said. I have everything." Then she laughed. "Except a doctor. I could sure use a doctor. It's a small town, but we need medical service. I think maybe I envy you." "I'm not surprised," she smiled. "It's a different kind of life. Yeah, I can only imagine. He squeezed her arm. Well, I should check in at the booth house. Let them know I'm here. You having dinner at the bar tonight? I'm there at 5, just for an hour or so. It's waterfowl hunting now, so Jack stays late and I go home to put the kids to bed. I'll see you at 5, Cameron said. And again, I'm sorry for your loss. Thanks, she said, sticking out her hand. He was a pain in the butt, but God, I miss him. Cameron went out to the Booth household, but found no one was home. He looked first in the stable, then drove out to the house under construction. There was a lot of activity around it, so he walked up the plank that led through the front door and found Paul in the center of the great room, hands on his hips, looking around the nearly finished room. Hey, Cameron said. Paul turned. Cam, what are you doing here? I had a couple of days and really felt the need to express my condolences to Mel. I realize I didn't give you any notice, so I don't intend to hold you to that offer of fishing. Paul stuck out his hand. Don't be ridiculous. I can snag a morning. Nah, don't worry about it. Plenty of time for us to go fishing. I have to talk to you about something. Sure, pal. What's on your mind? I'm about to do something pretty crazy, and I can't do that unless you're real clear. This has nothing to do with Vanessa. The children were napping in the clinic. Shelby was at the bar getting a soda, and Mel was sitting on the front porch steps when Bruce brought the mail. Any specimens for Valley Hospital today? He asked her. Nope, she said, leafing through the mail. Great. I get to knock off early. Have a nice day. Mel stood, pulled her sweater tighter around her, and walked inside. The sun was out today, but it was getting darn cold. She found an envelope from Cameron Michaels and tore it open. Her first thought was that he was such a class act. It was probably a letter of condolence or a thank you note. She pulled out a couple of pages, stapled together. At the top, in italics, it read, Resume for Cameron Michaels, MD, ABFM, ABP. Her mouth hung open. She read through his credentials. He was board certified in family medicine and pediatrics with years of experience. A dream doctor. Her mouth hadn't quite closed when she picked up the phone and dialed his office in Grants Pass. When he said hello, she said, Have you lost your mind? He laughed. Probably, but just so you know, I'm not completely insane. I thought I'd give you a year. I'll know in a few months if it's working for me, so I won't leave you high and dry. I've taken a leave from my practice. But Cameron, don't you have a home there? Attachments? I hate that house. It's already on the market. If I come back here, I'll be looking for something much different. But what about friends, family, special, Cameron, isn't there a woman in your life? Nothing to hold me here, Mel. And I can bring my own bedroom furniture. We've talked about the pay. That really isn't my first concern. I'll live at the clinic, take my meals at the bar. And I know you'll be fair with the salary. Holy crap, she said. Is this really happening? Listen, Mel, I need a change. A temporary, if not permanent one. If you find me qualified, I'll see you right after Christmas. She was speechless for a minute. Then she said, Ho, 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 and he laughed. Chapter 11. The cold and windy days of November made way for an unseasonably warm, clear Saturday with a bright sun. A perfect day for Luke to work on the outside of his house or cabins. Or a perfect day for something else. He put on his leather chaps, donned a well-worn leather bombardier's jacket over his sweater, and checked on Art to be sure he had enough to do to keep him busy most of the day. Shelby should be getting a day off from the clinic. It was still early when he took his Harley down the road to the general's house. He went to the door with the rider's helmet in his hand. Shelby answered in her jeans and sweater, stocking feet, hair loose.
"Want to try my ride for a change?" he asked her. "It's not too cold today."
She looked around him. "On that?"
"Just you and me, Shelby. Want to take a chance?"
She gave him a soft smile. "Am I safe with you on that thing?" she asked. He presented the rider's helmet.
"Well, I'll drive carefully. You should get a jacket or something to wrap around your neck, boots and gloves, and you might want to tie up your hair."
"Why not?" she said. "Come in while I get ready." He stepped into the house and looked around, impressed. The general had done a good job remodeling this place for his retirement. He heard a baby fussing down the hall in the direction Shelby had gone. Luke walked across the great room to the large picture window and looked across the general's land. The horses were in the corral, and not too far in the distance was the home under construction that Paul was building for himself and his wife. There was still a lot of construction mess around the building, but it looked close to finished from the outside. He also saw what looked like a gravestone atop a small rise not far from the stable. He had no idea what that was about. "Morning, Luke." He turned to see Vanessa behind him, baby on her hip.
"Hey,"
he said.
"Looks like the house is coming along great."
"We'll be in before Christmas, hopefully. You should come out and take a look at it sometime. Paul's a genius."
"I'll do that."
"How's your place coming?"
"Better than I expected,"
he answered.
"I'm taking Shelby out for a ride on the Harley. The general will be okay with that, won't he?"
"Shelby's a big girl," Vanessa said with a smile. "Ready," Shelby said, popping into the room. She had put on a tan suede jacket with fringe on the underside of the arms, fringe that would slap in the wind. "This will be warm enough, won't it?" He smiled at her. She was so damn pretty.
"You should be fine."
"I have no idea when I'll be back," she told Vanessa. "I hope no one needs me for anything." "You've been working so hard. Just go. Enjoy yourself," Vanny said. "And be careful on that thing." She has no idea how right she is to warn Shelby, Luke thought. The danger is not on the motorcycle. Shelby tucked her braid into the helmet and climbed on behind him. She wrapped her arms around his waist, and off they went, down the road toward the highway and up through the redwoods. It was cold back in the tallest trees, but when they broke through, he drove into the sunny foothills, up on some of the craggy knolls where sheep grazed. The bike always made Luke feel exhilarated. The cold wind on his face refreshed and energized him. Luke liked the feeling of her small arms holding him. A cross-country ride with those arms around him was definitely better than one alone. Sometimes she laid her head against his back while he drove them into the country, past the vineyards that lay fallow in winter, past orchards naked of their fruit. The hills were brown now, but in spring, this place would come alive in stunning green. When the weather warmed, he'd like to take her to the coast and across the craggy headlands above the ocean. Would she be here in the spring? He found himself wondering. Would he? They had been riding for a little over an hour when he took the bike up a dirt road that wound around a small hill where livestock grazed. He parked the Harley there, swung his leg over, and raised it on the stand. He pulled off his helmet and reached for hers. She took it off, and her braid tumbled down her back. Putting one helmet on each of the two handlebars, he mounted the stationary bike backward to face her. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold wind, and her eyes glowed. He reached his hands behind her knees and pulled her toward him, draping her legs over his thighs. Then, with his arms around her waist, he leaned toward her, pressing his lips softly to hers. She leaned into his kiss, opening her lips for him at once, so trusting. Besides a few stolen kisses outside Jack's, they had had little contact lately. The demands on Shelby's time had been heavy since Doc's death.
How do you like the bike, Shelby?
I love it, she said.
You like to go fast?
He asked. She laughed. I've always been so cautious, she said. It feels good.
I've been trying not to take you too fast,
he said, and his voice had gone husky, like brushed velvet. He ran a hand down her back, down her long braid. He pulled her mouth against his, and with a big hand against the back of her head, he kissed her more thoroughly. She melted to him, her arms going inside his jacket and round to his back, holding him closer, her small tongue slipping into his mouth. His world tilted. He probed inside her mouth in a strong kiss, pulling her more tightly against him, until she was straddling his lap. He filled his hands with her butt and held her tight, feasting on her sighs and moans. He rocked her pelvis against him, and he became aroused instantly. If they didn't have the barrier of genes between them, this thing he'd been trying to talk himself out of would be done.
"Oh, Shelby,"
he whispered against her lips. He released her mouth.
"Listen, we have to talk."
She smiled at him. Sure. I've been expecting this. The talk.
"Shelby, you should run for your life. I'm not kidding. I've never been reliable where women are concerned. And I'm not real well fixed with brakes either. God, I really don't want to hurt you."
Are you trying to scare me again, Luke?
Yeah, I'm trying to scare you. Warn you. Use your head, Shelby. You're young. You're sweet, and I'm just an irresponsible, horny bastard. You'd be making a mistake getting mixed up with me.
She traced his ear with a finger. Well, Luke, I'm already a little mixed up with you. And you got yourself mixed up with me.
Shelby, I'm temporary at best. I'm not staying here.
Me neither. Is that it? He sighed and shook his head.
I've been known to run through women like sharks run through scuba divers. I wouldn't be good for you.
Are you sleeping with a lot of women right now? She asked him. He hadn't been with a woman in so long, he had a hard time remembering the last one. That fact alone made him even more vulnerable to Shelby's incredibly seductive charm.
There has been only one woman on my mind. My brain is like a frickin' missile, and if you don't move out of the target, I'm afraid I'm gonna end up doing some things you might hate me for later. And then your Uncle Walt is gonna shoot me.
It only made her chuckle. Do you always warn your women not to get involved with you before you swoop down and devour them?
Never. That could keep me from getting laid. But I worry about you. You need to fall in love. I can smell it on you. And I don't fall in love. I don't put down roots, and I don't make commitments.
You know something, Luke? She asked, smiling. I think maybe you're more worried you might fall in love with me than the other way around.
See? You shouldn't think like that.
I just said maybe. It's not like I expect it.
You don't?
I'm going to travel and go to school. You're going to fix up your cabins and sell them. You've been very clear. You've warned me 100 times. And now, I'm just warning you.
You want a fling with a guy like me, who's too old for you.
She just laughed, and he wanted to shake her. You are pretty old, she said. Pretty soon, all these long warnings won't even be necessary. She tilted her head back and laughed. His hands on her fanny, he pulled her against him and rocked her gently. He looked into her eyes, and his were as hot as pokers. Oh, apparently you're not too old yet, she said, leaning toward his mouth for another kiss, drawing a deep, miserable groan from him.
You should take this a lot more seriously. My track record isn't good. I've been with a lot of women and never for long.
I'm sorry, Luke. I'm sure you're very dangerous, she said, but her voice was filled with humor. I just can't find it in me to discourage you. I love the way you kiss me. She moved her pelvis against his. And this? I don't know what to make of this. He swooped over her mouth again, with heat and power. Again, her arms went around him. The taste of her mouth was so delicious it almost sent him reeling out of this world. For all his talk about his many women and his failure to make anything stick, he couldn't remember feeling a rush like this with anyone. He'd been turned on before, stirred up almost to the breaking point, but this thing that was happening to him with Shelby was so intense. It was just about driving him out of his mind. He hung on for dear life, devouring her mouth for 2 minutes, then 4. The sensation of her firm young breasts boring into his chest, even through his sweater, was getting him high. She met him all the way, holding him, purring softly against his mouth, joining in his tongue play, sending thrill after thrill vibrating through him. All trepidation and shyness on her part was gone. He was getting damn uncomfortable. Still, he kissed her a while longer. "Damn it, Shelby," he said. "Don't say I didn't warn you." And warned me, and warned me, and warned me. "You should be with a serious young man who will protect you and take care of you, not someone like me." Maybe someday. Right now, I just have one requirement. One woman at a time. That's all I ask. I'm not looking to join a harem. Can you do that? He sighed. "I'm doing it. I don't even have to try. You're the only woman I want. And I'm starting to want you real damn bad." "I don't mind that, she said, gently trailing the backs of her fingers along his rough cheek. "You'd better think about this." "I haven't thought about anything else, and you know it." "Okay," he said, running his hand over her shoulder and down to her hand, lacing his fingers in hers. "Here are your choices. Try to be smart. I can take you home now, or take you home with me. Because we either have to stop this here and now,